Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the final day's play at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021, powered by Urbana. And we are live from Kolkata. And this is a very important tournament for the PGTI and the third last tournament on the calendar year, culminating into the final McLeod Championship. And the Tour Championship is what it will eventually lead to. Currently on the leaderboard, we have Kshitij Navitkol leading the pack at 12 under par, Angad Chima at 11 under par, Ankur Chadda at 10 under par. So it's going to be an interesting day's contest today. And I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined by Rahul Bajaj, my co host. And both of us have been really blessed to be following this hot action all throughout the last 2 days. And I think there's a lot in store today, Rahul.
Morning, everyone. First off the tee on the first hole today at 8 a.m. is Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow, playing alongside Karan Pratap Singh and the amateur Garv Lakhmani, representing Aluk Building Systems Private Limited. This tournament, of course, the pro event is going on, while there is also a pro-am team format which is also going on side by side. So we'll be following both the actions, but definitely looking at the power pack at the top of the leaderboard with Kshitij Navedkol at 12 under, followed closely by Angad at 11 under, and another shot behind Ankur Chadda at minus 10. So it's going to be an interesting day out there, and these three players are going to be on top of their games as we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks.
So very interesting the way it's panning out. Kshitij Navitkol, young player, and relatively a greenhorn still. Angad Chima, a lot more experienced. Ankur Chadda also has been on tour a while, hasn't won yet. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, very proficient, has just won last week and obviously on a hot streak of form. So this definitely promises to be an exciting day. And adding to the flavor is local star Sunit Chaurasia. So today has a lot in store for us. And how do you feel, Rahul? Did you sleep well?
I have actually slept well. I hope these players have slept well as well. Sunny Charosia definitely is the top Calcutta boy in the fray, but he's at minus six. He's 6 shots off the pace, so that's a little bit of a far shot. But you never know. This is the game of golf, and someone could come around and shoot an 8 under par, and he could actually come in and win the tournament. Also, Ankur Chadda is looking for his first victory. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who's just won his first event last week, is also in top form. So all of these players are going to be putting up a formidable challenge for Kshitij Navedkol. And of course, Angad does pack in all the experience behind himself with a few victories under his own belt. So that definitely is going to be an interesting day out there.
Absolutely. As we have a look at the first tee, we have Sanjeev Kumar, Karan Pratap Singh, and the amateur Garv Lakhmani. It's going to be an interesting day getting off early in the morning. Nice, quaint conditions. The wind not really up at this time. A little bit of dew in the fairways. Perfect conditions to just get off to a good start and enjoy the day as we go over to the first tee.
Karan Pratap Singh going with what appears to be a fairway wood off that first tee box. Should be able to fly that bunker and give himself a wedge into the green. It's like he likes that golf shot. Garb Lakwani now, the amateur playing alongside the two professionals.
The amateur looking every bit like a professional, obviously a young, aspiring amateur. Garv, a very good, strong grip on his right hand. I would definitely be favoring a draw. A lot of body English on that lower body. Different kind of a swing. Let's
Looked a
see
little
how
bit
he.
like a stack and tilter, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, almost like a reverse pivot. It felt like the right knee really straightened out and was almost on the other side. A lot of weight on the left side, but yeah, different folks, different strokes.
While we see the group now taking off back into the fairway, we're also looking at the track that they're about to pass. We had Chirag Kumar just walking through towards the driving range, probably heading off to warm up for the day.
Yes, absolutely. We see a little bit of traffic in the middle of the fairway. That's what makes this golf course unique and entertaining. It's a little bit of a pathway, and you have cars who can go to different places on the golf course and even through it. It's an interesting layup. As we'll have a look at the players walking down. So, Rahul, how was the preparation for the final day? I'm sure the players have put in the long yards, and I'm sure they've been up since early in the morning going to the range. It's pretty difficult to get warmed up in the winters when you have an early morning tee off. So you take the extra effort and try to take more time to warm up. I remember that playing in December or late November, January, especially in Kolkata, it could get cold in the mornings, and at times you'd go to the practice range and hit a shot and get a little bit of an electrical shock feedback from the club at times.
Funny you say that because Calcutta doesn't seem to get quite cold even in December. I mean, looking at the standards that we are used to living in over here, Calcutta doesn't really get very, very cold. So it's not that much of a bother. In fact, most of the amateurs in Calcutta, keep wearing shorts even in towards the end of December. So definitely not the kind of weather that we guys are used to around here up in Delhi. But down for the people living in Calcutta, I think December and January they do feel that it's become quite cold. They usually touch about 25 to 28 degrees, not much colder. Sanjeev Kumar from the Sanjeev Kumar hitting that ball from the fairway bunker on the first hole. That is the main hindrance on this fairway. Right in the middle of the fairway, at about 220 yards from the tee box, is that bunker. Players need to hit it about 240 yards on the fly to be able to get past it. Karan Pratap Singh has taken the safe route and left himself way short of the bunker.
That's prudent play, but he's laid up quite a fair way back there. Should have about 90 odd yards, I think.
Apologies. That's actually Karan Pratap Singh is just past the bunker in the fairway. He'll be taking off now his second shot onto the green. So a nice shot there for Karan Pratap Singh. And like we were speaking earlier yesterday, the greens are playing towards the harder side, almost 10 on the stimp meter. And Karan Pratap Singh definitely that full shot does help to spin up the golf balls onto the greens. And as we were seeing yesterday, if a player lands up in the rough, they're having a tough time to be able to hit the green in regulation. So the amateur Lakmani also placed himself very well in the fairway. It looks like he would have a full sand wedge or maybe max gap wedge into that flag location.
What we're seeing that the flag position has changed from what it was yesterday. It's right at the back and very narrow sort of alley right there to get to the flag. So if you go flag hunting, you could end up missing the green, and then you'd have your work cut out to make four. I think he has pulled that ball to the left, and lo and behold, that's exactly what I was seeing. And you could really drop a cup more than one shot in the blink of an eye. It's right perched right at the corner, and it's higher than the ground. So if you do miss the green, you could be looking at an uphill chip from the rough onto a very narrow part of the green, and that will be a daunting start.
Also, a good thing for our viewers to see that anyone who pulls off a shot towards the left side for a right-handed golfer, the pull tends to go slightly longer than a regular shot, which takes off online. So, for this kind of a flag location, which is about 26 yards in from the front edge, having a left and long shot would actually land you in much of trouble. So let's see where Garb Lakmani's ball has landed up. But that would be the general tendency of what would happen. Sanjeev Kumar definitely from that deep fairway bunker has been able to make it only a few yards short of the green, hasn't been able to reach it. That fairway bunker has been redesigned and become deeper than earlier and makes the players work very hard to get that ball up and all the way up to the green because that's about 150 odd yards away.
The greens early in the morning, they freshly cut, and this would be the first group that would be walking through. So pristine conditions and a chance if you are able to hit it close to make your putt. Let's have a look at Sanjeev here, about 25 yards to the flag. Straight uphill, so not much of difficulty in this shot, but would just need to gauge the speed and try to ensure to get it all the way there. And he's done decently well. Leaves himself with a look of about 12 to 13 feet for his par. But as you can see, that the pin position is different from what it was yesterday. Obviously, this is the final day, so the referees and the greens committee has obviously decided where they want to place the pins in order to make it difficult or easy. They actually go through batches of pin positions. They maybe select 8 or 9 pin positions that will be moderate to accessible, and then a few more that will be difficult, like what we see on the first. It's very little wiggle room on either side, maybe give or take 5 yards to either side of the flag. So you're seeing the margin for error is extremely thin.
I think
And
Karan Pratap Singh has actually managed to, put himself into a good position on that green. Probably the most ideal position, about 10, 12 feet short of the hole with that wedge shot. Garb Lakmani, of course, finding it difficult from the rough to be able to stop that ball on that flag location. He did short side himself into that flag. We've got a 8:10 tea time now. Gaurav Pratap Singh playing alongside local boy Divyanshu Bajaj and the amateur Anshul Mishra, who is representing Red Rabbit.
immaculately dressed Gaurav Pratap Singh, definitely taking a lot of care, ensuring that everything is color coordinated. And let's hope that he can take that color onto the golf course. Yes, very happy with that tee shot. Pluck the tee out and should be about 10 to 15 yards right of that bunker and ahead, maybe only with a short little wedge to the green. So he'd be happy with that. Now we have Divyanshu Bajaj, the local golfer. He plays out of the Royal Calcutta Golf Club and has been doing really well in the last few years. Divyanshu has risen through the ranks and was a junior golfer, then played his amateur golf, and through each levels he's been improving constantly. And his game has really come to the fore as he's turned professional. Has had a lot of good finishes, and we'll be looking to build up on that form this week. And let's have a look at his technique now. Very sort of a conventional classic setup, neutral grip. Very well balanced through the swing, and that makes a lot of difference because when you're hitting your first shot early in the morning, there would be nerves and you would be feeling a little jittery. I remember it from my time, and a lot of those things your body is reaffirmation that you actually do care about where you are. So the pressure is actually a positive pressure, and a lot of these players would be enjoying it. Once you made the cut and you're in the final day, you're improving your position, you actually look forward to the opportunity. Now we have Anshul Mishra, the amateur, a really young amateur out of here, and what a great opportunity for him to play with the top professionals. This will be something that he can look back, a great memory for him. And the amateurs, mind you, for our viewers who are just joining us right now and might be a little confused, what a brilliant drive by Anshul. So obviously he can pack a punch. So for our viewers who are joining us, just to give you a little bit of a background, so this week we have a tournament which is a very unique format where the pro-am is also happening. A pro-am is when a team is formed after the third day, where two professionals team up with one amateur, and the format is table four format, and the winner is announced at the end of tomorrow, and even the score from Wednesday is taken in, which is the pro am day. So it's a very unique format, but it's sort of a tournament that goes concurrently along the main tournament, obviously, which is the stroke play. So it's something to add flavor to the week, and this has been picked up from other international tours. Yeah, similar tournaments in Europe and on the US PGA Tour as well. So we're trending that way. This gives the amateur a great opportunity to play with some of our top professionals, and an opportunity for the professionals to meet with big corporate honchos and government officials and so on and so forth, and people, even golf aficionados who really enjoy the game in their company. So it's like a melting pot of sorts, and what better place than Kolkata for that?
Gaurav Lakhmani now putting for bogey on that first hole. Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow, of course, no stranger to success. He's already been a winner on tour. And, clearly this kind of a golf course really does separate the better players, right? Because of the amount of pressure it puts onto your ball striking as well as your shot game. Uh, you really cannot shoot good numbers and underpass scores unless and until you're on song on all aspects of your game.
Absolutely. What I found very peculiar with Sanjeev is that the putter was really held. The distance between the putter and the body was quite a lot, almost akin to Kshitij Navid's call in a way, the way he's putting.
Think a lot of players tend to find their own mix of things when it comes to putting. They try to get comfortable however they can perform the best. But like I was saying earlier, this is the kind of golf course which does lay a lot more pressure on the technical aspects of the game, and being on song is going to be absolutely essential. While we see the second group now coming into the fairway, Gaurav Pratap Singh has put himself into a decent spot on the right side of the fairway. Divyanshu Bajaj appears to have lined up in the second cut. Be interesting to see if he gets a jumper or the local boy is able to control that shot and leave it close enough to the pin.
I would think this is a very difficult shot. They've both miscued their shot, obviously erring to the side of caution and taking the safety first route and missing it on the right. But I think with the pin right at the back and in the morning from the rough, there's a lot of dew and the grass is wet. So you can have, even the water trapped, the dew trapped between the club head and the grass. So definitely it's pretty tough to control the ball, and your guess is as good as mine where this ball might end up. It could be a jumper or have a soft bounce. So this is something where they'll have to really tread with caution. Otherwise, a five could just be around the corner and one drop shot. But let's see. Maybe just pitch it towards the center of the green and let it roll up to 15 or 20 feet short. And if you catch a jumper, then you get next to the hole. And so you have to sort of weigh in your options. And I'm sure these players are very good at that. As we have a look at the amateur Anshul, who's hit a really good drive here. Anshul coming out of the rough as well. He's done really well. I think we'd be remiss to call him an amateur. He's hit a shot which is one that would do any professional proud. So that's a brilliant shot and very well managed. He was able to pitch it at the front and knew the release pattern of the ball, and that's just heartening to watch. What a brilliant shot by the young man. Now let's have a look at Gaurav Pratap. What a brilliant shot. He was able to generate spin from there. I did not expect that early in the morning, but what this is what these players do. They exceed your expectations. I think that can be the catchphrase of PGTI, Professional Golf Tour of India, where we are live at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021, powered by Urbana, and our current leader is Kshitij Navid Kaul at 12 under par.
I think Gaurav has done exceedingly well there to be able to put himself at good about 8-9 feet for birdie for that flag location. Interestingly, we'll see what Divyanshu does now. I think Gaurav did judge that very, very well, where he dropped the ball and let it release up to the green. And there we have it. Another one goes off towards the left side and short sides himself. Local boy Divyanshu Bajaj putting himself in a little bit of a situation early this morning.
I would think that maybe going with the three wood and trying to get further up, but missing the fairway is actually not maybe not the best approach. Is taking a little bit of risk on with the minimal reward. Players might be better off just laying off before the bunker, being in the fairway, maybe even having a 9 iron. But I think being in the fairway is so important, especially with the flag where it is, because golfers are greedy. You want to make birdies, and Divyanshu would have been all of maybe 85, 90 yards and wanted to go for the flag, and now he really has his work cut out for a par.
So nice to see a few junior golfers out there this morning. A great experience this morning for Anshul Mishra to be able to play on the tour and with the players, which he probably aspires to be with in the future. So lovely to see this early in the morning today. Usually, if you see, there's a lot to learn from the players, isn't there? Like their warm up routines, the way they chart out their practice rounds, the way they go about their business on the golf course. Good example for Anshul right here on the first hole itself, where Gaurav has judged his shot beautifully, beautiful enough to be pin high to that flag.
Absolutely. I think Anshul definitely has the long game sorted. I saw his swing on the first hole, a beautiful drive and a beautiful shot. And I think what he can learn from this group is how to manage a game. And I think from Gaurav Pratap, he would be able to learn a little bit of that aggression that you require in golf on the final 2 days to separate yourself from the field. I mean, there's no other way. All the players are really good. I think whoever is hungry really knows his percentages and obviously can back up his claim with a good talent and preparation and a, and good short game wizardry. And I think Divyanshu will require a lot of wizardry here to get up and down.
I couldn't agree more. It was interesting to see, and I think for the viewers also, it's very important to have a look at where Divyanshu's ball actually dropped and the way it just took off towards the left side. So a slight miss hit on this golf course can lead you into trouble and short side you. So hopefully, Divyanshu has that shot in the bag to take care of this.
Yes, I think he's also lucky that the bounce was not that hard. Otherwise, the rough gets a lot more thicker the further down you go. So, I think players should try and maybe favor a miss to the right side. But let's see. I think he has enough green and is a good toucher on the green, so should be able to get close. But as you see, what I was saying, it's extremely slick from that side, and so you can actually just make a bogey in the blink of an eye, what we predicted. But hopefully, he should be able to make his par, but not the kind of start that he would be hoping to get off to and putting himself under some pressure. Where we have Mari Mutuar able to exert a lot of pressure on that golf ball, a hard hitter playing alongside Shamim Khan, who's the diametrically opposite golfer. Smooth and easy, short hitting Shamim Khan, playing alongside Marimuthu and the amateur Jagdish Jangid. So, a very interesting group.
Right, that's exactly what I was thinking, Shaurya. Such a contrast of play over here in this group. Marimuthu, an extremely aggressive golfer, really goes at the golf ball, while Shamim Khan, of course, goes about his business in a very stealthy fashion. And the amount of experience he has behind him, the kind of game he plays, I think he's going to come up with another underpar number just like yesterday. Shamim managed to shoot a 69 yesterday, while his first two rounds were 73s. So that brings him up to a total of -1, while Marimuthu started off the tournament with a 68, followed up with a 71, and then with a 76. So he's also at a total of -1. So it'll be interesting to see, two players at the same score, but with absolutely contrasting games. While we now look at the amateur Jagdish Jangir.
Good shot by the amateur there, Mr. Jagdish Jangid. And so we have a look. This group is actually pretty interesting. We have Shamim Khan, who's been previously a number 1 on tour and multiple, I think more than 10 to 20 tournaments. We don't have the exact figure which we can give you, but he's won a lot of tournaments over the course of his career. And then you have somebody like Mari Muthu, who's obviously does not have that sort of a career yet, just turned pro maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and has still not tasted a victory or any level of success. But the games are so different, and Shamim is able to get the most out of his game, and he proves, I mean, he is actually is the adage that you drive for show and putt for dough. There are very few of these kind of golfers left. I think he's probably the last of a dying breed. The artsman, the crafty golfer, the one who can shape the ball and doesn't really hit the ball too hard, and different. He kind of lives golf. He's the embodiment of golf. Not many of those left, are
I
there?
mean, really goes to show, with his career, his golfing career, he's actually a multiple-time Order of Merit champion on the PGTI, and that really goes to show how good he is at the game. Junior golfer Anshul Mishra there, saving par on the first hole. A nice start for him, playing alongside professional golfers. Divyanshu Bajaj now putting for par. The first hole, it's about 10 feet away from the hole. Got a little bit of work to take care of. Then we will have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh. Solid start there for Divyanshu Bajaj, saving par on the first hole after short siding himself from the right side of the fairway. Gaurav Pratap Singh seems to have missed his birdie putt. He'll be tapping that in for par.
Enjoying the beautiful walk in the morning. Nothing better than being on a golf course early in the morning, enjoying your walk and trying to beat your fellow players. I think eventually that's where the thrill comes for me. Whenever I was playing golf, it was always to try and compete. I think that's what, although golf, they say you play against yourself and try to improve yourself, but the thrill of playing against good golfers and trying to one up them is also something that really drives a lot of professionals.
For sure, sure. Yeah. In fact, for me as well, I always liked to go out there and try to do the best that I could. For me, playing at a golf course like Royal Calcutta, though, somehow I got into a little bit of a different frame of mind. I would be, able to, because the golf course exudes so much of pressure onto your game, that you're so focused on what you are doing and playing with the power of the course that a lot of times the others don't matter to you just because of the layout of the course is like that. It's so exciting. There's so much to do. There's a lot to think about. You have to plan your game, and you have to plan your game according to the way the day is also going. It's not like you're going to be on song every day. So sometimes you just have to step out there, and maybe you didn't hit a good shot off that first tee box. Maybe you didn't get the greatest one off that third tee box, but then you try to make amends and keep going forward depending on how your day is going. Shamim Khan from the right side of the fairway, placing himself in the correct spot. Shamim, I think, has got the right bent of mind when it comes to attacking these kind of flag locations. There we have it. He just dropped it around the middle of the green and let it release up towards the flag, placing himself in an absolutely fantastic spot for a birdie putt.
So a little bit about Shamim. He has 16 victories in India and 15 on the PGTI. And in fact, he has the honor, he's the highest prize winning player of all time on the PGTI. So with career earnings in excess of 4 crore since the PGTI's inception. So he's had a brilliant career, and obviously that does not include the prize money that he's won on the Asian Tour and the European Tour events. So shows you that uh, that was a surprising stat that I didn't quite know, and obviously gives me and me and our viewers a very fresh perspective. I mean, if you look at Shamim, is a very unassuming golfer, very easy swing, plays his golf like he's just strolling about in the park, and I think that might be something that players can emulate.
Marimuthu are there being a little too aggressive with his second shot and leaving himself at the back edge of the green, while the amateur seems to have found the putting surface in regulation. And it's interesting to see that even unorthodox golf swings can do well. At the end of the day, it's effectiveness that counts, not the looks of it.
Absolutely. That's why they say it's a scorecard, not a postcard. Doesn't matter how it looks as long as the score matches up. So, so Rahul, tell us a little bit about the preparation that these players would have gone through the night before, and what they would have probably done in the morning, and how they get ready for this round of golf.
So, I mean, usually, most of the players prefer to get to the golf course about an hour and a half or so before their tee time. get in probably a little bit of breakfast, a little bit of stretching, and then go on to warm up on the driving range and get a little bit of feel for the greens going in the morning. This whole process usually takes players between 45 minutes to an hour in totality. And most players that I know prefer to reach the tee box a group before they are to tee off, which basically means for an 8:10 tee time, a player would preferably be there by 8 o'clock so that they can, get their scorecard, greet their fellow partners who are going to be playing with them, and sort of just simmer in the entire day instead of, just being in that whole zone of warming up. So it's sort of like easing their way into the tournament. That would be pretty much on a daily basis. And post round, I know that the better players usually would analyze their games at lunch and then probably head off to the driving range or the putting green or the chipping area, wherever they need to go, depending on which part of the game they probably needed to work on for that particular day. That would pretty much be on a daily basis. But looking at what kind of preparation that goes in before a round, the night before, I think everyone's trying to get in a dinner which can give them good sleep instead of something that keeps them too heavy, and definitely stretching and some breathing exercises before they step out the next morning for their round, so that they can calmly, coolly collect themselves back again. The amateur Jagdish Jangit.
It's a good putt. Definitely knows the golf course really well and knows his putter really well as well. I think that's a good point. I remember from my playing days, I was always somehow struggling in the mornings to make sense of the whole thing, trying to land up there in time and always manage the time between going to the range, the putting, because something would always be off in the game. And I would, normally plan that maybe just hit 20 to 30 balls on the range and maybe putt for 10 minutes. But what would happen that if I'm on the range and something is off, I would hit a lot more balls. And conversely, if I was just maybe had an idea of putting for 5 minutes, I'd end up spending half an hour because the putter was off. So it was always a little difficult for me to try to keep to the routine because something was always off. I was like, maybe I can fix it right before the tournament. It's like it's like how a bad student spends the last day trying to prepare for an exam. So yeah, that's what I always kind of thought about it.
I totally agree with you, Shaurya, and I think we all can end up making that error every once in a while. We don't treat warm-ups like warm-ups, and try to use it like a day with the guide, like you said, just before the exam. But also the other thing that sometimes if the game wasn't working very well, and things weren't going my way, I could also pray just before the round. While
How's
we
your
have M Dharma there in his customary Tiger final day clothing in the red and black, looking sharp as ever. He's got that look going on his face as well.
got the tiger twirl going as well? When the player twirls the club, that's a sign of silent confidence. That's exuberance being shown by M Dharma with that twirl. Let's see if Manu Gandas does that. He's very reserved. I really doubt that he'll do the twirl. Really like how he goes about things. Not very emotive. Doesn't let you know what's going on, as a perfect poker face, so to speak. And I think in years to come, he's one of the opponents that will down quite a few great players in match play. Is the kind of demeanor and the game that you require. He's really goes on about his game in a very quiet fashion, and he's quite the assassin, I must say.
It's like he's sitting down. That's the kind of balance he's found for himself. Strong looking golf swing there. Pretty happy. He didn't even look at it. Knows where it's headed.
So there you have it, amateurs. If you want people to think that you hit a brilliant shot, just hit it and don't look at it. Doesn't matter where the ball goes. They don't know it
Absolutely.
either. Just you have the confidence, and that's good enough. That's halfway there.
Playing alongside the amateur Hiranmoy Gon. He's representing VJ Power Putts and Vansh Jutex LLP.
The amateurs really relishing this opportunity, playing alongside great players like M. Dharma and upcoming professional Manu Gandas. Should be enjoyable for Mr. Hiranmoy.
It's a one-handed approach. Not sure what that
Obviously
means.
different. What you'll find a perceptible difference between the amateurs and the golfers. I think you'll see the swings and the way they are. Obviously, professionals are a lot more orthodox, and amateurs are more or less recreational golfers, apart from the juniors and the odd serious player. And that's what makes this event so unique. You have the amateurs playing alongside the professionals, so there's a battle going on within the war. And obviously the war is between the top professionals to get those elusive world ranking points that go to the top 5 players this week. And those are the points that can help them propel themselves up the world ranking stage. And so that's why you'll see the players going to be very focused, especially on the back nine. And that's where the proof of the pudding will lie in the eating, because the back nine here is very tricky. It's treacherous. It's got twists and turns. This is like any. This can end up like a horror story or a love story, depending on how it ends up. And at this point in time, our leader would be hoping that the former rather, is the one that happens for him. But I'm sure the chasing pack have a different intent. In the chasing pack, we have Angad Chima from Chandigarh at 11 under par, Ankur Chadda at 10 under par, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. I really have my money on this guy. He's phenomenal. What a ball striker, a young man. He's got so much talent, shooting 10 unders for fun at golf courses. So expect a lot from him. He's really on a hot trail of form as well. So it'll be very tough to bet against him. And I can see him getting off to a great start and really mounting a good challenge and putting down a marker so as to speak for the others to take notice of. Sunit Chaurasia will bring that home course knowledge to the fore. OP Om Prakash Chauhan with his trademark left-right fade might be the one to fade the competition away. And Dhruv Sharan right there tied alongside Sudhir Sharma and N. Thangaraja. And I have a feeling these top 9 players will be the ones to watch. Obviously, the likes of Chirag Kumar at 4 under par, Abhijit Singh Chadda. So there's a lot of pedigree on that leaderboard, but I think 4 under is a little too far back to really mount a challenge at this stage in time. But you never know. We've seen a lot of strange thing happen on Sundays at big tournaments, and it is a Sunday at ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021. So you can expect anything. And now Manu Gandas in that place, which I think is going to see a lot of traffic towards the right hand side. Safety first approach by the players in the morning. So a similar spot as Gaurav Pratap. Let's see how Manu is able to navigate this shot as we have a look at the amateur.
That's what he meant with that one-handed approach. He meant that the baller landed up on the left side, while you see the other players now walking back towards the putting green and the clubhouse from the driving range. That walkway is actually the connecting walkway between the clubhouse and the driving range on the other side towards the 10th hole.
The driving range is quite a fair distance, maybe almost a 600 to 700 meter walk. And that's why you see a couple of cars as well go through. Maybe that's something unique here. As we
That's
have
one thing that I wouldn't do for sure. I'd not be getting my car very, very close to a driving range. But the one thing that I liked about that walk up to the driving range was that on the way, you would obviously end up meeting either a player or two walking with you, or a player or two walking back towards the clubhouse. It would all be nice to like sort of exchange pleasantries while you were on that path.
absolutely taking us back to the good old years where we used to go for early morning walks and catch up players who were getting ready for their round. It's quite a different feeling now.
So lovely shot there. I think that was Manu Gandas from the right side of the fairway. He's placed himself well to give himself an opportunity for birdie, while M. Dharma from the middle of the fairway. Let's see what he can pack up.
This is a scoring opportunity right here for Dharma in position one, pole position. And has he done well or what? I mean, that's a brilliant
What a
shot.
lovely golf shot that is by M. Dharma, taking advantage from the first hole itself. M. Dharma from Bangalore. He already started. He started with a total of -1, shot a 73 yesterday. So he's gone with pairs of 73s on day 1 and 3, with a 69 in the middle of that, which has left him with a total of -1. Hopefully that'll get to -2 very, very soon.
So, Rahul, how was your preparation as a commentator? What kind of preparation were you doing for this final day? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
That's a rather difficult question. I did a little bit of praying, like I told you, because I didn't know where this was going to land us up. So I did a little bit of that, and I tried to listen to some blues music on my way here. I thought maybe I can catch a word or two over there, which I can come around here and flaunt. But clearly, your thesaurus seems to be doing way better than mine.
I,
So we'll leave you with that, while I'll try to come up with some anecdotes like the one that we did earlier. There we have one of the famous tanks at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, all hidden up over there. Even the player is baffled as to how that ball's landed up in the tank.
I think
Like, I've hit my ball to the right side. Oh, how did the tank come up there?
that's what I used to say. The tank was not meant to be here, but I can tell you the tank can absolutely spring a surprise or two. There always a lot of wildlife here, small little fox. I don't know what they're really called. There's a local word for them as well. I remember once I was going for my ball and one of these sprang up upon me. I was already disappointed that where the ball was, and I was like, that fox actually added insult to injury. Like, I'll never land up here again.
I've seen those foxes around on the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and they're quite scary.
I'm telling you.
I'd always like run the other direction.
My caddy didn't even enter. I asked him for the club. He said, "Now you're on your own. If you hit such a horrible shot, what do you expect?" He was already grumpy.
My
So,
caddy did that even if I hit it 15 feet away from the flag.
coming.
Like, take your putter yourself, read your line yourself. I've got nothing to do with this shot. Like, if you're not inside 6 feet, bugger off.
I think coming back to our preparation for this big day, the final round, it's been a musical preparation even for myself. I was preparing for my friend's Sangeet dance. Something interesting. We were all preparing for Bollywood songs up till 2 a.m. in the night, and here I am. So let's see how the final day holds up. I think there's something that we could have never quite done in our playing days. I think you always required that 7 to 8 hours of sleep. But I hope that that limited amount of sleep doesn't really do anything for us to have a faux pas in our commentary game. So, with that, let's have a look at the beautiful first hole. So, our coverage will take you through a lot of the groups teeing off on the first, and then eventually we will be covering one of the other holes on the front nine, the fourth hole. So, we'll have different vantage points for you to try and analyze and look at the players, how they traverse this golf course today. We have a look at MD Zamal Hussain Mola.
Samal actually came up with a good round yesterday of 2 under par, and anything under par on this golf course means that you have actually stepped on the pedal just enough and kept your game in check. Zamal Hussain from Bangladesh, one of the top seeds from there.
What I really like is that the scoring and the character of this golf course has not changed too much over the years. I remember from my amateur days, I remember if you would shoot even a 1 under, we used to be so ecstatic that, we've been able to shoot under par at RCGC. That was like a badge of honor, a purple heart, if you may. But, because I never remember anybody shooting 3, 4, 5 under par. It's just 1 or 2 or 3 because the golf course was so difficult. And I'm happy that par has come back. You can actually say that par is back. It's a respectable score here, and anybody shooting a level par, unless he's had a bad day on the greens or missed a lot of opportunities, will not be too disappointed. Whereas now the PGTI, the scoring has really gone through the roof with the kind of rounds they're shooting, deep under par rounds. So the standard of golf has really changed, and the amateur Mr. Himanshu Jatia would be really enjoying this day. A southpaw, with a very different kind of golf swing. A lot of movement there. So would definitely enjoy it. But I think he's done well right in the center of the fairway. So obviously, doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you get it done and get it done, he has surely done a double negative there. So let's have a look at the players walking, enjoying their stroll.
For all of you who've just about joined us, we are at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship powered by Urbana. Some of the event partners this week are Aluk, ICICI Bank, Exide, SRMB TMT, Dynatemp, and StoneX, and of course, the tour partners of the PGTI, without whom, of course, no tour is possible, are Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, and Incredible India. So definitely, without the support of any of these, tour partners as well as event partners, no tournament, no tour is really possible. So big thanks to all of them to have stepped up. And of course, we've got a field of players with top names like Manu Gandas, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Amardeep Malik, M. Dharma, as well as Angad Chima, Kshitij Navedkar, all playing the tournament. In fact, there's some international names like Mithun Pereira, Anura Rohana, N. Thangaraja, and the gentleman who just teed off, Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, also in the field, enjoying that Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the most challenging golf course, one of the most challenging golf courses that we play across the entire PGTI tour.
Obviously, sponsors are so important, and they are the ones, the life and blood of sport, and especially golf. They're the ones who make it possible for the players to be here, compete, and make a livelihood out of this great game. I think this tour, what's important for the viewers to understand that the PGTI, the saying that the adage that you have with PGTI's motto is taking Indian golf global, and it's so true. We had so many champions emerge from PGTI over the last 15 years, and who've had international success, and that's something that is definitely spurred on by the involvement of the corporates. We have so many corporates supporting the players, doing their bit, and it's really nice. We can understand that sometimes business environment is difficult, the pandemic and everything that affects the companies. Obviously, they do have a tough time, but for them to lend out a hand at this tough time and support golf, it's amazing. And I think it's a symbiotic relationship, because golf has a lot to offer for the corporates as well. As you can see, it does a great bit for them to associate themselves with this time tested sport, this honorable game, and obviously an Olympic sport. That goes without saying that does a lot, because it's an Olympic sport. And as witnessed at the previous Olympics, there were so many sportsmen who got glory to our nation, and our very own Aditi almost getting a medal, finishing fourth. So it's well possible that in one of the upcoming Olympics we could well have another medal winner here and add to the tally for our country. So I think it's exciting times. Golf becoming an Olympic sport only happened about 6 years back, so 5 years back rather, and it's very exciting times, I must say.
While we're saying that the PGTI's motto is to take Indian golf global, we also have a flip side of it, where we have global golfers actually coming here to compete on the PGTI. So, one of the strongest domestic tours in the world. While we look at Mohammad Zamal Hussain, who is an international golfer, he is from Bangladesh, and looking at him coming off that right rough.
Yes, absolutely. What a brilliant point by you, Rahul. We've had so many international players here, and with hopefully the pandemic rolling back, we're seeing this week N. Thanga Raja, MD Zamal Hussain Mola, MD Sayyum Badal Hussain, MD Akbar Hussain, Mithun Pereira, the defending champion from Sri Lanka, in fact, the pride of Sri Lanka. And Digraj Singh Gill from America, and many Anura Rohana from Sri Lanka. We have many players who come for a qualifying school and who have cards who are based out of Europe and even America, South America as well, and even Australia. But unfortunately, at this time, not many of them are traveling. But I'm certain that in January, when the Q School happens, there'll be a great influx of foreigners who will be here, because mind you, the PGTI is one of the only handful tours, domestic tours in the world, who have been given recognition to get official world ranking points, and that's a huge thing. That's a badge of honor that is being given, and in recognition of the top golfers that we have in India, you have that world ranking points for the golfers. So it's a big factor for all the international players, and I'm hopeful and I'm sure that this time we see a very strong international contingent at the qualifying school.
In fact, back in the day, I remember that there were about 5 or 6 players from South Africa who used to play on the Indian tour regularly. Anyway, back to the action. We have Sachin Besoya, who seems to have misjudged that shot a little bit and left himself way short. He probably expected that ball to release up a little, but clearly had enough spin as he was coming off the fairway and didn't really have much of a release towards the flag. So he will have a long putt attempt at that birdie chance on the first hole. While we're looking at the amateur now from the right side of the green, Mr. Himanshu Jatia, who is representing Sai Sulfonates Private Limited. What a great chip by Himanshu Jatia there on the first hole. Bit of a struggle to get started, to get the day kick-started, but definitely that chip shot should bring him back into play. We have the tournament director there hanging around in the middle of the fairway on the first hole, Mr. Sampath Chari, the man behind all the pin positions and all the treacherous conditions that he designs up for the professionals.
And at times you almost feel he's a sadist, but that's said in a lighter way, and he has to do that on the final day because the professional golfers have to be really tested. We need to separate the champion, and for that to be done, it's important that the pin positions are a good mix of difficult, easy, and moderate. And obviously, that's an art that Mr. Chari has honed over the years, and he's very good at it now. As this first hole, it's a very interesting pin position. As you can see, if you overshoot the target, then you can well roll off the back. As we've seen many players miss the green to the left hand side, it's not very easy from there to make par. And it's also an accessible pin because it gives you an opportunity for birdie. So that's the essence of golf, and especially championship golf, is that you give that element of risk and reward. It's very important to have a fine balance in that. And let's see if Zamal can actually have a reward here on the first.
He's on a pretty decent spot actually, and he's actually chosen to play a putter instead of being too cute with that shot early on in the day. So Zamal there going with the putter. He's of course very, very proficient with that club.
Yes, he's one of the better putters internationally. I would say even on the Asian and domestic tours, he does really well. But I think it's the commentator's jinx. So let's see if he's able to make his par. Maybe the greens are a little slow from that side in the morning. It's tough to gauge the speed as we go to the next group.
I think another thing to note over here would be something we spoke about yesterday as well. The way the grass is cut on the green can give you a good idea as to what the speed will be from the other side. While we look at Alap IL from Mysore teeing off on the first hole. Alap IL, of course, has recently turned pro. He's playing alongside Arjun Sharma from Greater Noida.
Going with the driving iron, of course, seems to be a long hitter as well, if I'm not wrong. Tall, lanky build is perfect for hitting the ball long. A long, wide arc, able to generate a lot of speed with that.
Playing alongside Arjun Sharma, who is the gentleman who has actually shot the best round of the penultimate day, at 15th position now with a total of -2. And yesterday's round was a 67 for Arjun. So they are both in good company at this final round, playing alongside the amateur Aditya Bajoria.
Arjun also a very good cricketer as well. Really enjoys cricket, and that is so apt as we are on VAR cricket. And we've seen a lot of the golfers in the off time try to keep themselves in good fit condition. And cricket is one of the games that they partake in. And Arjun is a very good spin bowler and is almost like a very good all rounder as well, and a great athletic fielder. Let's see if he can hit a good shot here.
So while we've always known that cricketers do very well at golf after taking retirement from professional cricket, we also know that Arjun is a golfer who plays very, very good cricket. So it works the other way around as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think the key word being here, you must be good in either sport to be good in the other. I thought that maybe cricket's going to be the one for me, but not so. I'm always given the fielding position on third man when we play our cricket matches. The golfers get together, and I've seen game of cricket when I was able to face a bowler from Ranji cricket. He was bowling at about 135 clicks, and to be honest with you, even after wearing all that gear and the ball coming up to chest height, foot and a half, and it's tough to get your bat on it. And you feel that it should only hit you on the bat and not anywhere else. And but it's a great experience playing different games, and that's something that we must say that should be done by everyone, even amateurs or professionals. I think to be good at golf, you must always try and play other games to improve your motor skills and physical ability. So obviously, what other game which can be better than cricket when you're on war cricket?
The thing to be noted here is that the amateur golfers actually tee off from a different tee than the professionals. The professionals play from way back on they play from the last tee box on any of the holes, while the amateurs have a different tee box to play from, depending on their handicaps and their age categories. So that is another thing for the amateurs to understand and know that club golf is slightly easier and shorter length of the golf course than when you're playing professional sport. The other thing which is coming up really, really well off late is the league championships of the amateur golfers, and the leader in that has been the Royal Calcutta Golf Club with their flagship event called the RPGL, the Royal Premier Golf League. And that tournament has actually gone around and become an inspiration for many of the other cities to host similar events. And the league format of amateur golf actually has sprung up a lot of people who had sort of given up on playing golf, and they've actually come back in. And so overall for golf as such, the RPGL as well as the other leagues that are going on across the country has been very well. A lot of adrenaline in these events.
Is that something which is open to semi-retired professional golfers who commentate as well? That's what I would like to know.
Well, as long as you can get your amateur status back, then you can participate in these events, and it is actually a really, really interesting and fun format of the game.
So I believe there are quite a few of these happening. We had something similar at Delhi Golf Club as well, I believe. And I think this is very good because you're able to get the professionals, the amateurs, and the juniors, the lady golfers, the senior golfers, everybody on a equal platform with the handicaps and so on and so forth, and compete. And it adds to the bonhomie and camaraderie that a club builds. People must understand that each club, there are also inter-club rivalries, and that's quite exciting for leisure golfers. And that's the great thing about golf. You don't have to be really good at it, really proficient. You can just try and beat your friend. I think what they say, there's a funny saying in golf: the ideal golf partner is the one who's a little worse than you.
These formats are really, really fun because they're also completely on match play formats. There is team formats going on. There's also individual formats going on. So overall, the whole thing really brings in the kick of adrenaline into the sport and makes it a whole lot more fun. Good drive there by Aditya Bajoria, bang in the middle of the fairway. It's like he's his experience of playing golf on this golf course definitely is helping him.
Yeah, that's he's in perfect position. Arjun is quite a far way down. I think hit a big. Did he hit a driver? I kind of
He hit
missed
a
that.
three wood. Must be. I mean, I know that you must be reaching there with your driver, but Arjun gets there with his three wood.
My apologies. I forgot that how good these players are. Absolutely, that's definitely driver territory where he is. That's almost 300 yards easily. So Arjun is showing you that cricket is. He's hit a big cover drive, so as to speak, in the offside.
Alapayal taking on from the right, second cut. Let's see if he judges the release pattern on these greens very well.
Alapayal only going with an iron off the tee. We're seeing that the players really favoring that right rough. And coming out of the rough, let's see where that ball lands up. Not visible to us so far. There it is. It's not bad. Maybe about 35 feet, but obviously not ideal either. Let's see what Arjun can do now after that big three wood.
I think that anything, like I was saying yesterday, again, would be if you're coming off those roughs from right or the left, if you can give yourself an opportunity for a putt for birdie, no matter how far it is, I think you've done a good job on these greens.
Yes, absolutely. We can't quite see his ball either. I think he's probably overshot it to the left, and the amateur who's hit a big drive. So Mr. Bajoria has done well. So there we had a look at the amateur Mr. Bajoria hitting a brilliant shot to about all of 15 feet. So that'll put him in pole position and show the professionals that, gentlemen, I'm here to play as well. As the professionals walk up the first hole, you can see that there's a steep incline of maybe about 10 to 20 feet. That does make it difficult for the players to sort of, get the perfect distance. But now they have range finders, and that's a new addition that's happened to the game of golf from the last 2 years. So you're seeing, some of the new changes that have come into effect, and especially for professional golfers, now they are allowed to use range finders, and that's something that can expedite the speed of play, and that has really been helpful in that aspect, and also made the game a little easier, if I may add, because now you're able to get the exact yardages down to the inch from wherever you are in the fairway. And previously you'd have tournament committee sort of put down yardages and all sorts of markers, and then players would take out their diaries and try to get the distance. So they would anyways be able to get the correct distance via the diaries, the tournament diaries, and so on and so forth. But what actually the yardage finders have done is, they've players would anyways be able to get those yardages. They've just eased out, the time that was taken, because there was a lot of time to try and calculate back calculations, your caddy, yourself. So maybe those conversations have been sort of removed, and now things get on a little quicker. That Now we have a look at Arjun, Mr. Green to the right, and not the best at chip shots. So definitely will have his work cut out. Good of 20 feet to try and make par from there. Whereas we have Alap IL. So shows you that probably missing this fairway is not the best strategy. It can put you in a spot of bother with the pin positions as they are. So Alap IL, almost 40, 45 feet. His par is also not a gimme. He'll have to hit two good putts. So I would suggest that maybe even laying up in the fairway and then having an iron is not the worst strategy, because at least you're hitting from the short grass and you can control the distance, the speed, the trajectory, and get yourself to somewhere within 20, 25 feet and get your round off to an easy start. As we look at Harindra Gupta, who will be hoping to get out to a hot start, playing alongside Chirag Kumar and the amateur Akshay Bajoria.
It's nice to see Harinder Gupta coming back into form in this tournament. He shot 68, 73, and 72 with a total of -3 on that leaderboard. Is at the 14th position, so hopefully he can give it a few, give the course a few more birdies today, and that should take him up into the top 10 for the week. And that'll be a nice change for Harinder Gupta, who's been trying to find some form off late, playing alongside Chirag Kumar. Chirag also didn't have the best of his rounds yesterday. Shot a 74 for a total of -4 on the scoreboard. Chirag, of course, an Asian Tour winner, should be able to, hopefully his game is really, really good for this kind of a golf course. So he should be able to convert a nice red number today, just like his shirt.
Going with the driver on the first hole is Chirag.
Chirag is definitely taking a more aggressive route this morning.
I think he would not be happy with his round yesterday, so obviously wants to make amends for that mistake yesterday and post red number.
Playing alongside Akshay Bajoria. So Akshay Bajoria is paired up with two top class players here. So great day for the amateur as well. He's representing PB Aces. So all these teams, they're all corporate teams.
Here we have Akshay Bajoria, who's also going with the driver, and a little further down from the professional tee. So looking to hit a good drive and maybe get a sandwich to the green. Let's see. Again, a very straight arm sort of setup like our leader. Trying to follow the ball. I think it should be all right. He picks up the tee just as a seasoned professional, and will go strolling down the fairway for a lovely walk till his ball.
What do you think? How would these amateurs be feeling? I remember back in the day when I was a kid, and if I got to play with a professional golfer, even for a leisurely 9-hole round, when they were heading off to practice. I remember I used to have the jitters even playing with them because it was like it was like a dream come true, because you were always hoping to make it somewhere closer to their games, and it was always jittery. So look at these guys; they have an opportunity to play with them uh, at the main event itself.
Yeah, I think that's a very important distinction that you sort of gave there at the main event. And I think that's something that we've never really experienced. We've only played maybe, I mean, we've played events in professional events as amateurs. I'm sure you have, and many as well. But as a junior or a youngster, you rarely get the opportunity to play professional golf, or as a leisure amateur, that's very rare that you get to play alongside the professionals apart from the pro am. So this is obviously something new, and mind you, there's a lot of pressure on these amateurs as well, because they are being covered live on TV, and that's something that it's not too easy, to be honest with you, because they're used to playing their golf sort of under the radar and for fun, and now the entire nation, if not the world, is being able to see them. So spare a thought for them. They're not professionals, but obviously their support and everybody else in these corporate houses is what makes the professional tournaments possible. And I think this is a format that we have a lot in other countries. The Australian domestic tour also has this kind of a format where you have these 2 to 3 day events, which are like corporate and mixed with the professionals, because eventually the professionals are competing on a level playing field, and the amateurs can sort of tag along and see how to learn and improve their game. So I think it's a win-win for everybody.
Well, we talk about the amateurs who have made it into playing these groups on the final day at the PGTI ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. I'm not sure if PGTI would be having me at any of the tournaments playing. I'm pretty sure these amateurs are way luckier. I haven't played enough of golf to be on the PGTI of late, but I'm sure that these guys are way luckier than I would be to be in that field this week.
Absolutely, playing the weekend at this wonderful golf course, playing alongside these players, and see how they're sort of reacting to the pressure, what irons they're hitting. Because one thing which is very common amongst all golfers, and that is that everybody wants to improve. It doesn't matter how old you are, what your game is, or what your stature is, where you are in life. You always want your next round to be better than the last one. That's why golf is so addictive. I mean, they have many of these wonderful sayings. When we both grew up in army golf courses, you'd have these sort of placards on every second, third hole. They would read something out. One was that golf is a wonderful pastime and a ruinous disease. But I would never sort of have that said in a lighter vein, because it just obsesses the mind and soul to improve, because there's so many facets. And one thing that always gets a golfer back, even if you shoot the worst round, you're like, okay, now I have it figured out. Tomorrow I'll shoot a good number. And I think that's what separates the best golfers from the people who are trying to make it. I think in my in my journey, when I was a really good player, towards the latter part of the amateur career and the early years of professional golf, and I remember that I would always try and enjoy the process. That yes, this shot, look forward to each shot. That yes, this is a great shot coming up. I want to hit this shot. But I think start to struggle in professional golf. The only thing you're looking at is your score. You're just trying to focus more on the score only. You're just trying to see that. And obviously, we have here a player on the first hole, and Rahul, you can tell us a little bit more about that shot.
Well, talking about the scores, Harinder Gupta definitely hasn't been able to find the putting surface, and still, is a little baffled by that situation. He tried to cut that ball from that right rough onto the green, but hasn't found the putting surface. Chirag Kumar, of course, has placed himself well to be able to get to the green. So let's see if he can pull off that shot and judge that release pattern again the way the greens are playing. Chirag, of course, in the middle of the fairway, so it should have a good look if he can spin this up.
As I was talking about the journey of golf, and I remember that when the struggles began, the only thing that I would focus on is somehow get through a round of 18 holes and post a good score, and that's the only thing I would wait. I would somehow just get through the round, get through it unscathed, just save your birdies and try to make a couple of birdies, safeguard, and sort of just walk through, tippy toeing through through 18 holes and get to a good round, and it would always unravel. That's something I remember that many times. There's sometimes I was playing at an interesting story in my first year in pro golf. I was really struggling in terms of scoring. I couldn't quite understand what has happened. As soon as I turned professional, the game sort of took a dip, and I think that's what pressure is. You don't quite see it; it's not perceptible, but trust me, ladies and gentlemen, it's definitely there, because when you're an amateur and obviously an amateur is also a lot of distinction. That term is kind of used loosely. We were amateurs who were very professional amateurs, so as to speak, playing for the country, and trying to compete on the local amateur tour of India, trying to get the rankings and all that. So when but that time you sort of the playing pool is smaller, you're sponsored and things are easier, and when you turn professional, you're sort of on your own. You're like a mercenary in a way. So you go there, and just overnight your world changes, because now you have you're let you let loose amongst the wild dogs, so as to speak. You have 126 golfers, everybody vying for 50 positions, and you realize, oh no, they're all good. It's not like the easier days where you could just amble about, shoot 4 5 overs, shoot an under par. And then I think that pressure is what really separates the best players from the good players and the average players, because they're able to just play their game, shoot their scores. They have a few bad tournaments, but they're able to back their performances. So I would think that the approach to just shoot a score is not a good one. I can say that from personal experience. You have to be in a position where you must enjoy the game, no matter what the score is, because we always play 18 holes trying to safeguard the score. And so in cricketing analogy, if a team really comes down to a 20-20 match and thinks that I want to just score 200 runs, they might shoot themselves in the foot. What's your take on that, all?
Well, I definitely agree with you on the fact that by the time you get to the Pro Tour, things are really, really changing, because you're competing against all players who are as good as each other. So, as just quick mention to the next group on the tee, we have Abhijit Singh Chadda, Samar Dwivedi playing alongside the amateur Navneet Monaksia. Abhijit Singh Chadda definitely becoming a lot more colorful after his marriage a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, I think that happens for some time. I would see him in sober clothing after a few years, as yours truly is. So enjoy the flamboyance. The early years are the best. No, I'm just joking. All the years are the best. Obviously, it's the greatest institution, and we're all lucky for those who have been, and for those who are not, they're lucky as well. I think everybody is lucky. So on that beautiful foot, where I keep digging my grave deeper and deeper, I hope that my significant other is not watching this and hearing myself trip over myself. Let's look at Samarth. He's not one to trip. He has a lot of metal. This young man can hit the ball a mile, like a lot of the other players. It's just fantastic. What a feast to watch them. Again, a very strong, athletic setup. He has that sort of. He keeps moving a little bit to generate more speed, and look at how that ball has taken off like a rocket.
Think more than generate speed, I think it would also help him to stay dynamic on the ball instead of get static, because starting the club from a static position is way more difficult than if you just keep moving around a little bit. That's why you'll see a lot of top golfers, even back in the day, including today, do waggle before they start the club. That's kind of them sort of, instead of keeping the club stationary, they are trying to get that into a dynamic movement kind of a position, because of course the ball cannot be touched or moved in golf, but the player can definitely move around himself and the club to sort of generate that dynamism, as would be the case in most other sports where the ball is moving and the player also can be very, very dynamic because of that.
I see that Bryson DeChambeau does a lot of that. Really moves around and is very jumpy on the tee. And before he unleashes one of those trademark drives of his, is that something that that helps you? What does it really do? So if you're stationary versus if you're moving, because I remember Tiger was pretty stationary at the peak of his powers. He was quite stationary. There are many golfers, they're very almost very static. But then you see a lot of great golfers like VJ Singh. They have that little bit of move where the right hip and the right knee sort of moves a little ahead, and it's like a starting motion to the body, and then it sort of goes back. I really like that sort of movement. We see a little bit of that also on tour with our player Angad Chima. He has that little bit of that forward press before hitting it, and I kind of personally have always liked that movement. A look back at the green, where we have a look at Harinder Gupta lining up for his birdie. He's very good with this range of about 15 to 20 feet. Should break a little from his left right. I think I look for him to make it. The thing that we could almost call it before it happened. It's the confidence with putting. It's not really the technique. You could see his body language. You could see how confident he was, and there was no nervous energy. And the odds of making that are actually not that high because it's almost 15 feet breaking. But you saw the speed at which he hit it. That's what separates a lot of the better players. They're very good putters on the green, because if you can't convert a good shot, eventually it wears you down. If you're hitting it to 20 feet, 25 feet, not making a putt, which a lot of players on the professional tours in India, worldwide, they struggle with, because the real separation happens on the green for these players. And it's players like Harinder who have that feel for the green, that understanding. They're able to hold that putt very aggressively, whereas someone else might be tentative because they might think that if I miss this and hit it too hard, I might have another one coming back.
In fact, talking about dynamism, if you have noticed all the long driving champions, if you watch those, you will also notice that they are moving, rocking their bodies from the right to the left, feeling the movement of their weight from the right foot to the left foot, and sort of getting ready to keep that club more dynamic, to carry up more speed into the ball. And if you remember back in the day, like you were saying, Tiger Woods wasn't dynamic. He was pretty static. On the contrary, actually, Tiger was always waggling the club, especially with his wrists, just before hitting the ball. He would always do that before he'd start that backswing of his. While we have Samar Dwivedi now, he's left himself in a slightly tricky situation. Probably didn't get enough juice on that hybrid club that he used off the tee box.
But that's a big hit for a hybrid, be able to carry that bunker. That bunker is about 242, so he's been able to carry that hybrid almost 250 yards to that rough, and that's a big carry, to be honest, with a hybrid.
Let's see if he can get enough club on the ball from this rough.
That's really thick rough. You saw that divot coming out, so look for this to have a little bit of roll after it falls down. He's left it a little short, and that's going to be a tricky one for him to make par. So
That's not too bad, actually. It's very, very uncanny, though, that that ball dropped just past that bunker and didn't actually take a bounce from that downhill. Which, if you notice yesterday, if any ball dropped in that area for the flag location, which was just on, actually did end up going way past the hole. While we look at Abhijit Chadda now lining up his second shot on the first hole.
I think that's another thing that happens more in the morning, because the fringes are a little damp, and that's what makes it a lot more difficult for the players coming from the rough. They can't just drop it short of the green; they have to still drop it on the green and try and stop it from the rough. So it's a very tough task. And let's see, Abhijit has hit a good shot. He'll have about 20 feet coming down right to left, and that's a good start by him.
Nice shot by Abhijit Chadda. He's taken the aggressive route towards that flagstick. Good thing he had enough speed on that to get the ball to spin up onto the green there. Amateur now from the middle of the fairway, Navneet Manaksia, who is representing Manaksia Steels Limited. One of the other etiquettes of golf, as you can tell right now in the fairway, while the caddy was repairing quick highlights of the past few tournaments in 2021.
and RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to, defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memory since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC.
Back to the action on the first hole. Samar Trivedi now taking on that birdie attempt from the front part of the green. He's left himself just a little bit shy, going with the putter. Almost, he's about 70 odd feet away from the flagstick.
He's going to test his short game. I think anything within 10 feet is a good putt from there.
I see you've been playing plenty amateur golf of late. He's left it at about 6 feet short of the hole, so should be all right and save that par for himself while we look at Arjun Prasad on the first tee box, playing alongside Om Prakash Chauhan from Lucknow and Sanjay Sanwal from Calcutta representing X side.
As they say, expectations should only be as good as ability. So maybe I'm maybe I'm a victim to that. As we have a look at Arjun, another good swinger of the golf club. So we had the longer hitters in the previous group actually use their rescues to go above that bunker, which is really requires a big blow. You'll see these players using a 3-wood and trying to hit it there. So the longer hitter is almost a club or a club and a half longer than the medium hitters.
You see how the rough is playing out this week. Even though Samarth had enough club to fly the bunker, but the rough was so thick that he didn't even get a bounce off that downhill to make it into the fairway. He actually got stuck right in there, which is why he had a difficult time getting up to the green.
OP very happy with that shot. Should be in the fairway.
Yep, that's his ball in the middle of the fairway, and the middle of the fairway actually shapes just from the right side of this bunker. The amateur playing alongside them, Mr. Sanjay Sanwal, representing X side. He's all smiles and feeling comfortable this morning playing with the youngsters. That was different. He's got the tees stuck up into his socks, so he just lifted up his foot and picked out a tee from there.
I think there are a lot of these things that the amateurs that you can learn from the amateurs how they play. They have those tees which are sort of tied together as well, and these are sort of these are the relics of the game, and these are little small little things that they know they play differently. Maybe sort of customs that are passed down through the ages. And it's the best thing. Why keep it in your pocket when you can just pluck it out of your socks? Let's see if he's able to put it back there. That'll be interesting. We have a look at Mr. Sanjay Samwal.
Fluid swing there for him early this morning.
Seems to have hoisted it really high. And we're eager to see where the tee goes. Oh, there it goes. He's almost like a cowboy. So,
It's kind of like how Miguel Angel Jimenez does it right after making a putt or a birdie.
Exactly.
The way he rolls that club at the back, the way people used to put their swords back.
Exactly. That's Mr. Sanwal's sword, and very well done. A peculiar style, but one that maybe we can try if you want to spice things up. Definitely try that. So tea in the socks is what it's going to be. As we have a look at the group, get some of the scores today and how players are playing so far. We have on our scoreboard a lot of red numbers so far. We have MD Zamal Hussain still at 100 par for the tournament. So players are going through the motions. It's early days, 3 holes, and players are at level par, so as to speak. What is your view on MD Zamal Hussain and his round yesterday and how well he's playing? He's not the longest of hitters, but still really getting a lot out of that, and he's been a pretty strong part of that international contingent. And is he someone who can actually improve more and take his game to the Asian Tour and compete there as well?
Absolutely. In fact, see, Zamal is a very, very solid golfer. He's a pretty good ball striker, hits a little bit of a draw. Also has very, very good short game. In fact, his short game is, I'd say it's 2 notches better than his long game as well. So that makes Zamal into actually a formidable player. Having said that, he's just not been finding enough form of late. Yesterday's round was pretty good. He was 2 under at the another birdie on the first hole, but actually ended up with a bogey on the eighth and then a par on the ninth, which gave him only a -2 on that scoreboard. But having said that, can Zamal improve more? For sure. Zamal is one of those people who still has the hunger in him, and he can really go out there and try to shoot those underpars day after day. So he is one of those guys that I would keep looking out for as time moves on. Having said that, we also have Mari Muthu and M. Dharma both have gotten off to a good start with -1 through 3 holes.
That's a good start. Have a look at back in the fairway.
Om Prakash Chauhan of late carrying around a stuff bag and unlikely seen on the PGTI. Usually, players generally tend to prefer carrying lighter golf bags with them. Clearly, Om Prakash Chauhan is taking the flamboyant route out.
I think I always like the staff bag. It looks so elegant. It's what professional golf is sort of synonymous with. If you have your sponsors, you can put their signage up in front. You can put your name, and it's very heavy and big. And especially, a weird feeling when you pull out the club out of the staff bag and the clubs actually clank together. The metallic sound, is something which you sort of associate with PGA Tour golf. I think it's when maybe in the week next we'll have more audio from the golf course as well. You'll see when a player is pulling the club out, there's a very distinct clank, a clatter, and that's a lovely sound, so as to speak. And that's something that always comes out of a staff bag. It's not quite enjoyed by the caddy because he really has to sort of carry that bag. And what a brilliant shot by
Arjun
Arjun
Prasad
there.
giving himself a good opportunity on that first hole, just about 5 feet shy of the hole. Super shot there for him. Talking about the clanking of the metals on the clubs, I used to actually enjoy wearing metal spikes back in the day when I used to walk in the clubhouse.
Absolutely.
They used to clank around all over the place. Om Prakash Chauhan from the fairway.
It's very quick. I think doesn't take much time. Executed that shot within 4 or 5 seconds. What a brilliant shot by him as well. Hitting it through. That's what I was talking about. That sort of feed off area. It goes back, and because the greens are hard, that good shot was not quite rewarded. I think that shot was on execution probably a 10 on 10 almost. It's a brilliant shot pitching at the stick from 100 yards, but not getting any sort of feedback of the greens of purchase and just bouncing up ahead. So shows you it's pretty tough. You have to navigate the tough fairways, the treacherous layout, the many tanks, the foxes in there hiding under the shrubbery, and then you have the hard greens. I think the players can't quite get a break here. It's
You
going
know,
to
a
be.
few minutes ago, Shaurya, you were talking about how while warming up in the cold weather, you'd hit a few cold ones in the morning and end up with, probably a little bit of a shocker down your hands into your shoulders because of the way the clubs used to be designed back in the day. But off late, with the new equipment in play, I don't think the new players really know what that feels like. Would you like to tell them a little bit more about it? Because the blades used to feel a lot different than all the cavity backs that we have these days. You could hit a miss it and still land up at the edge of the green now.
I think obviously a lot has to do with club fitting because it's not like one size fits all, which used to be the case for us. And somehow when we were playing, we all wanted to use blade clubs because they're very aspirational. It was like a real asset for us to have a set with a blade on it, and the thinner irons definitely do give a lot of vibration and feedback to the player, and that can be sort of jarring almost back to your joints if you hit a bad shot in the morning on a cold morning. But obviously, with the advent of fitting graphite shafts and cast and bigger heads, though some of those things can be negated, but I still see a lot of the better players and maybe the longer hitters using these kind of even the medium hitters using those blade clubs, because the feedback is unparalleled. A blade club with a soft ball and hitting a good shot is something that you kind of play golf for. But I hope these players don't know that feeling, because that is quite a lousy feeling, to be honest. On a winter morning, you are not quite stretched enough, the blood is not flowing, and you hit a shot and you get that feedback. You're like, okay, now this means business.
Yep, that feeling is no good, but nonetheless, I think I'd not trade a forged club for anything else in the world. That's for sure. While you look at Mr. Sanjay Sanwal from the left side of the green, he's there in two shots, and hopefully, local knowledge is going to help him. He's in the bunker, in fact, with an awkward lie, 1 foot on the top, and a ball in the bunker. Back on the tee, we're looking at Dhruv Shoran playing alongside Sudhir Sharma and Kulvin Suri, the amateur, representing Urbana 1. Dhruv Shoran now off the tee box, coming off a few good finishes off late. Really taking that confidence from strength to strength while the game is trending in the right direction. Sudhir Sharma, of course, from Greater Noida, is now ready to tee off. Sudhir Sharma shot a 69 yesterday to get his total up to 5 under par for the event, tied alongside Dhruv Shoran at the 6th position. Mr. Kulveen Suri now, the amateur, playing alongside Dhruv Shoran and Sudhir Sharma, getting ready to tee off. Kulveen Suri seems to be pretty confident where that ball has landed up. Should be in play. That at the back is also the putting green next to the clubhouse, as you can see now. Sanjay Sanwal putting for par. He's hit a relatively good shot out of that bunker, especially due to that lie that he found with an awkward position for the legs. Good try there for Sanjay Sanwal to save his 4. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be today, tapping it in for 5. Arjun Prasad getting ready for his birdie putt after that immaculate wedge shot from the fairway.
Arjun Prasad, obviously somebody who has been improving his game, and he had the distinction when he turned pro, I think a couple of years ago. In his first try, he was able to secure his Asian Tour card. That was quite the achievement. Playing on the Asian Tour for the first year, he got a lot of experience, and that's very important to taste success early. I think that's also something that not many people talk about. I think obviously golf is important. That perseverance is something that you kind of learn as a professional. You keep grinding it out, but if you're able to get success early and sort of move onto a higher stage, that makes all the difference. I think case in point is obviously Shubhankar winning some big, massive European Tour event, gave him a European Tour card, and from there he was able to go to strength to strength. You obviously have to have the game, but you have to have the good breaks go for you at the right time, and you have to peak and perform in the big tournaments at the right time. And obviously, this week, this is a big tournament as well for the players. A lot of points, prize money on offer. So they'd be looking to consolidate their place in the PGTI, move up the rankings, and then probably a lot of them would move off to the Asian Tour in January for the qualifying school. And oh, you hate when that happens, but such is the nature of this beast. It's a fickle game. Unfortunately, he'll walk away with a par.
Good putt by Arjun Prasad, an unfortunate miss for him. What do you think, Shaurya? Like, we're just talking about finding form and, performing in the bigger events and the better events and all of that. Um, while some players could actually take a few weeks off and find form and hopefully use that in that bigger event, but not every player has that sort of comfort or that sort of a luxury. So each of the players, some of them have to even go and compete in the smaller purse events, no matter what they are, whether they are on the Asian Tour or on the PGTI or even on the feeder tours for that matter. So there are some players out there who just don't get that time to find that form. They just keep going out there week after week, and hopefully they will hit form. Maybe in one of the weeks or two of the weeks or all of the weeks, whatever that might be. So it's so difficult to say actually when a player should actually take rest and actually be able to find his form. There is no clear answer to this question because of the nature of the game.
No, I truly agree with what you're saying. It's There's a saying in football, they say you can only beat the opposition that is in front of you. So I think that's pretty true in golf as well. And obviously, that's a luxury that's afforded to better players where they can plan their schedule and probably cherry pick the tournaments where they want to compete and sort of courses that suit their game. And that's something that's an advantage of being better players who's won tournaments. So obviously, that is a right that has to be earned. It's not quite given. And all of the great players were playing all the tournaments early. So if you're unable to reach that next level, obviously it's recommended that you try and get into as many tournaments, play as many as you can, because it's the great thing about golf is that it just takes one good week to turn your fortune around. If you can win a tournament on the PGTI, you get a 2-year exemption on tour. You really move up to those country rank points, and then you can go on the Asian Tour qualifying for the final stage straight away. So it does open a lot of gates for you. And when we have the co-sanctioned events, we have quite a few. That's one of the great things about the PGTI. The PGTI has partnered with all the international tours, and so you're able to see the European Tour, the European Challenge Tour, the Asian Tour, the Asian Development Tour, and maybe in the future even PGA Tour tournaments coming to India, because we've seen European Tour tournaments, big tournaments coming here, and that's thanks to the partnership that the PGTI had with them. And what a brilliant shot there by a player.
Dhruv Shoran giving himself a good look at birdie from just under the hole, about 5 feet shot. Amazing golf shot, one of the best we've seen so far on this flag location.
Should have an easy putt for birdie. So Dhruv obviously getting off to a good start. So I was saying that when you win a tournament on the PGTI, then you get entry into these big lucrative tournaments, and obviously the prize fund on offer on these tournaments is astronomical. Just to give you an idea, some of the bigger tournaments on the European Tour that do happen in India, you could be looking at prize funds for the tournament in excess of 10 CR. Sometimes in 1.5 million US dollars. So the players have a lot to play for, and a great week in one of those tournaments can actually have you sorted for a couple of years. So these are the tournaments that players do look forward to, and that's why each tournament that happens on the PGTI, even the feeder tour, they're really important in terms of the overall scheme of things and your game.
Talking about all this, what a great ambassador Jeev Milkha Singh has been to the sport. I remember till about 7, 8 years ago, he was famous for actually playing the maximum number of tournaments that we guys had ever heard of. He used to play 42 to 44 weeks in a year of tournaments. So that would leave him with almost no time to actually come back home. So, one can imagine what kind of a journey must that be to go week after week, from country to country, from continent to continent, just trying to win a golf tournament. That kind of perseverance and persistence that he has showcased, I think that's a great thing to look up to for all of the junior golfers, and just appreciate that kind of perseverance from such an ambassador of the sport.
Absolutely. I mean, he exemplifies, he's almost like the Iron Man of golf in a way, and that's not easy to do. I mean, it's one thing to have the intent and motivation to try and play a lot of tournaments, but it's another thing to try and pull it off. You require peak physical form, and it goes without saying that Jeev has spent a lot of time in training in fitness, nutrition, because a golf tournament goes on for almost 6 days. You have one practice round, a pro-am for the better players, and then 4 days, hopefully. But even if you don't make the cut, you sort of stuck in a different city, and then you're there for 5 6 days. You take your bag, your luggage, lock, stock, and barrel, and then you travel to another city. You try and settle down there, go for a practice. It's very draining. It's very taxing onto the system, let alone the physical side of it, mentally as well. So I think physically you really need to be, aware of your body and be fit enough, and especially as you go to more hostile conditions in Europe, where the temperatures could actually be in minus Celsius, and you're still having to play, and extremely cold winter mornings, long golf courses, very high rough, and a top-notch international field. I think that in itself is quite a recipe to unnerve any great player. So he's been able to do that over the years, and that only happens by thorough preparation. I think obviously he comes from great pedigree, and his father, what he did for sport in general in India, and you saw a lot of that in that movie Bhag Milka Bhag, how he prepared, and I think. And that's something that aspiring sportsmen should look at. To prepare like that, then maybe you can play 40 events a year.
And Thangaraja from Sri Lanka now on the tee box, playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Dr. Sachin Verma, the amateur representing SRMB Stunners. I think the other thing that a lot of mostly players do not get recognition for or sort of get appreciated for is the fact that they're out on the road for so long. It's not only just playing, and everyone thinks that it's just playing and traveling, and it's such a nice profession to be in. But there is a lot of flip side to it for the amount of work that goes behind the scenes. I mean, that is definitely one, and I think a lot of people start realizing that now. But other than that, missing out on family events, you could be actually, some of these players could be currently missing out on their wife's birthday or their kid's birthday, or even some of them have to also miss days like Diwali, which is so huge for our country. So or the players don't really get appreciated for all of these things, and I think they totally deserve it because their holidays and festivals are something which, of course, for them come in secondary after their tournaments.
I think that's really important. You've hit the nail on the head. And it goes, the famous sports saying is that it's lonely at the top, but I think it's fair to say that individual sport is a lonely road. I mean, they are competitors. You will be amongst friends, but at the end of the day, you are one who's pulling the trigger. You have your own career, your own path, and it's fair to say that you have your life at stake when you're a professional golfer, because you're investing the best time of your life, your youth, into chasing sort of a chimera of sorts. It's a little bit of a dream, and not everybody's going to make it, but it's the journey, as they say. It's not always about the destination, and that's why it's so aware and be cognizant of what you can and what you cannot do. So professional golf is not for the faint of hearted, or professional sport for that matter, because it only rewards excellence, and you're seeing that on this week with Sudhir there, an excellent birdie that
Nice par by Sudhir Sharma on the first hole.
My apologies, a par there, but nevertheless a brilliant par. But coming back to the point, sport, it's obviously heavily tilted towards excellence. That's why the prize funds, you always have the winner take away almost 16% of the prize fund, and that's rightly so, because to win an individual sport is an extremely difficult endeavor. You're looking at odds which are pretty low. You're looking at 130, 35 players tee off and one person winning. So it's obviously a worthy achievement. So the fact is that individual sport, you have the least percentage of winning. In some aspects, it's similar to tennis, but tennis is more of a knockout, so it's still kind of easier because you're not actually competing with all the participants. But in golf, it's very unique because your score has to beat all the other opponents. So and that's why it's important to sort of understand what you can do and what you can't, and having longevity and fitness that you can play these 40 45 events is paramount. I think that should be the baseline for anybody looking to play professional golf, that yes, am I able to be physically fit enough to play 40 weeks? And And there are sacrifices. I remember many times I have missed friends' marriages and functions at home, and I mean that goes without saying because you're making your bread and butter from golf. So you have to understand which side your bread is buttered and land up on the green.
So definitely, you're getting only bread back then, so the butter wasn't on it.
Absolutely.
While we're watching the ever smiling N. Thangaraja, man with a superb heart and a very, very positive attitude. Love meeting him on the golf course. He'd definitely be one of those people who'd, always have a smile on the face and always pump you up. And playing alongside what I think Dr. Sachin Verma will be the inverted tiger for the day.
That's good. That always works out well.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from the right side of the fairway, a pole position to get to this flag location. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu starting the final day at a total of -6 for the event. He shot 69, 69 on the first 2 days, followed up by a 72. Super shot by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Great control on that wedge shot, giving himself a good look at birdie. One of the best positions to be in, slightly uphill putt with a little bit of break from the left to the right. That should help him propel further. As Shaurya has been quite adamant, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, the man who shoots 10 under pars for fun, apparently.
I'm pretty certain that he'll be mounting a challenge for sure today. You look at that shot and the difference in standard and what he was able to do as compared to others. He was able to stop the ball in one bounce, and that shows you that he was able to impart a lot of compression on that ball. So Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, definitely watch out for him. He could easily get to maybe a total of 10 under par, shoot a 4 or 5 under par. I think even if you're able to get to 9 under par today, that could be a great total because it's the final day and the final group will obviously be under pressure and the wind will also pick up. And you can see the difference in scoring that happens when the wind sort of gets up on this golf course. As we saw yesterday, there were some players who had a pretty difficult time yesterday and went tumbling down the leaderboard, and that can happen. You never want that to happen, but the wind up and the flag positions, like even the first hole, things like this could prove tricky later in the day.
For any of these players who are at -6 or -5, trying to get up all the way up to Kshitij Navedkal's score of -12, will have to get to a solid start early on in the day. And I think through the front nine would need about 4 to 5 under par to actually, be close enough to these guys. Other than that, there is almost no way to get closer up through 6 shots. I know that this golf course is difficult, but to get up to that number, one has to get off to a solid start.
We almost had a moment of billiards or pool where the cue ball would have collided. But in that case, just for our viewers to understand that if two balls on the green do collide, then they're replaced. The ball that the player hit, he'll have to play it as it lies, but the previous player will replace his ball. So that's another little bit of a factoid for you, if you may.
Thangaraja has missed the green towards the left side, as we have seen many other players also missing it on that side. It's a little bit of a treacherous spot to come in from. Thangaraja, a proficient player of the wedge, so I think he will have something interesting to show us from there. A little bit of hydration for Thanga. The best shot we have seen so far from that area on the first hole. Dr. Sachin Verma, the inverted tiger, also there, as we can tell. A super shot by Thangaraj, just about tapping it in to save his par on the first hole. Super shot.
Let's see what he can do. This putt would break from his left to right. Nice little putt, a little bit of downhill, then uphill. So speed would not be an issue. This player would just have to leave it on the line, and then the green should do the rest. And he's done well. What a brilliant putt! That's
Oh my
what a
God, what a lovely
heartbreak.
putt by Dr. Sachin Verma. Seems like he's a doctor with the putter as well.
He had the surgeon's precision on that, but undone just by. But what a brilliant putt that was by him.
Very nice etiquettes, just cleaning up so he can get out of the way for the professionals.
Yuvraj would have gotten a little bit of the idea, seeing Doctor's ball break a little bit in the end to the left, and although it's a different angle, but that should be able to help him. Yuvraj almost in a similar position to where Harinder was, a little further up and to the right. But I think still look for this one to break a little bit from the left to the right. Maybe speed would be the important factor, as we saw. Sachin Verma's ball break to the left, so he doesn't want the same. So just keep the speed there, and we back on the tee.
Sachin Verma was coming slightly from over the hole. That's why he got the other slope into play. I think from the location that Yuvraj has put himself, that'll be a left-right break for him. Sunit Chaurasia, the best player in the field as of now from Kolkata. He is also at a score of -6, tied alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at fourth position with scores of 71, 68, and 71.
I really like the preparation, the pre-shot routine that Ankur Chadha has. He's also one player who has a very controlled swing, very controlled motion. There's no extra movement in the swing. I really like. Yeah, he's a very consistent player, and that's something you'll require if you have to take your game international. Consistency is also very important. You can't always blow hot and cold, although that is preferred if you can shoot some great deep rounds. But you must be able to keep your game in a certain zone of predictability as well. Very nice finish. Nice tall finish. Let's see where he's hit that rescue. Oh, he's been able to carry the bunker as well. So obviously he has been able to add some length to his game. So that rescue carrying about 250 yards, 55, 60 yards rather, because he's gone a good fair distance ahead of the bunker. Now Mr. Rajiv Khaitan has given it a good whack. My apologies, Mr. Raghav Khaitan there, the amateur who will be flanking the professionals in his group, and he's from the Salazar Services Insurance Brokers Private Limited.
This is one of the first few tournaments that we have witnessed this year where the top guys aren't very, very bunched up. In fact, Ankur Chadha, who is at third position, is at -10. And Sunit Chaurasia playing alongside him is at fourth position at -6, which is something that we just haven't seen this year. This year we've seen everyone bunched up within a shot of each other. In fact, 5-5-4-4 people bunched up at one single score throughout the year. So this is definitely showcasing what kind of an event this is, what kind of golf course the players are getting to play, and definitely treacherous and a lot of pressure on the games for all of these gentlemen. Of course, separated this week by form are Kshitij Naved, Kaul, Angad Chima, and Ankur Chadha, who are definitely putting up a completely different show than all the others. These are the only three players in the field, four players actually in the field so far who have had all red numbers.
Yes, I think that's why I'm enjoying this week a lot more, because it's able to separate a lot of the players from the others. It's able to put the best players at the front who are on top of their game, cylinders, and that's how normally this golf course you see a lot of separation happening, and that's a welcome sign, because the best players, it's only going to reward the best of players who have the putting, chipping, and everything else sorted. So you're seeing Yuvraj, who carried a lot of good momentum from the previous week, Ankur, Angad, Kshitij, Sunit, It's almost like the top 10 is unchanged from week to week right now, I feel, and the best players are again on top, and the difference between them and the others is obviously substantial now.
Looking at the scoring on the golf course, only 7 players this entire tournament so far for the first 3 rounds have been under par uh, through each of the days. Only 7 players, mind you. While what we have seen as a trend going in the past few events, we have seen almost 30 to 40 players having 4 red numbers on that scoreboard.
So I think this also can be attributed to the rough, and I think that's something that maybe other golf courses can also see. Obviously, it's week to week, and how the golf course is playing, what they decide, and that's important because rough also has to be commensurate with how the greens are playing. So it has to be a fair challenge, can't be unfair. The golfers are always happy to play a difficult track as long as it's fair and is able to yield a couple of opportunities as well. And I think this week, Royal Calcutta Golf Club has struck a very good balance in that aspect. I mean, the leaders are still at 12 under par, which itself is a very deep score. But what we're seeing is that the separation is there. So this is a good event. I mean, one of the majors kind of feel that it has.
Karan Pratap Singh is off to a hot start this morning. He is 3 under par through 6 holes. That's kind of what I'm sure Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Ankur Chadda, as well as Sunny Chaurasia, are looking for this morning. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu started off with a birdie on the first hole itself. He converted that putt. So he's up to -7 now, separating himself by a shot over Sunny Chaurasia.
Look for that to be close. A little bit to the left, but that's all right. We'll stay on the green and give him a realistic chance at birdie, but a little tougher from there because it's a downhill putt. Would have preferred to miss it on the right of the flag as opposed to the left.
It's funny how that putt's actually quite a slow side. Not many of the players from that side so far have been able to come close.
What a brilliant shot by the amateur there. Amateur only in name.
Mr. Raghav Khaitan pulling off a nice wedge shot there, very similar to Yuvraj Singh Sandhu's location on the putting surface.
He would be quite the weekend warrior. I'm sure he's a shark amongst the playing group. He's definitely showing his prowess there with a brilliant shot. Let's see if Suneet can hit a similar shot.
Suneet also needing multiple birdies for an early hot start today if he wants a realistic shot at this title at his home course, leaving himself way shy of the flag.
That's a very unexpected sort of shot there, almost 30 feet short of the flag.
Maybe he's just sort of, starting the day off on a very cool note, calm note. Maybe he'll try to start picking those later. But he was a little dejected with that shot, but I think he'll enjoy that walk with the putter.
Definitely a miscue for him. He'll be looking to get that close. But yeah, maybe the yardage or something else. But let's see for him, maybe he makes that putt. Look at how steep it is from the right side. So if you do end up pushing your shot, you can actually have a quite the chip shot to this green. As we go back to our group, Suneet and Yuvraj. What are some of your interesting memories of this golf course, Rahul? Something that you can tell us? Any tournament, anything particular? I remember from my time, the second hole at times they used to change the tee. If I remember, or there were two greens at one point in time. The tee and the green could be interchanged. I remember there was one tee which is next to the first hole, and there was a green as well at next to the first hole.
Yep. So actually, they've changed that whole location now. There used to be one where there used to be a hazard right before the green. I think back in the day they used to use that putting surface, but now they use the one on the left side. That green's actually quite difficult. It runs like it's got like a spine in the middle of the green. It's only about 10, 12 yards wide in the front part, about 20 yards or 24 yards wide at the back part of the green, with bunkers on either side of the front parts. And that spine actually is so treacherous because, especially with the release on the greens right now, what will happen is that if you dropped a ball just right at that spine, the ball would roll off to the right, and if you drop one just left of it, it would roll off to the left. So, played like a really, really difficult hole at number
I
two.
think just hit it on the spine then.
Absolutely.
Keep it in the middle.
Absolutely.
That's what they say always. Just keep hitting it in the middle of the greens. That's also a lot of advice that been passed on through the years. That if you can just try and hit the center of each green, you'll always have 18 birdie putts. Obviously, it's a lot easier said than done. It's pretty difficult to hit anything more than 14 to 15 greens, especially on a long golf course like the Royal Calcutta. But I think players who would be able to do that, and I think our champion today would be someone who's hit a lot of greens and sort of minimize the pressure by that. Because when you do miss a green, I mean, you might still make a par with a chip and putt, but you have to focus a lot harder to make a putt. Make a par from off the green. You have to sort of navigate your chip, where to pitch it, and then you have another putt to make. But if you're in a comfortable distance on the green, 30, 25, 40 feet, you can always, go for your birdie and just make par. So, and the longer you have to make up and downs, it's kind of a little bit amount of you kind of riding your luck out because that wears out. You can only make so many up and downs and chip putts. You need good ball striking eventually.
Leaders are on the tee box now at the final round of the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. That on our screens now is Angad Chima, who is following the leader just by one shot at a total of 11 under par, playing alongside Kshitij Naved, called the leader of the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. The amateur who's paired up with them is Mr. Ronak Mehta, who will be representing Lumiere golfers.
As we were talking about that pre-swing kind of tick move, you can see Angad sort of does a little bit of a forward press with his left hand, and that helps him get his hands a lot more ahead at impact. You'll have a look at that. That's a very impressive move that he does. This little move right here. That's sort of his trigger before he hits the shot. Also quite a long hitter of the ball is Angad. Very happy with that 3-wood. These players are so good. None of them have actually gone into the bunker, so they've been able to take that out of play totally. Either with their yardages or with their line of play. I've seen everybody actually go ahead of the bunker. So whether that's a 3-wood or a rescue, or maybe some of the shorter players actually going with the driver. I think Kshitij should have the firepower to clear that bunker with a rescue.
What would you think? What would be your choice of club on this hole?
I remember hitting a 3-wood. I could never fly that hazard with a rescue. My rescue would barely reach the hazard, but the bunker, a 3-wood was always my preferred club.
There is no hazard on that fairway, Shaurya.
The bunker is a hazard. Or maybe I was
Only
just
if you look at it as one. It's a beach for some.
Exactly. Let's hope that Kshitij does not land up on the beach.
Flown
He's
that
fine,
comfortably.
and on the left, obviously these players are hitting it really, really long. And now you have the amateur, Mr. Ronak Mehta.
So Ronak Mehta, hopefully he's feeling very comfortable playing the leader group today.
Going with an iron. That's a lot of confidence there, going with an iron.
Wow, super strong grip for Ronak Mehta there. Going at it, and very, very confidently so.
That's a good shot. He's dressed as Gary Player or in black as the Black Knight, and that's good. A lot of fashion coming about today. You see how jovial Angad is. Angad is somebody who's very unassuming, and when you're playing a tournament, whether he's leading or whether he's just following others, he's always chit-chatting and talking, and that's I think that's a lot of different personalities. I always see that there are a lot of players who don't like to talk too much when it's down to the business end of things, because they're in their zone. They have their own calculations, their thoughts about their swing, the game, and so on and so forth going on. And conversely, you also have a lot of players who really do like to talk and are more affable and sort of social on the golf course. So it's no one size fits all. Whatever works for you, sort of go with it. I'll look at some of the scores today. We're having a look at Abhijit Singh Chadda, who's at 2 under for the day. So that's a good hot start by him. Now he's obviously trending in the right direction in terms of this tournament. Then we have Raj winning the previous event and hoping to take that form into this week and try and mount a challenge
for
today.
hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to, defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memory since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC.
As we are back on the first hole, we also have a look at some of the notable scores today. Trishul Chinnappa at 2 under par for the day. We have Tapi Ghai at 2 under par for the day. So there are some good scores here towards the mid of the leaderboard. And we have Karan Pratap Singh at 3 under par for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Obviously, early days so far. What's going to be so important is how this leader group actually gets off in terms of their start in the first few holes. That's a brilliant 3-wood by Angad. As you saw, he's quite a long hitter. He's almost 50 yards ahead of that bunker, so hitting a 3-wood close to 300 yards. And you have our leader Kshitij now with call, also with a good lusty blow on that rescue, maybe hitting it about 270 yards. So obviously, they have a lot of firepower, a lot of distance. These players are able to hit these clubs. Now, this is not too tough of a shot for Kshitij because he's coming off a good angle, maybe about 85 yards, pitch it about 75, let it roll up the rest of the distance, and should look for this to get in within 15 feet. Seems to have leaked it to the right-hand side. Now we'll have his work cut out to make par. The amateur there has hit a brilliant shot, has Mr. Ronak. Now Angad coming in with about a shot of 65 to 70 yards, a very easy shot with a lob wedge. He's a very good wedge player, imparts a lot of spin, so this should be a good clinic for all our viewers who are watching how to hit good wedges, sort of stay down and impart some spin on them. Can't quite see where the ball is. We can see the ball of Kshitij now with call there on the front right of the green. I think Angad was quite disappointed with his shot, just walked off straight away. So we should soon find out where his ball is. So for those of you who are just joining us right now, we like to tell you that we're live from Kolkata for the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021 presented by Urbana. And what you're watching is the PGTI Professional Golf Tour of India, the premier golf tour, one of the most premier golf tours, domestic golf tours in the world, and the Professional Golf Tour of India has the distinction of being one of the only few golf tours with world ranking points on offer for the top five players. So every week there are players are playing, the top five players are able to get world ranking points, and that would enable them to climb up higher in the rankings and then get access to bigger and better international events. Just a case in point is Odian Mane, who was able to play on the PGTI, get a great ranking, and then from there was able to book his berth at the Olympics, very at the recently concluded Olympics. So that just shows you that the strength of the PGTI. So if you can just do really well here, you can get access to a whole world of tournaments, including the WGCs and the majors and so on and so forth. So, and obviously there's a handsome prize purse of 40 lakh this week. So the players have a lot to compete for. And as we are in the business end of things, we are looking at the PGTI schedule of events as well. So there are just two more events to go. So the players have little time in order to improve their rankings. And and for all the players who are just on the bubble and outside the top 60, this is going to be very important because they want to ensure that they can reach that elusive top 60 spot, because only the top 60 get to play in the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021. And that's going to be a very, very important tournament for these players to reach, because that is the crown jewel of the tour, and only the top 60 plus the invites get to play that tournament. So that's a lot of motivation for the players to play for, and obviously for players to try and keep their card so that they can avoid visiting the qualifying school, because that the qualifying school is anything can happen there, to be honest. And you can see yourself without a job for a year. So obviously a lot of these players are cognizant of that and would try to ensure a good finish today. But no such worries here for our leader group. Those kind of thoughts are far, far away from their mind. They're very solid players, both of them, and they would be looking to ply their tour on the Asian Tour next year. So the only thing they would have on their mind is right now is to make decisive action and shoot a good score and win this tournament. I think nothing less than that would please them, especially both Angad and Kshitij, young golfers who've already tasted victory and are very solid players in their own right. Now we have a look at Angad, who hit a pretty dismal shot from about 80 yards out. So uh, maybe miscued it or duffed it, but not the kind of shot that we were expecting from a player of his pedigree. But let's see if he's able to come back with a good putt. That's so important to stay in the moment for him. After that kind of a shot, he'd be looking to make par and just maybe get on with it from the next hole. Oh, what a brilliant putt. And that just goes to show you that it's so important is that how you recover from adversity, because it's very easy to be dejected and downcast after hitting a shot like that. But he's been able to bounce back pretty well and will make his par. So he will be happy with that par now after that second shot. Now we have a look at the amateur, Mr. Ronak Mehta, who had a brilliant shot, to be honest. He's upstaged the professionals, and let's see if he can show them how a birdie is made on the first hole. It seems need a little bit more legs, and that's all right. We'll make par and move on to the next. So that's a good par by him, the amateur. Dressed in all black today. Now we have a look at Kshitij, whose shot we couldn't quite trace off the camera, but now we will soon find out. Yes, that seems to be his par putt. So you're seeing that there's a lot of discussion actually going on between caddy and player, because it's imperative on these short putts. They look very benign and harmless, but believe you me, they're nothing but that. You have to get everything right in order for this putt to go. And as you can see that, he is going through some thought and calculations in his mind, and he has to be absolutely sure about the line and the speed Otherwise, any sort of doubt or confusion can actually result in him missing the putt. All right, so he's done well. So he'll clean up for his par and move on. And that's a good start for the leader group, not dropping his shot. And they would move off to the second hole now. We have a look at hole number 10 as we have the players walking down the 10th hole, and back to the first hole where we have the players who teed off from the back nine. Vikrant Chopra there, playing alongside Ajay Besoya. On hole number 10, we have the group of Sanjeev Kumar and Karan Pratap Singh, who teed off from the first hole and who've already gone through 9 holes today. A little bit about Royal Calcutta Golf Club. Magnificent venue for this event. And a look at some of the scores now. We have Kshitij Navid Kaul leading the tournament at 12 under par, followed by Angad Chima at 11 under par and Ankur Chadda at 10 under par. Some of the notable scores: Karan Pratap Singh at 3 under par for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Then we have Trishul Chanappa, who's doing really well, 2 under for the day and 2 over for the tournament. And Jay Pandya, who's moved up quite a few positions.
and RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to, defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memory since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC.
As we get back to the action here, I'll look at our leaderboard. Very hotly contested tournament. It's going to get very interesting as the day wears on. As you can see right now, the conditions are pretty benign. The wind is not swirling at this point in time, but expect that to pick up and make things a lot more challenging for our players. And obviously, at the top of the leaderboard, our trio has been able to separate themselves from the chasing pack, and I think it's you know any one of these three players are quite one of the certain players that the winner might emerge from them, because the chasing pack do have their work cut out. Yuvraj Sandhu, who's off a good start today with that one under, would be looking to crash the party and definitely stamp his authority, put down a marker today, and see where that goes. Abhijit Chadda at 2 under for the day as well, doing really well. As we have a look at hole number 10 here, the par 4, a slight dog leg, a little bit of a turn to the right, and uphill hole. Very interesting hole. Some of the other players who are enjoying a good run today is MD Zamal Hussain Mola, who's at 1 under and 2 under for the tournament. Tappy Guy has actually made another birdie, so he's moved to 3 under and 1 under for the day. So he's doing really well. On our screens is Kapil Kumar. Kapil Kumar, not having the best of days, is at 2 over today through 6 holes. So obviously will be looking to improve upon his round. The flag on the 18th hole today in a very tricky spot, as you can see right at the back left. A very challenging flag indeed. So a lot of these players are going to find it very difficult to get close to that flag, and it's a little bit of those sucker pins, as they are called. There's one of the pins that entices the player to go for it, but if he falters, you can find that you could drop a shot pretty fast here. And as you can see, the OB is not too far away. It's about 15 to 12 yards from the left edge of the green. So a lot of these better players would not be looking at it. But if the wind is blowing from the left, as it was yesterday, and into the players' faces, that makes the hole pretty long, playing to almost 480 yards or so, given the wind, adding another 40 yards. So the medium players could be facing, let's say, anything like a 5 iron after, or maybe even a 6 iron. And to that flag with a bunker, with the tree overhanging, it's not easy at all. So look for a lot of bailouts on the front right of the green. So players would try to just make par, and maybe the more adventurous players only going for this flag.
Isn't this what we saw yesterday, where Oh my God, Kapil Kumar having a rough day out there on the golf course. Um, if you remember, we saw one of the players yesterday trying to reach up to that middle flag and actually ended up very close to this one. This is what really happens because when you see the flag over there and you're trying to go for it, generally speaking, there's a little bit of bailout that a lot of players would end up going for. So definitely one of the tougher flags, 30 plus inside that front edge. You have Badal Hussain from Bangladesh.
So Badal playing level par today through 3 holes. Mind you, sorry, through 8 holes and 3 over for the tournament. A decent putt. I think that's a very tricky flag and would favor a high ball flight hitter because a lower hitter would not really be able to reach that because of the tree. So this shows you that it is pin positions and golf holes like this where, unfortunately, for the players who can't really hit it high or long, this would prove a challenging hole to birdie. I mean, they should be able to make par, but to make birdie, you would need a good high soft shot. That's the only way you're going to stop that ball on this upper shelf.
Now, the junior golfer playing alongside them, Arhant Modi, representing Century Plywood. He is the amateur on this group.
Oh, he's confused as well. From that, Reed didn't quite get it right.
I've seen the tournament director has a little bit of a penchant to find little ridges to put the cups, which basically makes it very, very difficult for players to read the lines coming into the holes. They have these subtle breaks every now and then. We noticed this in Delhi Golf Club as well, wherever they perched up the hole. They would have a slight break from the left or from the right, which was very difficult for the naked eye to tell.
I think absolutely because the tournament directors are aware that the players are very well prepared. They have their green reading books and they do all their preparation. So, in all fairness, for the tournament director, also they have their work cut out to try and find these unique pin positions which can at least test the players. Otherwise, things become too predictable. Look at the flag; it's fluttering. So today it's playing downwind. So wind has switched. So that would make it a little easier for the players to try and actually go for that flag.
One of the rookies on tour, Jay Pandya, who started off the 10th tee box, has actually gotten off to a pretty decent start with a -2 on the scorecard through 6 holes for the day. The players make their way onto the first hole now. These are the players who teed off from the 10th tee box, playing the 18th now, which will be the ninth hole for the day for them. And they would go and make their way into the front nine hereafter. Looking back at the 10th fairway, appears that our first group for the day has actually reached the 10th hole now. It's another sight that you would hardly see any professional golfers using trolleys on the golf course. Usually it's the amateur golfers whose caddies end up using trolleys. Professional golfers, generally speaking, uh, usually have their caddies lug their golf bags through the round. Totally a team effort between the two. It's like they're having a little bit of a relaxed day. The scoring team at the leaderboard on the 18th green, Kshitij Navedkar still atop the leaderboard at -12. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at -7, followed closely. Following the leader closely are Angad Chima and Ankur Chadda still at 11 under and 10 under respectively. While Abhijit Singh Chadda seems to have found a little bit of the heat on the golf course in the morning and he's -2 for the day through 3 holes. Shamim Khan in the fairway. Shamim Khan is -1 for the day through 6 holes. It's coming into what appears to be the ninth fairway. Back onto the 10th tee box, we have the group of Gaurav Pratap Singh, Divyanshu Bajaj, and the amateur Anshul Mishra. Divyanshu Bajaj ready to tee off first. Divyanshu is 1 over through 9 holes, which makes his total for the tournament to 1 over. He shot 3 rounds of 73, 72, 71 and is 1 over for the day today.
Divyanshu going with a more aggressive approach driver on this hole. Teeing off from the left, obviously favoring a left-to-right movement and also going further to the left because this hole actually invites the player to hit a fade.
I remember back in the day, these trees from the right side actually used to come way on closer to the tee box, and one had to really shape that left rider to be in play for this hole. Some of us who used to hit draws used to actually go over the trees to sort of get it down into the fairway. Gaurav Pratap Singh now making his way onto the tee box.
Gaurav Pratap Singh also likes to favor a fade and play a left-right shot, and so this hole would really suit his eye. Gaurav Pratap Singh, let's have a look at his score today. Gaurav Pratap Singh level par for the day after 9 holes, so really not able to make a move up the leaderboard. So we'll need to make a couple of birdies here at least to get into the red numbers. I think finishing a week under par is always very satisfactory for the players, and that's something that they would aim to do this week. Gaurav Pratap Singh there off the tee.
This hole favors Gaurav's ball flight. He hits a little bit of a left-righter, so easily he could stand in the left center of the fairway and have a little bit of a fade going on, and that will open up the fairway a hell of a lot for him.
Yeah, actually, there's a tank on this hole as well towards the left side, closer to the fairway. So that's something that the players would look to avoid. Now we have the amateur here, Anshul Mishra, who got off to a brilliant start, who showed us on the first hole how to hit a good drive. So the youngster definitely has a lot of game. That's a brilliant swing, has a lot of speed, and that's one of the ingredients that would serve him well later in his golfing days. So we see the nice, enjoyable walk on the 10th hole. There's a lot of time between shots, so as to speak, dead walk where players are just walking from the green to the tee, and that's also quite an important time where players would actually reminisce about the previous hole and think about what to do on the next shot. So there's a lot going on as players play this. So we come back to the 18th, and as I was speaking previously, that this flag stick is, oh, what a brilliant shot, is not that inviting for the shorter players or players who can't really hit it that high. And Shamim, mind you, sorry, this is the 9th hole, not the 18th. That's a brilliant shot by Shamim, and that's quite a tricky position on the 9th as well. So obviously, the referees and the tournament committee has put very difficult flag sticks. This flag all the way onto the left of this green is almost inaccessible. There are trees up ahead, and the approach shot is you have to be in the correct place on the fairway. So obviously, Shamim using that short game fails to extricate himself out of that tricky position and should walk away with his par. But might see a lot of players actually go for that flag today. So as we were speaking before, you have a look at this ninth hole flag stick. It's all the way to the left, and I remember this used to be one of the flags that we used to get in the East India match play to make it really interesting. And the person who was down could actually try and attack this flag, and it's fraught with its own set of dangers. Actually, this flag. So let's see what other groups are able to navigate this hole. We have Mari Muthu, who definitely has the firepower to get to this flag, but needs to work on that touch on the green. That's not a good putt by him. So Mari Muthu, level par for the day, one under for the tournament so far. Would drop a shot and move to level par for the tournament.
Might be a bit of a misread though, but Mari did hit a pretty solid putt there, at least giving himself an opportunity to make it. Could have ended up overreading that a little bit. Shamim Khan, of course, a very, very good touch on the greens. And in fact, his touch actually goes off the greens as well. He's really, really good in terms of field play, be it a tee shot with a driver or even a chip shot.
Having his trusted man Friday Gulu on the bag. And it's a partnership that has endured the test of time.
Gulu seems to be very happy with that putt. He's given it a little bit of a low fist pump.
Jovial character is Gulu. I've had him, I think, one tournament on my bag, and I think he had the expectations that I could produce the game similar to Shamim Khan. I have to tell him that, my dear friend, you have to temper your expectations here. You're not with the leading racehorse. You with somebody who's making up the pack. I saw him a little disappointed, but it was a feeder tour event. I remember it was pretty enjoyable at Faridabad Golf Club, and I think that's where Golu hails from. So
Was he low fist pumping on your par putts as well?
I think he was just a little aghast. He was like, "Why? Where are the birdies? Where are the eagles?" I said, "My friend, make do with par right now. We love and respect par up in this side of town." So,
In fact, Tappy Guy has gotten off to a super start this morning at -3 through 9 holes. So he's really putting on some fire this final round of the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. Of course, the leaders are keeping it calm. Angad Chima has dropped a shot on the second hole, now at -10, so just 2 shots shy of the lead.
Kshitij Navid Kaul, a very steady player, as he saw yesterday, was able to turn on the afterburners towards the second half of the round. So that is something that Angad oblique Ankur cannot really afford to drop shots and give him any space because he's a very stable player. I doubt that he will capitulate on the back nine. He'll have everything under control. He's got a very steady head on the young shoulders of his. But I think the chasing pack really can't do a self goal by making bogey so early. So Angad has to recover quick from that mistake and maybe make some birdies to rectify that error.
Getting ready on that 18th fairway for a pitch shot is Trishul Chinappa playing alongside Ranjit Singh, the veteran from Chandigarh.
A very colorful character, one of the funniest people you'll ever come across. Always able to put a smile to your face, and in fact, very good at lampooning other players as well in a lighter vein. And I've played a couple of rounds with him, and obviously there were a lot of jokes happening in between, mostly on my game and the speed of play. But he was really funny. I remember this great incident when we were paired up together playing a tournament in Mumbai. And a good story anecdote for our viewers as well, that you have to mark the ball, and the rule states that when you get back on the green you should be able to find it and replace and put the ball there. So what happened, I had put down a marker, and it was one of those magnetic markers, and somehow it stuck to my putter. So it was a very confusing incident. For about 5 minutes there was a hold up. Sorry, I'm back at it again. And I said, no, I'm not. Please hear my story. Please give me the benefit of doubt. It's not the same. I said, I can't find my marker. It was such a funny story. I tell you, Ranjit was in splits and he was looking at me And he was like, with his trademark Punjabi and his accent, he's like, "यार तू की करता रहना है यार तू खेल क्यों नहीं रहा है?" मैं कहा यार I told him, Ranjit sir, I can't find my marker. What do I do? So he's like, "No, you are just doing this to get more time to read the putt." I said, "That's not the case." So then what happened? The referee came. So I was like, I marked my ball, but I can't find my marker. He said, "Yeah, we kept looking, where's the marker?" So it so happened it stuck to the bottom of my putter because it was a magnetic putter. So then eventually it was there, and I was penalized the shot, and I had to replace the marker. So so that was a very funny story. So whenever he meets me, he says, "Where's your marker, buddy?" So I realized that day, and I think the rule later was amended after that, and I think I would have been one of the last ones to be penalized under that rule, and rightly so, for for slowing up proceedings. So if you mark your ball and you can't find your marker, then you have to approximate where it was and place it back with a penalty. But I think now that rule has been changed. So if you have a magnetic marker, by all means, you let it go anywhere.
Please check the putter if you lost your marker now. Mari Muthu with his customary aggressive golf swing playing alongside the fairway finder Shamim Khan.
What a contrast in this group. Two very different players, two very different ways of playing the game. Shamim, one under par, two under for the tournament. So at this point in time, he's able to better his playing partner Mari Muthu R, who is three over for the tournament, two over, sorry, and three over for the day. So seems that he ran into a lot of trouble.
I'm sure the amateurs are having a great time out there playing with the professionals. Mari Muthuar definitely hasn't gotten off to the most favorable start after a 76 yesterday, already three over par through 9 holes. Ranjit Singh seems to have hit a good chip shot, which we have seemed to miss. Trishul Chinappa checking the slope on that putt using a few techniques of reading that line.
Trishul takes his fitness very seriously and also reaping the rewards. A good golf game that has come out of that. And I think Ranjit is also a very good, very big proponent of fitness. I mean, I think he's into his 40s, if I'm not wrong, but it doesn't look like that. If you look at him, he's always in fine fettle, and he's somebody who enjoys the game of golf. It's very, very important. When I speak to him, he's had such a long career. I think he's not won yet on the tour. He's been somebody who's always been knocking on the door, has shot a lot of good rounds, but maybe that victory will come at a time when it'll be like poetic justice. And I tell him that, maybe your first victory would be such a memorable one that you wouldn't need any other. So, but he's very consistent, keeps putting in the time and effort. His younger brother as well, who was a very good golfer, who's now relocated abroad. So both the brothers, a very good sporting culture within the house, and obviously Ranjit now still going strong, and that's very nice to see. I like to see the players who are there from, the journeyman professionals also able to compete with the youngsters. That's very important because the youngsters feed off the legends, so as to speak. But the legends also have to be on their toes. They have to understand that if you are to play well and keep up with the young crowd, then you have to put in the hard yards. And let's see if he can hold his putt for par.
Talking about that flag stick in the whole Shaurya, I always find it very, very unnerving when the flag stick is in the hole, even from 15 feet away. So, definitely on a 6-footer, I'm looking at removing that flag stick to get a better view of the hole. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I come from the same school of thought, but obviously Ranjit is seeing something maybe helping him align. But I always found that no putt is ever really straight unless it's this one. And obviously Ranjit Singh knows a lot better than us, and he's made par. So that's where you should keep the flag. But I think it's only maybe on downhill putts where you can use the flag as a backstop. If you
Yes, absolutely. I think that'd probably be the only place where I'd like to keep the flag inside. Having said that, Ranjit has been around for I think almost 2 decades now on the pro tour, and he's had a pretty you know uh, good career in terms of the consistency that he has maintained. Of course, off late he hasn't been playing his best golf, but he's had multiple top finishes, and it's one of the toughest things to do. Just keep going on without winning a tournament. That could really be difficult for some players. But I think Ranjit can take a leaf out of Richard Bland's book, who won his first European Tour tournament at the age of 42. I remember 15 years ago, I used to watch Richard Bland playing golf on TV on the European Tour, and I used to be really really fond of his golf game. And this has been his first victory. He was always a top player, always in the top fives and the top tens back in the day as well. And but this is when it's actually come together for him.
I think sometimes I think Richard Bland was almost closer to 50, 48. I think, if I'm not wrong.
He's 42 when he won his first tournament.
Maybe you're right. So either ways, over 40, any victory is you never know when it's going to be your last. But in case of a player who's not won yet, he obviously wants that victory. But I think a career cannot be just defined by victory. Obviously, we always look at numbers, and life is all about performance and things like that. In a game like golf, which is so difficult to win. I mean, you're looking at playing 30 tournaments a year, and the field's so competitive. You could have a lot of great players who never won a tournament, because winning a tournament is not just about having a good game. It's also about a lot of things happening that week and being able to string together 4 good days. So obviously, players who do win do have that X factor, and maybe somebody like Ranjit, who's just right at the cusp of victory. And when you don't win, that kind of keeps sort of that burden keeps increasing on your shoulders, and that pressure actually increases when you're in contention. So maybe that is something where prime example is somebody like Rashid Khan. How he plays, he's just unbridled and just goes for it. And so maybe more often than not he'll lose, but he'll definitely keep winning as well. So out of 10 times, he'd probably give up the lead, or make a mistake maybe 4 times, but six times out of 10 he will win. Whereas a conservative player who never has won will not really know how to go for it, and will rarely ever win. So I think you have to sort of roll the dice and take your chances, because there's so many players. You're not going to win unless take the risk on.
That was a flag that we were speaking about yesterday when I mentioned the flag at the top left of the green on the ninth hole. Makes it very, very difficult because the landing area has to be absolutely exact. You're usually hitting about a 7-iron or an 8-iron into this flag location, and it has to be absolutely a precise shot, high enough so it does not clip any of the branches of the tree. And if you get a little more carry than what was asked of you, you'd be lining up somewhere close to where Manu Gandas has landed up on this hole. He is 1 under for the day today, and a total of -2 for the tournament.
What kind of club are we looking at these players going with for their second shot after their tee shot? I remember from back in my time, from the front flag. Oh, that's a great chip. Manu, obviously very calm and composed, and short game is his forte, and he's done well there. Should make his par as Dharma surveys the green. So coming back to the point, Rahul, what kind of club do you think these players would be going in for the second shot? Would it be a pitching wedge or 9-iron?
I think this flag location usually gets you about an 8-iron or a 7-iron, and at least in my case, because I used to hit a 3-wood or a 2-iron off this tee box. And for me, it used to be a 7 or an 8-iron into this flag location, depending on where the wind was from. So I had to keep it really, really high. Of course, there are some players who do go with the driver on this hole and maybe hit their 3-wood longer than mine. And those are the players who will probably get a 9-iron or a pitching wedge into this flag location. It's a little bit of a difficult task because that ball has to reach almost 280 yards off the tee box to be able to give you that sort of pleasure shot.
But that's a very difficult approach shot with that overhanging tree. And, I've seen a few players clip the branches of that tree and then sort of be shocked that they find their ball under that great grand banyan tree. And then,
it actually ends up getting plugged in that bunker if it hits that tree. There is no respite from that. In case it clips it, the ball just sort of like deadens out and drops dead inside that bunker, causing that fried egg. Exactly something that you should be eating for breakfast and not towards the midway of a golfing round.
Absolutely. I've eaten quite a few of those in my golfing days. The beach was my favorite spot. Inadvertently.
I wouldn't really want to be in a plug lie or the fried egg with greens this hard. It could be really, really difficult with the amount of release and the spin control required, I think that would be one of the worst positions to be in for this kind of a green.
Absolutely, because the greens are so slick, and you know, the conditions are unforgiving. So if you're sort of get yourself short-sighted or in the wrong place on the wrong hole, you could definitely drop a few shots. As you've seen, players are struggling today.
M. Dharma has a little bit of work to do with that putt. He's got about 7 feet for par. He had actually kept it on the right side of that flag, but landed up over the green. He's chipped it now to this distance.
So we're seeing players today is pretty similar scoring to what it was yesterday. There are players who are starting to drop shots. There's not anybody who's gone below the score of 300. So obviously, it's still early days. Dharma there.
Unfortunately, Dharma would be making a bogey on that hole. Manu Gandas, of course, has given himself a good opportunity to save par here. One of the toughest flag locations on this hole. It's a dog leg towards the left side. This ninth tee box. Ninth tee box is also joined alongside the 11th tee box. So generally, mostly you would find two groups on these tee boxes, and there'd be exchange of pleasantries around there. So good, fun and frolic kind of an atmosphere on this couplet of a tee shot.
Should be an easy putt for Manu. All right, saves his par. You know, I really miss playing on these kind of greens. What a joy it is to putt on these kind of quick greens, and especially this hard layout. And that's a monstrous putt coming up on the 18th hole.
C. Muniappa playing alongside Mithun Pereira.
So, past Indian Open champion. That's
Oh, it's
why.
glorious putt by C. Muniappa, just about missing it. He would have almost holed that putt. Mithun Pereira now from the middle of the green.
All smiles is our Indian Open champion, showing that that's the pedigree that he still has. Sort of making a mini comeback. Suffered a lot of injuries. Now you see him more regularly making the weekend rounds, and that's a very good. He's almost like a sight for sore eyes. He's a brilliant player. What a victory that was by him. And after that, he's sort of gone cold. So hopefully he can resurrect his career. And here we have the defending champion, Mithun Pereira, the very affable personality, always smiling. He's the nicest guy you could ever come across, and probably the shortest professional golfer in the world, also that you'll come across. You know, he has that distinction, but he's still able to win tournaments on a tough golf course like that. He's actually blessed with a lot of other gifts in golf, such as accuracy, putting. He's phenomenal with his 3 wood and 5 wood, which he probably hits from 200 yards out, but he's just devastating.
Superb short game player. He's superb with his chipping, putting as well as with the pitching. Playing alongside them is Sandeep Singh Soni, who is one of the amateurs playing the tournament.
You know, Mithun, I remember when we were playing golf, Mithun and Siddiqur from Bangladesh, they're always pretty similar players. Although Siddiqur always hits it a little further out, but accuracy players, they used to do really well with their brand of golf.
You know, one of the most impressive rounds that I've ever played was with Siddiqur Rahman. Played one round with him once at Royal Calcutta and once with him at an Asian Tour event in Bangladesh. And what was phenomenal to watch Shaurya was that the way he went about his business. Of course, he's not the longest hitter, but he wouldn't miss a fairway throughout the day. What was super impressive was the way he approached the flag locations. If the flag was on the right side of the green, he would always start the ball in the middle of the green and fade it into that flag. And if the flag was on the left side of the green, he'd start the ball at the same spot and then draw it back towards that flag location. And he'd give himself an opportunity within 15 feet all day long, no matter which club he was getting as his second shot.
Yes, obviously he's a very he's a household name in Bangladesh. Is Siddiqui is almost like a sporting icon in that country. You know, he's I think he's the only player to have ever reached those kind of heights in international sport, especially golf. So
I think Siddiqur Rahman would be like the Sachin, like what Sachin is to India, is what Siddiqur Rahman would be to Bangladesh in terms of golf. I've seen a lot of billboards on him with his face on them across the entire capital city of Dhaka, and in fact even Chittagong. Both these places which I've traveled to play tournaments, and he's one of the most famous sportsmen in that country. We've got now Manu Gandas, on the 10th tee box.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Siddiqui is the pride of Bangladesh, as is Sachin for our country. Both of them have done a lot for their respective sports, for their respective countries. And I think Siddiqui still has a lot to offer in terms of his game. And what he's been able to do, he's been able to adapt his game. So he was a pretty short hitter, but what he's been able to do is lower his ball flight out and get that extended roll going, and extremely accurate. He's one of those players who's able to hit a rescue from 240 yards right at the flag. So a lot of these players are improving as they go on in their careers, and the prime example right in front of our eyes is Tiger Woods, aka M Dharma.
Leaders seem to be having a little bit of a slow day, and they seem to be making way for the other players at the bottom of the leaderboard. Chitesh Naved Kaul already 1 over for the day, total of 11 under par. Ankur Chadda also 1 over for the day, total of 9 under par. And Anga Chima, 2 over for the day and 9 under par for the tournament. It's a bit of a rough start for these gentlemen. While Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is at -7, playing -1 for the day through 4 holes, and Abhijit Singh Chadda also catching a fair amount of heat on the golf course. He's at -2 through 6 holes and at a total of -6. This tournament could really turn out to be very, very interesting if this is the trend that carries on through the day. The amateur playing alongside the professionals, Manu Gandas and M. Dharma. That was Hiranmoy Gon, who is representing Vijay Power Putts, and Vanch, Jutex LLP. Sachin Besoya on the green, one of the players supported by the Golf Foundation, run by the former Asian Games medalist Amit Luthra. The Golf Foundation goes out and supports a lot of the players. So it's good to see these players make it all the way up to the top ranks of the professionals in the country. Mohammad Jamal Hussain now from Bangladesh. Of course, sure he looks up to Siddiqui Rahman, whom we just fondly spoke about. Jamal has placed himself well for this flagstick, giving himself center green and past that whole location kind of a situation. Should be in a good spot. Going with the traditional blade style looking putter with a more of a toe balance. A little bit of work to do there to clean up for that par, just 3 feet away. Electro ORS by Amrutanjan Fruitnik is the hydration partner of the PGTI. Sachin Besoya putting for par now. He was stuck behind the bunker. Sachin Besoya is even par for the day. Started off with had 4 pars in the first 6 holes, and a bogey on the third and a birdie on the 4th hole, which brings his total up to even par. That was his putt for par. We will be updated by his score through 9 holes very, very shortly. Amateur playing alongside them, Mr. Hiranmoy Gon now. Left-handed player. Obviously, that local knowledge helping Mr. Gone to save that putt on the ninth hole. They'll be making their way now onto the 10th tee box, playing alongside some really solid players. It's gotten paired up well. Another left-handed golfer, Anshul Patel, now on the 18th hole. Anshul Patel even par for the day through 6 holes, a total of 5 over par on the scoreboard.
Look back at the 18th hole.
Shivendra Singh Sisodia now getting ready for his putt on the 18th. He's left himself at the middle tier and definitely dressed up as the tiger for the day.
The first tee here, peppered with divots. As you can see, each player obviously choosing a different sort of a position to hit his tee shot from. Shivinder Sisodia has maybe the better part of 60 to 70 feet and traversing over 2 or 3 ridges. There will be multiple breaks in this. This would really test his putting skills to the hilt, and let's see what he does.
It's actually not a bad place to be for this flag location. Actually gives you an uphill look at the putt. Not much of a break. Of course, speed judgment would be paramount to have any sort of a long putt reach in close quarters to the hole.
I think 4 is a brilliant score here today with where the flag is. Maybe when the leaders come around here at that point in time, if it's neck and neck, you could see somebody trying to be the hero that day and trying to make birdie here.
I couldn't agree more. Jay Pandya there at -2 for the day and total of +3 for the tournament. To this flag location, definitely a 4 would be a good number. I think depending on how the wind is blowing by the time the leaders reach up over here will be the determining factor if anyone can reach the top tier or not. And of course, situationally also, it'll make a huge difference if someone has 2 or 3 shot lead by the end of the day. Definitely, that person will not need to go for that flag location and leaving himself somewhere around where Jayapan Pandya's ball as well as Shivendra's ball would probably be the ideal spot to leave themselves onto.
My prediction regarding the leader group is actually unfortunately coming true that they are facing a little bit of the heat. All of them are dropping shots, and maybe the wind is picked up on the front nine. There's also one thing that wind can actually, there can be gusts of winds in certain pockets, which can make some holes a little more difficult than the others, and that's pretty unpredictable. It's not something that is consistent. Is the wind direction? It can keep switching. So a lot of things that the players actually have to sort of contend with when they're trying to win this tournament. So all of them dropping a shot, and Angad Chima, in fact, even making adding another blemish to his card, moving down to 9 under par, and Ankur Chadda is at 10 under par. So Kshitij still holding a slender 1 shot lead on Ankur Chadda, and obviously Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, as I'd stated, is moving up closer to the leaders.
Colorful character, Harmeet Sani, the amateur, paired up with Shivender and Jay Pandya, representing Avendus Aces. I don't know about you, Shaurya, but I find it very difficult to keep my eyes on the ball in case I was, wearing such bright colors, or if someone with me was wearing such bright colors, giving it a little bit of a chicken wing from that left hand. Should have tap-in shots for that 2 putt. About 2.5 odd feet left of the hole.
Yeah, I think I think color is obviously adds a little another dimension to that game of golf. I think I've been more of a subtle dresser, but I think these colors during the earlier phase of my career, a T-shirt like that, you could definitely be see me wearing a lot more of that, and I think it adds a little bit of flair. Actually, we see a lot of players wearing loud colors, flamboyant colors, whatever helps you. I think in golf is you do whatever you can to try and get any sort of mental advantage that you feel that yes, I feel good now I can play well. And unfortunately for Shivendra, the red has not helped him. He's three putted there.
Bit of a poor effort there with that second putt for Shivendra Sisodia. Jay Pandya now cleaning up. Jay Pandya practices and plays in Ahmedabad. A lot of reds on the golf course today. Everyone trying to score a red by wearing a red.
I wish if it were only that easy.
Think I'm going to buy all red t-shirts now onwards.
It's a little too late in the day, but you never know, Rahul. You could turn it all around.
You
Maybe
never know, I could just shoot under par sitting in here.
that's the missing piece. I think that's what it's come down to. I think it's the red T-shirt, and for me, it's going to be the check, colorful T-shirts for me. Let's see how that goes when I play golf the next weekend.
Harmeet Sani, the amateur.
Giving that a lot of deliberation. All right, that's a good putt. Moving off to their back nine, which will be the front nine of the golf course, obviously, because half the field has teed off from the first, and the other half actually go off the 10th hole. And now a look at hole number 9.
I told we have Alap Ayal from Mysore now.
Still, we yet to see any good shots here on this flag, close to this flag. Obviously, it's so far left that the players don't really want to take on that risk of hitting that tree and then making a 5. So try and get to about 20-25 feet and make your birdie through the conventional route, just hole a putt.
I think especially with that new tee box, that tee has moved about 20 or maybe 25 yards behind where it used to be back in the day. And it's gone closer up to the back of the 11th tee box now. So making that tee shot even longer than earlier. So most players must be getting in 7 or 8 irons into this flag location. So difficult to reach anyhow, and it's perched up just over that bunker. So you've got to have the absolutely correct yardage to get it close enough. Arjun Sharma, having a bit of a slow start today, is at 1 over par. He was also the gentleman who shot 5 under par yesterday, which was the best round of the day. Alap Ayal has run himself way past the hole. Will have a lot of work to do coming back, almost about 12 feet. Kurush Hirji.
Going for a draw. You could, as our camera could trace that. Brilliant camera work. Able to trace the ball like the PGA Tour, and Kurush has hit a shot equivalent to the PGA Tour, right in the heart of the fairway. Brilliant. As we go back to the 9th hole, you were telling me that the tee has actually moved back. Maybe that's why was the confusion that I had in my mind, because I remember back in our days, you could easily get a pitching wedge. So obviously the tee has moved back, and that's the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle.
I keep forgetting that your days were much before mine. Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh, a former winner on tour.
What a brilliant swing this man has.
He's favoring a bit of a fade. Nicely done there. Leaves himself into the left first cut. Shouldn't be too difficult, keeping in mind that the flag is perched up on the top tier of this hole.
Akshay is someone who really favors the left-right fade. He likes hitting the ball as such.
Good news atop the leaderboard, while Ankur Chadda has picked up a shot on the 4th hole, getting back his total of -10. So he takes himself back for the day at even par now, and getting closer and closer to Kshitij Navedkar, who has dropped one shot through 3 holes and is perched up at 11 under par.
The amateur, Mr. Devin Shah, hitting a good shot there. Obviously, getting some of that gold dust off of the professionals. As we are back on hole number 9. The group of Alap Ayal, Arjun Sharma, and the amateur Aditya Bajoria. Arjun will be looking for this putt to break a little bit to his left initially and then turn back to the right. So it's sort of a double break. Very tough to navigate these kind of putts, which you have no clear line on because they're moving both ways. But that hence you do the hard work in the practice round. Let's see if that hard work will bear any fruit. And there you go.
Kshitij Naved Kaul has also made a birdie on hole number 4, taking his total back to minus 12 for the tournament. Shaurya, I'm a little upset with you for all that you have made us suffer over the years. You seem to be reading the lines much quicker over here than you did in real life.
If only I knew. I have
Look at this. Every 5 seconds you come up with a new line over here. And when you were on the golf course, you take 10 minutes to read one line. And then another 10 minutes to hit the putt. Be 20 minutes to just hit one putt.
I wish somebody had told me that I just need a camera there to tell me the line. It's
I swear.
so much more easier here.
I would have given you a personal cameraman and a television also, someone walking along with you so that I didn't have to get bothered behind your group.
I think, now you take me back to my golden years where I would always see a traffic jam behind me.
Your golden years? Look at what we went through.
I would always, I remember my caddy had specific instructions. I said, as soon as the ball goes in the hole, you put the flag and run.
Clearly goes to show the lack of empathy that you have for the fellow players, taking 20 minutes to hit one putt.
Well, they say use anything to beat the competition, be it hook or crook or delay. So,
Alap Ayal not being able to use that putter to...
Clearly, the delay tactics did not help. It ended up in me sort of getting delayed off the tour. So, ladies and gentlemen, try to be quick. Make up your mind. Shoot. As in the great movie, The Greatest Game Ever Played, he says, when you got to shoot, shoot.
When you got to hope, hope. I think right after you shoot, you'd hope.
Yes, it's the story of the famous Francis Ouimet, who won the US Open as an amateur, I think more than 100 years back. What a brilliant movie that is. I think if anybody who's not seen that movie, I definitely recommend it. The Greatest Game Ever Played.
Absolutely a phenomenal movie, one of my favorites, all-time classics. I've seen it multiple times over. Aditya Bajoria there, using a claw putter grip to make that putt, quite disappointed with himself for having missed that.
There's another great movie. I think Will Smith was the caddy in that, The Legend of Bagger Vance.
Absolutely.
These golf movies were, they were lovely. In fact, I remember the other one, Tin Cup, where you see the story of a struggling professional playing in the United States and the great, the great memories from that and how, what Adam Sandler was the golfer who used to hit it over 400 yards in that.
It's Happy Gilmore.
I got a little confused here. So then, which one was Tin Cup then?
Forgetting the name of the actor, but I mean, I've seen the movie. We'll probably have to look up who the actor was in that movie. But Tin Cup, again, another phenomenal movie back in the day. My favorite remains to be The Greatest Game Ever Played, and another one which is not very easily available, probably downloadable through a torrent or something, would be...
we would not recommend that. Go through the legal route and purchase your rights onto the movie.
If you could find Sevi the movie, that's one of the most phenomenal movies that I have ever seen. A great showcase of Sevi Ballesteros' life. Living where he did on his farm, practicing on the beach. Phenomenal movie. I'm surprised that none of the main content providers have shown that movie yet, but I think it's definitely available via Amazon to purchase. A superb, phenomenal movie to watch.
Yes, absolutely. What a life, what a legend, and that's a life that ought to be celebrated. Sevi has been somebody who's been able to motivate people all over the globe. And I think that's something that a lot of these international legends and stars, I think they're now coming to realize that the effect they've had on people all over the globe, I think they would not be able to, fathom that their lives have touched people in different generations in different continents. Like, for example, we used to follow people like Sevi, and I think they wouldn't even know at that point in time that how famous golf is in India. So, golf is a brilliant game that way. You're able to connect people across the world and different generations, and how we've actually looked up to players, past legends in America and Europe, and when they came down here to visit, it was just an amazing feeling, like seeing Tiger was here in 2012.
Back to that ninth fairway with Chirag Kumar walking uh, in the front with his playing partner, the amateur Akshay Bajoria, and of course the professional golfer Harinder Gupta. We are back on to the 18th, watching Kurush Hirji from Jamshedpur taking up his second shot.
What has been, we've had so many big tournaments. Can you tell me a memorable player that you've seen in India, and how, if you were impressed by seeing him here, and a little starstruck, if you may, by seeing somebody in the flesh who you see on television every day? Which player would that be for you?
I think I've seen plenty of them, but definitely, when Tiger was visited Delhi and played that round of golf at the Delhi Golf Club, that was something phenomenal. Also, playing alongside a couple of the players on the tour. One of my fondest memories is, of course, playing the third round at the McLeod Russell Tour Championship back in the day, a couple of years ago with Arjun Atwal. That was one of my fondest rounds of golf that I've played. In fact, that tournament itself was quite memorable for me. Yeah, but I've had a few moments here and there. Played one round with Bunchu Ruankit at I think it was the Sale SBI Open. He left me absolutely baffled by the end of the day. He could hit his 5 wood closer than my pitching wedge, and he honestly could. He used to hit it to about 10 feet each time he picked up that club, and I'd be struggling to find that distance with my pitching wedge. That was one phenomenal golf round that I saw, because he'd always keep it in the fairway. He'd not be very long. Also, he's towards the fag end of his career. He's playing the seniors tour now. He's somewhat a legend in Thailand, where he hails from. And I played with him when he was probably mid 50s in age category, and he could still stripe that golf ball so solid. It was phenomenal to watch him.
Yeah, obviously Bintu Rongat is a legend, and I think he also used to hold the course record at the DLF Golf and Country Club. I remember his round of 8 under par. So obviously a lot of brilliant players in the Southeast Asian countries. And now we go back to tee number 10, where we have a look at Alap going with the 3 wood, a little bit of a different approach here.
Another golfer that I played with back in the day again was Hideki Matsuyama, and that was also another showcase of greatness in front of me. And of course, back then we were playing amateur golf, and we didn't know much of what was going to happen in the future. But here we are now. I'm doing commentary, and Hideki Matsuyama is one of the top guys on the PGA Tour.
I think by that same story, I must share one of the stories from our. I don't know if you played that All India Amateur in Coimbatore. Good maybe 12, 15 years ago. I don't know, memory fades me now. But I was paired with Brandon Grace, and that point in time he had come here, and obviously he shot a horrendous 2 rounds in the wind, 10 over or something another. But I remember one very distinct thing, and that told me that this is something that maybe separates a champion mindset from the others. I was playing with him. I was playing pretty well that week, and I hit the 13th hole, the par 5, a dog leg to the left. I had a good drive. He did a good drive as well, maybe about 10 or 15 yards by me. And I would have probably had a 5-iron to go for the green. But because the green is a little bit of blind-sided, you can't see it. So, my caddy recommended layup. So I actually said, yeah, why not? Just maybe hit an 8-iron layup and then see if you can make it. So when I laid up, after that, he was aghast with me. I was a little confused what happened. I thought maybe I said something offended him. He said, how could you do this? I said, what? He said, you had an iron in your hand and you were standing on a par 5. And how can you hit a layup? Because I've never seen that. It's unacceptable to me. He was almost offended. So I realized, yes, that is the attitude that champions have, that if you have the opportunity, you take it. And that's the only way that you can succeed in a game that is as competitive as golf. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the opportunity to make birdie or par, definitely grab it with both hands, or soon you'll be grabbing the mic and talking about others while they do the same.
I remember, I was playing an event back at Golden Greens. Just we'll quickly come back to this story later. We are on the 18th tee box with another local player, Shankar Das, who is a former winner on the PGTI and has had a pretty stellar career himself, playing alongside Anuna Rohana from Sri Lanka and the amateur Shreyan Chatterjee, who is representing Group L Services.
Shankar has also been a former number one on the PGTI. Very
Absolutely.
unorthodox swing. If you saw, he had his left hand below the right. So a very strange looking swing and technique, but it all seems to work.
Yeah, he actually switches his grip as soon as he gets inside about 100 yards from the green. Anura Rohana, superb field player from Sri Lanka. Great swinger of the golf ball. Really one of my favorite players to play along with.
He's diametrically opposite of me. He's especially fast and still going with that draw. You can see how much control he has on that, going over the trees, drawing it back. Such amazing control he has on his draw.
And very quick player. Doesn't really take much of time. He knows what he's doing and he knows what he's expecting off the golf ball. He knows his results are going to be predictable and he goes about his business very, very quickly.
I think that would make life so simple if you could just know what's going to happen. You know, I mean, you make it sound so easy, but yes, he definitely does that. He knows what's going to happen. And as we have a look at the amateur who's playing alongside them,
Shreyan Chatterjee.
going with a fade and has done well, left-right fade.
Good group for Shreyan Chatterjee also to play with back to the 9th green with Chirag Kumar. Solid putt there for Chirag Kumar. I'm assuming that was a putt for birdie, coming off from about 15 or 18 feet short of the hole. Harinder Gupta now will be going next, right after their amateur. Akshay Bajoria, representing PB Aces for their Pro-Am team format. Akshay Bajoria missing that putt for par. Harinder Gupta just past the hole. Harinder Gupta +1 for the day through 6 holes with a total of -2 on the scoreboard. Nice putt for Harinder. Chirag Kumar was even par for the day through 6 holes. Will be updated soon as to what his score is through 9. That definitely was a birdie though, with that great putt that he holed. Kshitij Naved Kaul stays atop the leaderboard at -12, while Ankur Chadda and Ankit Chima are following him at 10 under par each. Group of Kurush Hirji on the 18th green now. Kurush Hirji from Jamshedpur, 2 over for the day through 6 holes. Playing alongside winner on tour, Akshay Sharma. Kurush would have to tap that in to make a 5. Missed that green into the left bunker from the fairway. That's also a part of etiquette why Kurush has marked that golf ball. If he was to putt it, he would have stepped very close to Akshay Sharma's line. So that would be a good thing to notice again for all of the amateurs who might be watching this. That etiquettes call for respect for each other, and even though you can repair the spike marks, I think it's better off how Kurush has dealt with it, rather than stepping on someone's line and then have to tap it off. Akshay Sharma missing that putt, rather aggressive attempt there. It's got about 3 feet going back towards the hole. The amateur playing along with them is Mr. Deven Shah, who is representing RCGC. Deven Shah quickly wanting to clean up. Staying out of the pros' way. Akshay Sharma being quick with that putt of his. While we're back onto the ninth fairway, Samarth Shergill in the middle of Samarth Dwivedi in the middle of the fairway, my apologies, alongside Abhijit Singh Chadda. Samarth Dwivedi playing pretty solid golf. He's 1 over for the day through 6 holes. And now on the 10th tee box, Chirag Kumar going with the driver. Very steady swinger of the golf club, Chirag Kumar. Playing alongside Harinder Gupta. Harinder Gupta managing to find form again. The 10th hole is a fairly wide fairway, although it's protected by trees on both sides. And there are also a couple of tanks here and there. One definitely just next to the fairway on the left side, which is easily visible. There's one right in the middle of the fairway. And there's one hidden in the right trees as well, just like what Royal Calcutta Golf Club is. It's the nature of the golf course. Super lush, great conditions on this golf course for the players. Greens running at the stimp meter of 10. Very difficult course to navigate, one of the most challenging courses in the country. That should not be a problem for the amateur. He's made his way into the fairway at least. Mr. Akshay Bajoria. As we can see, the two golf balls perched up over there. Seems like one is Chirag Kumar and the other one is Harinder Gupta. Samarth Dwivedi walking up that ninth green with a putter in his hand. You weren't able to see his shot. You'll definitely be able to see the result. It was a fairly well judged shot. He's left himself around the middle of the green. That's probably one of the most perfect places to leave yourself for this flag location. While the amateur is in the bunker, Mr. Navneet Manaksia. The Royal Calcutta Golf Club really requires a lot of planning on the course. It's not just a course where just brute strength is going to be enough, that you go around and beat the golf ball straight at the flags. One has to really plan their way, map themselves around the golf course, sort of like a game of chess, if I may. Abhijit Chadda from the left edge of the green, good shot. at birdie with that little chip attempt. Let's see what he does from there. But Kshitij Naved call in the meantime has landed up to minus 13 now and is 3 shots clear of his nearest competitor, Ankur Chadda, at minus 10. And Angad Chima has dropped another shot and gone down to minus 9 for the tournament. Look forward to this one getting close. Abhijit Chadda already minus 2 for the day through 6 holes. Oh, a stellar shot by Abhijit Singh Chadda, just missing that hole and brushing that lip and going slightly past it. Super shot by him. Very, very well judged. Probably a roll less would have dropped in the hole, but then that's what this game is. Just a matter of a little up and a little down. Taps that in. Should be 4. Showcasing some superb touch along with the long driving skills and the long hitting skills that Abhijit is bestowed with. The amateurs are competing for their own championship, which is a pro-am team format that they are playing alongside the professionals. It is separate of the main event, which is the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship, powered by Urbana.
As we have a look at the 9th hole. Our scores have just been updated, and we'd like to tell you that Kshitij Naved Call has opened up a 3-shot lead over Ankur Chadda. Has just made a birdie on hole number 5. So obviously he is trending the right way, and Angad Chima now at 9 under par, 4 shots adrift. Abhijit Singh Chadda, as we just saw him make his birdie, he's at 6 under par. We have Om Prakash Chauhan, who is at 1 under for the day, 6 under for the tournament. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu giving a shot back to the golf course at 6 under par, tied alongside Suneet Chaurasia at 6 under par for 4th position. So quite interesting changes happening on top of the leaderboard, but obviously Kshitij Naved Call seems like he's running away with it right now. And if we just have a look at some of the other noteworthy performances lower down the leaderboard, Shamim Khan, 2 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament. Then we have Chirag Kumar, who's 1 over for the day, 3 under for the tournament. MD Zamal Hussain Mola, obviously carrying on the good form from yesterday, 2 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament. Tapi Ghai, 2 under for the day, level par for the tournament. And Jay Pandya and MD Akbar Hussain at 3 over the tournament and 2 under for the day, both of them. And Devesh Rana, 1 under for the day, 8 over for the tournament, and that moves him up 5 positions from 48th to 43rd position. And all those positions are important. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's important that even towards the fag end of the tournament and the players who are on the latter half of the draw will keep trying and to improve their position. Now we have a look at Anura Rohana from Sri Lanka on the 18th hole. Anura is level par for the day, 6 over for the tournament, and I think he will remain at that. Now Vikram Rana. Vikram Rana is a golfer from Army Golf Club Delhi, now playing out of Gurugram. A very decorated amateur turned professional quite late in his career, and now having a taste of professional golf. Really does enjoy his golf. He's also likes to be a little deliberate and has his own ticks and likes to hit a right to left draw and has done well here, it seems. So obviously there are different routes to becoming a professional. Vikram obviously taking his own sweet time, and now he's taking his sweet time to hit the ball right in the heart of the fairway. So I'm sure he's a happy camper. So Vikram Rana at 1 over for the day and 8 over for the tournament at this point in time. Vikram playing alongside Digraj Singh Gill. Has a different sort of a setup. The hands are rather low, but it seems to have worked as we can trace the ball flight. Some brilliant work done by cameraman, and that's a big drive by Digraj. The amateur in this group is Siddharth Datta. So obviously, after seeing two good tee shots right in the bang center of the fairway, he'd be hoping to emulate them as well. He's now a very hurried motion around his swing and standing for a fade. So I predict that the ball would definitely move from left to right. Yes, and I think he's done well. Would be in the center of the fairway, looking on a little pensively. Maybe has missed the fairway, but both the professionals are in pole position, perfect position for this hole. As we go back to tee number 10, we have Samarth, who is going to unleash his driver on this hole, unleash the Kraken, as they say. He definitely is one. You can look at him. There's a lot of energy on that in that stance, a lot of movement. You know that he means business when he has a driver in his hands. Let's see where he has hit that shot. A very beautiful hole. This and that tower in the back actually allows players to have something to aim off. I remember when we were playing, we'd actually align on that and try to hit a small little fade while aligned on the tower, and that'll keep you in the center of the fairway. The amateur now in this group is Mr. Navneet Manaxia from Manaxia Steels Limited. Going with a fade. Oh, it's a brilliant falling down like a butterfly gingerly. So hitting a nice high drive. As we see Abhijit striding down the fairway. I look at the leaderboard. Kshitij opening up a sizable lead. Ankur at 10 under par. Angad at 9. Yuvraj at 6. Sunit Chaurasi at 6 under par. And Thangaraja at 4 under par. Now a look at the highlights from the previous weeks.
and RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to, defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memory since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC.
Now we're back on hole number 9.
Om Prakash Chauhan and Arjun Prasad on that green.
You know, Arjun plays a lot of his golf in Gurugram, and sometimes when Arjun, along with Dhruv Sharon and Bhanu Pratap, and I sometimes play a game of golf. Now, I take the unfair advantage of actually taking a couple of shots from them, and they say that you're a professional. How can you do that? I tell them I'm a professional only by name now.
You're a professional commentator now.
So I said, you must give me 2 shots, and then it's a lot more fun. Then it makes the field sort of equitable, and then it's a good challenge. We play at different golf courses, and what I've seen is that the tremendous distances that these players are able to hit it, and it's all of them at demand, and how well they can control their ball flight. That's something that I saw in Dhruv Sharon specifically. Puts a lot of compression. It's a lower ball flight, pretty similar to Abhinav Lohan in a certain aspect. And I kind of like that control game. With also they have their power that they can produce on demand. Good putt by OP. I think this hole probably today playing as one of the toughest holes. I would think maybe this in the 7th. If the tee has moved back, I remember it used to be quite a tough hole. Now it with this flag position of par is a brilliant score on this hole.
What do you think about that wristy putting stroke? Very similar to Mukesh Kumar's, but he does a great job out of it, of course.
See, both of them are coming from a similar city, and I think OP has played a lot of golf with Mukesh, so obviously some of that golfing technique has rubbed off on him. Yeah, you can see the same sort of setup, same kind of semi, stack and tilt with a sort of do that sort of shimmy with their hips, and then they cut the ball. They're always playing a left-right game. The putting is also very wrist-oriented, so a lot of similarities. But obviously, it's working. I mean, he's trending the right direction. He's already won tournaments, and he's having a great career. So I think his association with Mukesh has obviously helped him in his game of golf.
Absolutely, a multiple-time winner on the PGTI, and also been working recently on his fitness during this whole COVID time, and seems to be working very, very well for him. Arjun Prasad putting for birdie. Great
Almost.
effort.
That's a good putt by Arjun. Will make his 4 and move on to the 9th hole.
Amateur Sanjay Sanwal playing alongside Arjun and OP.
Must be quite an amazing experience for Mr. Sanwal to play alongside these 2 young players.
Absolutely, I think it can lend a completely new perspective for an amateur. Mr. Sanjay Sanwal, I know that he plays regularly at that golf club, and it lends a completely different perspective to you, right? When you play with professional golfers who are, mapping their way across the golf course, they don't play there every day. They play there probably once or twice a year, and for you to watch this, the exquisite game that they have from such close quarters, could be a great learning for your own golf game.
Yes,
You can
absolutely.
adapt a few things from them and plug them into your own.
I think even for professionals, to be honest, they can always. I think you can always learn a thing or two from everyone. It's not just a game of golf; it's the game of life, to be honest. And so they would always be richer for the experience of having to get the opportunity of playing with the members or golfers who are more prominent in their cities, like Mr. Sanwal, who's really does enjoy his golf. And for no, look at the read he had on that perfect read. Just leaving it about 2 feet short. So obviously, there's a lot to learn. I've always seen that you can learn from everybody in life.
I think it seems like claw grip seems to be working for a lot of people, and Mr. Sanwal also is no stranger to that. But definitely, a few things that I've learned from him already are that I could use my socks a lot better than I've been using them.
Absolutely, I think that's a very unique way to look at that. Good putt by OP, sort of just caressing that ball in the hole there. Mind you, the greens are quite slick, and these putts are not so easy because they have a good amount of break in them. You could see the ball break more than a few inches. In fact, like this putt facing Mr. Sambal would be breaking anything from about an inch or inch and a half from the right. So you would need the perfect marriage of speed and line for this to go in. So this is not really as easy as it looks. He's done well, pretty easy for him. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say in that greatest game ever played, and now they move off to the 10th hole.
He hit that putt and he sort of just walked off the green. He knew that he was making it. That's the kind of confidence I wish I had. I think I used to do that when I was a kid. Used to hit a putt from 20 feet and just sort of just take off straight away from there. But clearly now I've got like prayers and all happening while the ball is on its way towards the hole. I'm praying, crossing my fingers, and also sometimes crossing my toes as well, hoping that this ball makes its way into the hole. Back onto the 18th green.
Unfortunately for me, even the prayers are not getting answered these days. So I just hit and hope.
That's Siddharth Datta representing Verdant Courts, the amateur in the group with Digraj Singh Gill and Vikram Rana. Good effort.
Good effort there.
Vikram Rana from just under that slope going up the hill. It's a subtle break on that putt.
One of the stories I remember about Vikram Rana is that whenever we would see him on the practice range, we'd always see him on the putting green. We'd ask Vikram, when are you going to head on to the practice range and hit some golf balls? But I don't know, it was very mysterious. We used to see him land up at the golf course at odd times and just be always around the putting green or the chipping green. And I think for good reason, and that's the reason, because he's proficient.
Absolutely,
He
it's
knows
helping
that
him.
he knows that that's where he makes his living, and he's done well for himself there on that hole, making that putt. I think for birdie.
That should be taking Vikram Rana down to even par for the day. He was 1 over through 6 holes, finishing up his ninth of the day. Digraj Singh Gill now.
Vikram again, and an offspring of an army officer, obviously having had the pleasure of using the facilities of the army golf course, does a lot, especially in the younger years, to be able to have that kind of opportunity. And Digraj here, let's see if he can repeat the same that his co-player did. Good drive and good second shots by this group. They've actually attacked this flag. So it goes to show that if you can hit a good, nice long drive, then you might be able to make birdie. Very nice camera angle showing you the break. Maybe turning a little from the player's right to left. Underread that a bit. I think it's so much easier to get the line when you have this kind of a vantage, this view. So maybe there is something to it that.
I don't know about you, Shaurya. I find it a lot easier to read the lines when I'm on the golf course rather than being here and try to read them. Although your read was absolutely correct, and I think Digraj misread that slightly.
So, but coming back to the point, but is it because that we can see the green at a certain angle, so you can see the lie of the land a lot easier, and that's why I used to see Camilo Villegas, the Colombian professional golfer, used to actually lie down and do that sort of a Spider-Man move to read the line. So maybe there is something to it.
I think it may be just the high definition telecast for live television these days that might be helping you. I have never really tried to go into the same posture as Camilo Villegas because I never could. But one other player who used to do similar, who used to be Pranav Kaul, he used to actually go down in a similar kind of a posture, just like Camilo Villegas. And probably that gives him that kind of a vantage point, as you were mentioning, to be able to read that line. Sanjay Sanwal.
I think you also need a lot of fitness In order to be able to do that, I would not recommend anybody to try that, or you could walk away with a broken wrist or limbs. I don't know what not. That's a very challenging sort of a move that Camilo Villegas used to do, and it's news to me that he told me Pranav Kaul does it. So that's amazing. I think next time we should see him on camera. He should be doing that for our viewers to show them that yes, there's a Spider-Man in India as well, as Camilo Villegas was fondly called.
I'm quite baffled at what the situation is these days. To read the line, I have to also be super fit to be able to read it, not just have good eyes and good experience by my side and good understanding of greens, but I must be super fit to be able to read it because otherwise I can't get into those kind of postures.
Very tough. I think we'll just hire someone to read the line for us and get into those postures. So maybe get a caddy to do the Spider-Man. That's the
Yeah, let's just send him through all that pain
exactly
if he wasn't having enough on my bag.
with that heavy bag now. I will look at Dhruv Sharan here at hole number 9. Now this is a tricky shot. He's going to test all his short game skills here. Chipping against the grain and to that flag where he can't be too aggressive. Will have to be a really measured approach. And as I had said, getting a bad bounce, going over the green. So it's a pretty difficult tee shot. I mean, I don't know if the ball has rolled down in the bunker, but that's very unfortunate. And that can happen here because when you're off the greens, you're actually chipping into the grass.
Having a look at our leaderboard, Kshitij Naved Kaul still leads the way at 13 under par with a score of -1 for the day. Ankur Chadda follows him at -10 and Angad Chima is at -9. So I think it looks like we have a lot more action left on the golf course with about 12 to 13 more holes to go for our leaders. It's going to be an interesting day. Dhruv Shoran cleaning up for a bogey there. Didn't hit the best chip that he would have liked to. Nonetheless, Dhruv Shoran is 1 over for the day, and this would take him up to 2 over for the day.
We have a look at the 18th hole. We have Manav Jaini here. Manav Jaini level par for the day, having a good outing so far today and 8 over for the tournament. Manav playing alongside Devesh Rana and the amateur Mr. Amit Sarda. That is what you call a lip out, when the ball sort of almost goes in but painstakingly stays out.
Manav Jaini from Delhi, playing alongside Divesh and Amit Sarda, who's representing Imagine Tech Park. Manav Jaini, of course, a very seasoned campaigner on the PGTI. He's been a winner as well, and multiple tournaments with good performances, even on the Asian tour for him. Been working off late on his fitness during all of these COVID times, and seems like his game is coming back into shape. He's not had the best of performances over the last couple of years, but it looks like he is coming back uh, into form.
Definitely looks a lot fitter, and that time in the weight room is paying dividends on the golf course for him.
Devesh Rana, 1 under for the day through 6 holes. Should be updated with what he is through 9. These players will be making their way on to the first tee box, which will be the 10th hole for them. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on hole number 9.
That's a good angle for him. I remember that little bit of a swale which is there, maybe about 25 yards ahead of where he is. So I assume that he would have somewhere about 155 yards, give or take a few, to the flag. So maybe going with an easy 8 iron or maybe an aggressive 9 iron. I think maybe a 9 iron should be enough with his length. Would definitely favor a right-left draw in order to get close to this flag. Not too sure where there is.
Doesn't look like he had enough club to get up onto the green. I think he's left it just a tad shy of it. Playing alongside N. Thangaraja, who is playing rather well today. My apologies. Thangaraja is 1 over for the day, total of -4 for the tournament. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at even par for the day through 8 holes, with a total of -6 on that leaderboard. So
Mr. Ramanjit Singh Chatha on the 18th hole, the amateur. The amateur competitions also must be really heating up at this point in time, because the score from the Pro-Am day as well as yesterday and today will be counted, and based on that, a team of 2 professionals and an amateur will win the Stableford competition. So that's something that the amateurs are playing. The amateurs are playing a different tournament altogether, whereas the professionals are sort of playing the main event. And now we have Harmeet Kaur, his very distinct style and pre-shot routine. A winner on the Asian Tour, based out of Chandigarh. Arjuna awardee as well. And obviously, let's see, favors a left-right fade. A little deliberate with a lot of things, and still going strong.
Solid shot there for Harmeet Kaur.
A brilliant drive by him. A lot of length still there. I mean, I think he's almost getting close to senior tour age, but a phenomenal golf player still.
Absolutely, still works very hard on his game. Actually, still spends the hours on the driving range in Chandigarh. So Harmeet has constantly been working technically on his golf swing through and through. Never really stopped doing that. While we look back at Mr. Kulveen Suri, the amateur, who's playing alongside Dhruv Shoran and Sudhir Sharma on the 10th hole.
How must the amateurs feel? They're on camera, they're on live being telecast on ABP News, VAR Cricket, and we must say, obviously, what a brilliant partnership it is between the PGTI and ABP News Network. And our amateurs are really reaping the rewards of that. They're enjoying their time in the sun, and this can definitely be bragging rights for them.
Absolutely. In fact, it's one of the best things that has happened for the PGTI over the past couple of years. It's nice to have a live telecast. All the players can be seen, all the tournaments can be watched by junior golfers, players' families, and also people, club members who are affectionate about the game of golf, and they, follow some players. So not only live scoring now, but there's also live telecast available. So, adding more and more flavor to the sport of golf. It's an incredible change. And don't you wish this change had happened much sooner, so that even our families could have seen us playing? Although I'm not sure if that would have been a really good thing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've, I'll tell you, when the few times my parents have come, the only advice they said, could you please hit the shot a little earlier? The other players are waiting. And I'll tell them it's not like I'm doing it on purpose. So it's a fact. Till this date, my father, sort of mimics my entire pre-shot routine of plucking the grass and throwing it out. And they would have a good laugh, and they secretly recorded the entire routine. And, for them, it was always like, can you please play a little faster? We're getting bored watching you. So I don't know if that would have been a great idea in my case, but definitely it could have been a better idea for you.
Yeah, I think this is great for junior golfers. I think it's great for people who want to start learning to play golf and pick it up. Golf isn't the inaccessible sport that it used to be, known as back in the day. Things have changed magnanimously over the past couple of years. We've been having a lot of new people coming in to pick up the sport from all stratas of the society. And I think that's done phenomenal for the game of golf. In fact, this live telecast will help it even further to make it a more accessible sport, a sport that a lot of more people can enjoy.
Something. What is he? What do you think he's discussing with his caddy? I think the lie is something that would be of concern. Looks like a very tight lie, and I think it'll be pretty tough to pull off a good shot. He'll have to be precise with where the club actually touches the ball, the
I think
angle
he
of this.
was looking at the grain of the grass, if he'll be able to impart spin on it or not.
Brilliant touch by him, but shows you that even the best of shots leaves you with about 4.5, 5 feet for par. I don't think it's possible to do better than that. He pitched it right on the green and hit a very good shot from there. Just shows you how difficult it is today.
It's a tough flag location. So you short side yourself. That's going to be a tough chip and putt also to be made. And clearly, that lie was something of a question to his mind. So he was consulting his caddy whether that ball will be able to check up or not.
You know, I,
Clearly, it had enough of a release.
Today's been a tough day for scoring at this point in time. We only have 10 players who are under par. So just imagine, in weeks past, we've seen almost the entire field on the final day be under par, but not now only 10 players are under par for the day.
It's the challenge of the golf course, Shaurya, that it's very difficult to shoot underpars on this golf course unless and until you were on song through and through your game. Starting from your putter all the way up to your driver. Unless and until you were doing that, I don't think it's very easy to shoot an underpar number at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and especially with greens which are playing as tough as this week. I think it just makes it a whole lot interesting. Hole number 16th.
So our first view at the 16th hole.
Karan Pratap Singh -1 for the day.
Yeah, very good view. Shows the viewers that this hole, a relatively short par 4, but has a tank to the right of the green. A tank, as you can see, the tree in our foreground, that's about 280 odd yards to carry. So there's a tank on the left, maybe not much in play for these players who are longer hitters. So they'd carry everything on the left, maybe have 20 odd yards to the green.
I think that would be the ideal situation. That greenside bunker on the left side that you see would be the line that most players would be taking. Straight down that line should keep you in the short stuff. Definitely, no player would want to be in the big stuff on this hole. Depending on the flag location, you want to get it as close as possible to make a birdie.
You think the longer hitters like Abhijit Chadha Marimuthu and gang can actually get there on the green. Is that possible? Is that a possibility?
I think it is possible, very much so. I mean, back in the day when I could reach the green, although I mean later years I lost a little bit of yardage on my driver and couldn't make it up there. Used to be about 20, 25 yards short of the green. But I'm pretty sure guys who hit it as far as Chadda can make it up there.
I don't know if I'm pretty sure you might not have experienced that, but I feel when we were amateur golfers, personally from my experience, I was hitting the ball a lot longer than when I turned professional. Is that something that your swing subconsciously dials back, or is it the equipment changes? What really happens? I remember that in our amateur times, ball used to roll further, or there's something that I can't quite make sense of, but the ball definitely used to go further.
I think in amateur golf, in my case, or maybe something that even I've noticed was a little bit of loss of yardage. I know why that happened in my case. Although I feel that most players do sort of dial in their swings in a manner which it can make it more repeatable. So if you remember back in the amateur days, people would be hitting the ball as hard as they could, hit it as far as they could. But soon when they get on the pro tour, they realize that each shot is so important that keeping it in play is as important as is hitting it far. So you dial down your swing a little bit, dial down your tempo to that number, which can basically give you a more repeatable pattern of the swing. And I think that is the reason that one tends to lose a little bit of yardage, because you're sort of getting into the shape of keeping the ball in play while hitting it far as well, as far as possible in that tempo.
Yeah, that's what I would think so. That's a very good explanation by you. You've been able to totally break that down for us, and that makes a lot of sense. So maybe that is a way to go. That first learn to hit it hard, and then probably just fine tune your driving and your directional sense.
Probably not a bad idea to do that. In fact, I think it's way better to sort of have a more of a smash on the golf ball, and thereafter get down to straightening that out much later and dialing in a tempo later. I think it's very important to understand how good you're capable of hitting a ball.
Now we have Harmeet, who is surveying his putt, as we have his playing partner Giriraj Singh Khadka, who's in the front bunker, as a tough bunker shot, and you can see that the player is actually immersed in the process of understanding his next putt. He's quite interested to understand that what will be the line, flattening out the inundations, discussions with the caddy. There's so much going on here for all the players to see that this is how you prepare for a long putt.
Gurmeet's playing partner Giriraj Singh Khadka has left his shot from the bunker way short of the hole, left it only on the second tier of the green. That'll give him almost about 25 feet to save par, while Harmeet Kalon is traversing his path up and down, making sure he doesn't leave any stone or any leaf unturned on that putt.
I must tell you a famous little story about match play of me and Harmeet playing a match play event. I think for all the professional golfers who are hearing this, I think you'll be able to understand a lot about that from the pairing itself.
Were you competing who's going to be slower?
I mean, I'm the only one slow that I thought in that group, but it was an entertaining day, I must tell you. And to be honest, that was my first match play event that I played as a professional, and I think it was the greatest. I mean, I got off
Game ever played?
it was fantastic. I still remember. I don't know what happened in DGC. I was 500 after 8 holes. It was just happening automatically. I think I thought that maybe today try to end it quick, but it was a real battle that we had, and eventually I won on the 18th hole. But it was a very fun day to play with the legend of Indian golf, with Harmeet, and obviously a great player and a good ball striker. I remember distinctively. He's also one of those flat hitters of the golf ball, like we just saw on the tee, and I feel those kind of players are able to control the ball better.
Yes, I think he's still a very, very good ball striker and continues to be so. While we look at N. Thangaraja, another good ball striker, hitting that three-wood bang into the middle of the fairway. Harmeet, of course, has had an illustrious career even on the Asian tour earlier on. He, of course, doesn't play that tour anymore, but he used to be a steady player on that tour. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, last week's winner, in Dig Boy, now taking his tee shot on the 10th hole. He is at a score of -6 for the tournament.
I think Harmeet won the Hero Open at the DGC once, the Asian Tour event. It was a Honda's Hero. Honda. I don't quite remember the sponsor, but it was an Asian Tour event at Delhi Golf Club, and I remember those were the good old days of Indian golf. We had the likes of Arjun Atwal, Jyoti Randhawa at the peak of their powers, and it was a fantastic win by him. I still remember. I think he shot 8 under par the final day. So obviously, a lot of low scores that were on offer, and this week not so much, and it's a refreshing change. But you are seeing that Kshitij now with Call is building a handsome lead of 3 shots. He's really having to work for each shot. The golf course is not going to give you an inch, so you really have to earn it this week.
On the tee on the 18th hole now, Imran Ali Molla playing alongside Rajesh Kumar, and their amateur partner for the day is Samir Khaitan from Purti Golfers. Imran Ali Molla on the tee box.
Lining up on the left of the tee, so maybe going with a draw.
Like a pretty steady swing there for Imran Ali.
Good drive on the left side, but will have a tough approach shot over that tree from the rough. So might
For
be
that flag location, that's a tough place to be, Shaurya, isn't it? Unless and until you're really, really good with that draw shot and enough height on the ball to land it softly, because you have to definitely draw it in from the middle of the green to be able to get anywhere close to that flag, and that ball needs to be high enough. Probably drop it just before the ridge and let it bounce up. One bounce. That's Rajesh Kumar now playing alongside Imran.
I think especially if you're in the rough where Imran was, it's going to be a tough shot from there to realistically to get close. It would not be possible from there. From that lie angle, I don't think getting within 25 feet would be possible. Seems like he's favored the right hand side more, and he's walked off. So obviously that's a brilliant shot, and he's in pole position. That's a big drive right there.
That's a lovely shot. In fact, that I think would be the best position to be on. In fact, even slightly more right of that would be a great position for this flag location today. So very well done by Rajesh Kumar on that last hole's tee shot, which will be his 9th hole of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse us for that slight disturbance due to a technical fault that is happening off and on. We are trying our best to get it resolved as soon as possible, but in the meanwhile, please do bear with us.
Sunil Chaurasia on that 9th hole, lining up his putt, appears to be his birdie attempt. Sunil Chaurasia is playing even par for the day through 8 holes.
It's I want to know how much of an influence has his uncle SSP Chaurasia had on his game. He's obviously, Sumit is emulating his uncle's career, and I don't see maybe apart from putting, I don't see a lot of similarity in the game. Maybe just the way he holds the putter is and the way he putts is very similar to SSP.
I think a lot of it actually, Shaurya. In fact, his mannerisms, the way he even walks, is exactly like his uncle. In fact, if you go around and look at their golf swings and the mannerisms of even their pre-shot routines, they're almost, if not exactly, identical.
Then obviously he's in August company. He's learned from his uncle, who was a 3-time European Tour champion. So many winners, so much pedigree coming out of the PGTI and Indian golf in general. Now we have the amateur here.
Raghav Khaitan.
Oh, near miss.
Under reading that just a little bit while we wait for Ankur Chadda, who is at -10, the closest person to Kshitij Naved call as of now. What a lovely sight. I think I could just watch this all day long. Brilliant camera work there by the ABP News Network and the VAR cricket team.
Is that a pelican? A small little pelican?
I'm not so well versed with the names of the birds, but just a sight that I would enjoy. There we're back with Ankur Chadda.
Facing an uphill putt, maybe a left-right putt here.
Having said that, I think he might have an uphill task today. He's 3 shots off the pace as of now.
Definitely needs to get going on the back 9. It's the business hours now in this tournament, just 9 holes to go. And as Kshitij now with call has shown that he has no inclination to drop any shots or falter. He's definitely has got a vice grip around this tournament trophy. So if Ankur wants to win, he'll need to grab that. And he definitely needs to hold this putt, because if that lead goes up to 4 shots, I think then it kind of becomes unassailable. 4 shots is a very big margin over 9 holes, especially somebody who's as settled as Kshitij. So I feel this is a pivotal part in this championship. Let's wait with bated breath as Ankur makes it right in the set. And he knows
Solid
the
putt.
importance of that, because you could see that fist pump. He knows the importance of that putt.
Solid putt by Ankur Chadda, going from strength to strength. On to the 10th hole now.
Sunit Chaurasia, that for his par, remain at 6 under par. Maybe he can shoot a 5 or 6 under par on the back nine. You never know. It's not quite over. As we look at the 16th hole and the amateur teeing off,
That will be the junior golfer who is playing alongside Gaurav Pratap Singh and Divyanshu Bajaj.
brilliant young swing. He's a power hitter. I saw a couple of the drives and really impressive. Look at that. Very
nice
free
swing.
flowing, almost Rory McIlroy-esque. Very nice flight. And that should be fine just in the rough, leaving him about 100 yards. So the amateur doing really well today.
Anshul Mishra, representing Rare Rabbit at the Pro-Am Team Championship.
That's quite a rare name in itself.
Having said that, quickly mention where we all are at. We are at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, ladies and gentlemen. We are presenting to you the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship live from Royal Calcutta, powered by Urbana. Some of the sponsors of this event and the event partners are Aluk, Exide, Dynatemp, StoneX, SRMB TMT, ICICI Bank, and of course the tour partners of the PGTI are Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Electro Plus, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, and Incredible India. So a lot of different organizations coming together to the fore to support Indian golf and Indian golfers, and of course bring you the show live on YouTube as well as on Facebook through the channel of VAR Cricket, the sports channel, which gives you this live telecast of the ABP News Network.
And if you want to get more information on the players or follow the live scores, please head over to pgtoffindia.com. Here you'll get a treasure trove of information on the players, statistics, the earnings, the schedule of events, even the live score. So if I were you, I would be heading there right now.
Without leaving the live telecast, though.
Absolutely. Please manage both simultaneously. We want you to be with us on this wonderful journey as we walk through, what is going to be an exciting last 9 holes. This is the business end, and I think I would suggest you get a bag of popcorn and your favorite beverage and sit and watch these brilliant golfers play, and the amateurs also revel in the glory alongside the professionals. How this tournament is different, we must tell you. The ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021, powered by Urbana, is different because it's a Pro-Am championship. So you would see 2 professionals playing alongside 1 amateur, and the best. And there's a pairing of the professionals and the amateur for a tournament that goes on simultaneously, the Pro-Am championship. But the main scores and the championship is something separate, which you can see on your screen. And that's the only thing that you can follow at this point in time. And that's the tournament that Kshitij Navid Kaul so dearly wants to win.
Shamim Khan also raking up a good round today. He is at -2 for the day through 12 holes, taking his total to -3. He's jumped up 7 positions on that leaderboard for a tie of 9th position with Chirag Kumar, Dhruv Shoran, and Sudhir Sharma. So definitely showcasing that experience and steady play does go a long way on the Pro Tours. Sunit Chaurasia on the 10th hole now, choosing to go with a driver.
Shamim Khan doing well. Sometimes we used to refer to him as Machine Khan because he was so good. He was almost like machine-esque in his accuracy and the way that he would play, and especially his game approach game was always so so stable and always peppering the flagstick. There we have a look at Suneet hitting a driver on hole number 10.
Solid swing by him. Sunith also emulating his uncle, and definitely his uncle also, by the way, has worked a hell of a lot on his swing over the last few years since he went and spent most of his time on the European tour. He's actually another player that I played with at the Royal Calcutta itself at the Tour Championship once, and I was amazed to see what a difference it was from his early years. He was very similar to what another player also does, was actually shaping his iron shots towards the flags, whichever way the flag was located. And it was superbly impressive to watch a very penetrating ball flight, shaping them both ways to get them as close as possible to the flag. Incredible, playing with these kind of players who showcase a completely different sense of the game. Ankur Chadda also showcasing a really good game this week. He's at -10 for the tournament, the closest person to Kshitij Naved call.
You can see that his left foot is a little flared open. So that's to facilitate an easier turn. Should be fine. That's quite a generous fairway as the 10th hole. There we have a look at the amateur alongside Mr. Raghav Khetan. It's a good drive by him as well. Hit that shot and picked his tee off. That's a sign that everything is fine and dandy. So he'll just walk on. Now look at hole number 18. Here we have a group of Imran Ali Mola, Rajesh Kumar, and Mr. Samir Khetan. Another long try for birdie. Traversing the entire width of the green, and will still have some work left for his par.
Rajesh Kumar, after that superb drive and a second shot making it up to the green, still has work remaining to salvage a par on this 18th hole, his ninth hole of the day. Imran Ali Mola.
Imran looks to be here for his birdie. The caddy giving him the line. What the caddy is actually showing him is a point that he must hit over in order for the ball to go in the hole. So there are different ways of how you line up to a putt and how you read a putt. So obviously, each his own. So obviously, Imran prefers a method where he can be shown a spot a couple of feet ahead of his ball, where he can roll it over that, and then the ball should go in the hole according to how they read it. But maybe there was an error in how they read it, or there was an error in execution. Either ways, it wasn't as planned.
I usually preferred always to take my line next to the hole, and then simultaneously choose a spot which I could line my putter over. Wasn't very good with finding a midpoint. So much so, I think I only use that as an alignment trick, not so much as a point to go over as the line itself.
Likewise, I think it's quite difficult to actually then get the depth perception or an idea about the distance, because if you are so focused on the center point, you kind of lose out where the hole is. So the only thing you do is probably take the line and then align in that direction, and then sort of let the slope do the rest. And unfortunately, the slope has not been his friend this time, so it's going to make a five and move on to the next hole. Also a shout out to the PGTI and their team, the entire team, uh, doing a stupendous job in these pandemic conditions to get these tournaments together, organizing them, traveling from pillar to post to get things done, and especially even the admin, the operations, everybody. It's a Herculean task to get the ops side of things done, and coordinating with the players for the testing for COVID, getting the accommodation ready, and so on and so forth. So I think it's good. It augurs well for Indian golf that even in these trying times, there are tournaments where our Indian professionals can compete on, and that's testament to the strength of the Professional Golf Tour of India, and also its associates such as the Royal Calcutta Golf Club this week, who have been generous enough to present this golf course in such pristine condition. So the players are able to showcase their talent on this international level golf course, and the second oldest golf course in the world. A little known fact, but and the oldest golf course outside the British Isles. So I mean, they are literally walking on history.
Absolutely. In fact, all of these players will be also walking into their fourth consecutive tournament coming week called the Pune Open Golf Championship for a prize purse of 40 lakhs, defending champion for which is our leader of the tournament so far, Kshitij Naved Kaul. So definitely, going into that next week's tournament to defend his title, hopefully with a lot of confidence. So we take a quick look at the order of merit on the PGTI. Karandeep Kocher leads the way with 49 lakhs 59,880 rupees in his bank. Chikkarangappa S closely follows at 46 lakhs plus 4,630, while Udayan Mane also closely follows Chikkarangappa, but short of 10 lakh rupees. So we've got a star-studded, leaderboard or the order of merit over here. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has got 33 lakh 69,400 in the bank so far. So good play happening, and the complete top 10 seems to be built up of all youngsters. On the PGTI's order of merit. So it's superb stuff, splendid stuff happening over here while we look at our leader. The second look at our leader today, Kshitij Naved Kaul, on the ninth hole.
We're having a look at the order of merit, and what you can see that youth is obviously dominating all the positions. We only have on number 10 we have Shiv Kapoor, on number 9 we have Rashid Khan. So unfortunately, even Rashid Khan is looking like a veteran in front of the younger lot. Aman Raj, M. Dharma, Om Prakash, John Adil Bedi, all of maybe 21 years of age. Anirban Lahiri, I mean, he is a man who needs no introduction. Akshay Sharma, Amardeep Malik. So obviously, in the top 20, maybe only two or three players above the age of 30. So the game is definitely trending to the youth. And previously, we were thinking that's a game that definitely rewards experience and perseverance and a lot of years under the belt. But apparently, that's maybe not the case now. It's a global trend that's happening, and that's I think ushered in more so with Bryson DeChambeau and the prodigious distances that he's hitting the golf ball, and hence I think people have taken so much more to fitness even in the younger years. So you're seeing seismic shift happening, and that's happening here in India as well. And let's see what happens on the last 9 holes of this championship. Who will be the one who will be running the gauntlet? Is it going to be Kshitij Navid Kaul who'll have to go through the victorious, or will it be the chasing pack of Ankur Chadda and Angad Chima who are going to do something on this final day and catch up with that leader?
Incidentally, on that order of merit, we also have Sunny Chaurasia at the 20th position, followed closely by his uncle SSP Chaurasia right behind him. So,
If I was his uncle, I'd not be too happy. The master always has to be ahead, but I think the pupil has overtaken the master. But in all fairness to SSP does not ply his trade in India.
Absolutely.
He only has 5 tournaments here, and I think it's a testament to the work that he's done with Suneet. I wish I had an uncle who could get me up the order of merit.
absolutely. In fact, I'm looking at the complete order of merit right now, and each of the players, the pedigree just keeps becoming younger and younger as. So it's quite an interesting sight to see, and it just goes to show that golf is really big turning into a youth sport. You have to be young, you have to be fit, you have to be able to hit the ball a far away, and also, of course, to support that, you must have a superb shot game. So all in all, we see a huge amount of change happening in golf with another youngster here on our screens now, Karan Pratap Singh, on the last hole,
Good
playing
swing.
alongside Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow and Garv Lakhmani, the amateur who is representing Aluk Building Systems Private Limited. Karan Pratap Singh is even par for the day, although he got off to a hot start but hasn't been able to maintain it. So will stay at a total of 1 over par. Karan Pratap Singh got onto a pretty hot start with birdies on 1, 2, and 6, followed by bogeys on 7th and 8th, and another birdie on the 9th. So turned at a score of -2, but the back nine hasn't been very, very friendly to him.
Sanjeev Kumar has a very peculiar flat swing. I've never quite seen that before. Very laid off on top of the backswing and then sort of hitting a low kind of a fade. It's a very distinct golf swing.
Well, now you have.
Absolutely. I think he a little bit like Jeev Milka Singh, if you may.
Yes, Sanjeev actually is a very field-oriented player. Uses a lot of his arms and his wrists to go through the ball, but hits a pretty solid fade. Pretty good ball striker actually. Don't just go by the looks of the swing. He actually does strike the ball pretty well. The playing partner now taking his tee shot, Mr. Garv Lakhmani.
He's given it a good hit. Our cameraman is trying to trace the ball, and there
In
it
the
goes.
middle of
He's
the
done a
fairway.
brilliant job right in the middle of the fairway.
Garv Lakhmani's swing, which is very reminiscent of a stack and tilt golf swing, very easily distinguished by the kind of moves that he has in his swing. While we go back to the 18th green, we have the last group that teed off from the 10th hole. Yuvraj Dhara now, just from the back of that green, playing alongside Amardeep Malik and the amateur Avanish Deoskar representing Arbana Uno. Nice effort by Yuvraj Dhara. The Dhara of the ball, although needed to be more towards the hole, it wasn't. Nonetheless, he'll be cleaning that up.
That's all right. Should make a par and move on. A par on this hole is always good. So the 3 holes that we are covering today that we've seen, the first hole, the ninth hole, and the 18th hole, the pin positions have all been very treacherous, very tricky pin positions. Valiant effort there by the amateur.
Avnish Deoskar representing Urbana Uno. This tournament, of course, is powered by Urbana, the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. ICC is the Indian Chambers of Commerce, a catalyst for economic growth. Flamboyant Amardeep Malik there walks off the 18th green, now walking onto that first tee box, while the first group, which teed off from the first hole, is now making its way onto the 18th green, the group of Karan Pratap Singh, along with Sanjeev Kumar.
Seem to be quite a way far behind. Seems like the better part of 180 yards. Now we have M. Dharma.
On the 16th hole, M. Dharma has chosen to go with a driving iron. So clearly, he wants to lay up and give himself a full wedge shot in to be able to get as close as possible to that flag. They're definitely going with the more wiser, or you can say the more percentage based option.
Yes, definitely. Being a little conservative of the tee is M. Dharma. Almost sits down a little on the ball. And then a very steep sort of a swing, very distinct self-made swing, if you may.
Absolutely. In fact, very, very homemade, but does work very hard at his game and has not only played well, but also improved his game year after year.
And that's how you see him at the top of the leaderboards almost every week. Manu Gandas there. A little more conventional.
Manu Gandas going with the driver should get him pretty up and close with the green. Flag location is 19 paces from the front edge and very close to the left edge of the green. So the flag is pretty much in the middle tier portion of the green, but will be a little difficult to get to in because of that slope on the left side of it.
Now the amateur here for this group. Mr. Hiranmoy gone. Just drifting a little bit to the right, but that's all right. Should have some kind of shot from there.
This is one of those holes, where there's so many tanks hidden in the middle of these trees. One on the left side, which you actually think there is no tank over there, but then there's a huge tank on the left side. It's almost like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And then you have one on the right side of the green, which is, of course, easily visible. And if you end up hitting a putt from the left side of the green towards the right side of the green and end up catching a little extra pace on it, you could actually land up inside that tank.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Yes, I have seen that happening with people. Luckily, it wasn't myself.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, thank God for that. I'd otherwise not have lived to see this day. And then we have the further down deep into that right rough is another tank, which is about 70 or 60 yards short of the green, a small little thing. So they just sort of like creep on you from nowhere.
Yeah. As long as you don't visit the tanks, it should be fine. But obviously, that's what adds to the challenge on this golf course. During my playing days, I remember the 15th hole, the par 5, I couldn't quite get out of a tank. I was hitting again and again. And in fact,
the one on the left side of
on the 15th
fairway?
hole,
Yes.
I actually went there. And I think it was this squirrel or one of its relatives that caught my ball and put it in an unplayable position.
For as long ago as that might have been the great grandfather of that squirrel.
You never know. But somebody from the same family tree, and I hit a shot. The funny part was, this actually makes me chuckle because I remember a lot of my playing partners who are probably hearing this now will remember this story. I hit the shot and I asked them, "Have you seen my ball?" They said, "No, we saw the dust and we couldn't see it." So I think these comedic things only happen to me. So we were looking for it. And what happened? There was a root where I hit the shot and the ball actually went under the root and deeper inside it.
Wow. Is that why a lot of guys called you gold dust back in the day?
Maybe, I don't know. So I was quite aghast and quite sad actually because I was playing well and at that point in time I didn't have the disposition that I do have. I didn't see the levity in this situation, but I was quite disappointed. Then I tried to get out of it again, and I stayed there. I remember going walking away with the 12.
Oh my
And
God. Those kind of days are really, really terrible, aren't they?
absolutely,
Some days you
especially
could have a really, really good day going and get stuck in one sort of a position, could completely derail
you
you.
know, I'm telling you, in golf, in any time, there's a disaster lurking at every corner, and especially here, the hazards are actually waiting for you with bated breath, and there are a couple of foxes to add to the measure.
Oh,
So
I remember back in the day that 15th hole tank. I've also been in there one or two times, but it's very difficult to sort of chip it back on into the fairway because that tank is so far deep. So
exactly.
you have to make sure that the ball catches enough height when you chip it out, but also not enough height to hit the tree branches, which are actually hanging just over that hazard. So it was actually one of the most difficult chip outs, even though you're trying to hit it only 20, 25 yards. But it was really difficult to sort of control that trajectory, make sure it also has a little bit of release so it does not, that makes its way into the fairway at least.
Yeah, they're very unassuming, but once you get stuck in them, you don't know what will happen. There's another entertaining story that I have regarding a tank from a different golf course that we were discussing, the 13th hole at Coimbatore. In fact, that happened on my first year when I was a professional. So, as we get back to the 18th hole, we'll just tell the rest of that entertaining story. Is Jeev Kumar, it's a brilliant shot, no tank around, so he'll be nice, high and dry. That's fine. So there was a par five hole that I was talking to you about, 13th hole at Coimbatore. It's I think the ominous number 13. That's why it is the 13th. So I was two on the edge of the green on a par five, and it's a real story. I'm not making this up just to. You can verify this with the other professionals. I'm not saying this just to entertain our viewers right now, but you must understand that in the life of a professional golfer, sometimes there can be a tragedy which is actually a comedy when you look back at it. I was near the green on the fringe, and there was a hazard which was behind me. So the hazard was behind me, but my ball was lying in the rough, about 3 inches ahead of ahead of the hazard. So the hazard is actually behind me, and my ball is sort of suspended a little bit in the rough, so it's not really touching the ground, and the pin is about 10 feet. So any rational person would just chip it and try and make birdie from there. So I hit my shot. What happened? The club went under the grass. The ball sort of just fell down and rolled back into the hazard. So I was a little confused. I said, "What has just happened? How has the ball gone backwards?" Because there was a slight slope, but because the ball was perched about 3 or 4 inches above in the rough, I was very confused. I was flummoxed. I looked at my playing partners and I said, "What happened?" He said, "Ball आपके पीछे hazard में चली गई." I said, "How can it go behind?" So he said, "Okay." Then they said, "Okay, take a penalty drop." And I know this sounds funny, but trust me, ladies and gentlemen, this is a true story. So I said, "Okay, I'll take a drop." I said, "This might be a fluke incident, must have happened something." I took a drop again in the exact location, because you can take a drop from where you last played that shot, not nearer the hole. I said, "Okay." I dropped the ball. And it came up to a similar kind of place. I said, "Now shouldn't be a same problem." And I said, "What I'll do now, I'll hit it hard." So I said, because I was a little.
Great save by Sanjeev Kumar from that difficult spot on the wall of the bunker on the 18th. Super putt, holding it from about 10 feet under the hole.
So coming back to a suspenseful story, I thought that I'll hit this one hard. It was only maybe 10 feet or 12 feet to the pin. I took a long swing. I said I'll hit it like a bunker shot. Maybe whatever this rough has some, witchcraft going on. I'll just hit it and get to the green and make my double bogey or bogey. I hit it really hard. Again, I looked up. The ball was nowhere to be found. It's in hazard. And by that time, we had the referee there as well, because obviously referees were always lurking in and around where I was. They were ready to pounce on me for slow play. But I said, "Look what is happening." So I called the referee. But by that time, I was convinced there is some black magic going on. So I got so scared. I said, "Okay, I'm not going to play from here." I took a penalty drop. I went back 40 yards behind the hazard, came on the green and finished it. And that was a very funny story. And somehow when you have a career as a professional golfer, these kind of things happen to you. But lo and behold, I missed the cut by one shot. I still remember. And I could not sleep that entire night. I'm being honest. I was like, what just happened today?
So I remember about 12 or maybe 14 years ago in Coimbatore itself, if I'm not wrong, it was the seventh hole, the par 3, which one of the naughty tournament directors had put up a flag location on the right side on the green itself. I mean, it would have been a little easier if he had put it inside the bunker itself, but he had put it just over the bunker and on top of a ridge on the green. I remember one of the top players actually hit the green to about 6 feet, and he just couldn't finish the hole. He'd hit a putt from one side, it'll land up on the other side of that slope, and then he'd hit another one from the other side and land up on the other side of the hole. And that this story just kept going on for about 20 minutes. And I remember we were standing on the tee and just watching the show going on. And they had to call a referee because the ball just wouldn't stop in that location. So it was one of the illegal flags, as we know that we need a 4 feet area to be able to stop the ball. But it was hilarious to watch someone for 20 minutes just going 6 feet on this side and then 6 feet on the other side all day long almost.
What happened then eventually?
Well, it was a case of the player not being very, very happy with the tournament conditions, and he said that he will not continue to play the tournament, while the rest of the field, of course, didn't take more than 2 minutes on that green.
I don't remember though. I don't know if which was the tournament. There was a round called off because of an illegal pin in Coimbatore itself. I don't know if that was the one or some other one, because there was a player who couldn't quite finish the hole and then they had to call the tournament off. I was very happy. Sometimes when our round was going bad, we would try and pretend that a pin was illegal and say, "Sir, can you cancel the round? My round is not going so well." They would say, "Son, on you go. I'm not going to hear any of this."
Divyanshu Bajaj coming in to the 18th hole, his final hole of the day, and the tournament. Gaurav Pratap Singh, Divyanshu Bajaj with their junior amateur partner Anshul Mishra walking up that 18th fairway. Divyanshu Bajaj is +3 for the day and a total of +3 for the tournament. We have Gaurav Pratap.
And RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to, defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memory since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC.
Back to the action on the golf course. Going on live at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. We're on the 18th hole. Divyanshu Bajaj getting ready to take on his second shot on the 18th, which would be his final hole of this tournament. Gaurav Pratap Singh seems to have put himself a little bit into the trouble, but should be able to pull off a shot from there. Couldn't quite follow Divyanshu's ball. Seems to be walking confidently down the fairway. Wind has sort of is moving from the right to the left on this hole, slightly from the face or on the face of the players. Mari Muthu and Shamim Khan have reached the tee on the 18th, waiting for Gaurav Pratap Singh to hit off his second shot.
This group is like it's a funny mix. It's almost like Lauren and Hardy. One is a player who can bludgeon the ball. The other one just caresses it onto the fairway. But obviously, we know who's the legend here is Shamim Khan. Mari Muthu would do well to learn a thing or two about managing the game from this great player. Shamim Khan has dominated Indian golf for well over a decade now. As we have a look at the players walk down the 18th. Lush green fairways. What a beautiful day. Historic sight. And who would be the player who would make history at this point in time? It looks primed to be Kshitij Navit Kaul. He's able to stave off all the other players, the challenges. He's done well. He's 1 under for the day after 9 holes, going very steady at this tough layout. Ankur Chadha and Angad Chima in hot pursuit, but yet to really make birdies or get their round going. So obviously they would need to do something soon as they're running out of holes as well. They just have 9 holes and 3 shots to cover up. Although, as witnessed before, and there are many curious tanks here who can who can add a twist to the tail of this tournament. So never say never here. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu dropping a shot and moving back to 5 under par. So I think realistically speaking, it's between the trio of Kshitij, Ankur, and Angad at this point in time. Gaurav Pratap Singh actually moving up 7 positions by virtue of being level par for the day. So obviously shows you how tough the golf course is playing. So he moves up to a tie for 16th as we look at Shamim, who has hit his drive on the 18th hole. Shamim is 2 under for the day. Would be looking to finish in style here and has hit the fairway. As you can see, his ball about 20-25 yards ahead of the bunker. So he's in a good position there. The amateur, Mr. Jagdish Jangid, who is playing alongside them. Look at Gaurav Pratap Singh. He was in this bunker yesterday as well. But obviously today is a different flag. A very good bunker player. A very good touch and field player. Let's see what he's able to do from here. Imparts a lot of spin, so might be looking to fly the ball all the way up till there. Not quite sure where that has gone.
It's gone past the green, I think.
I think this would have been a time where you could have probably tried to hit and sort of bump and run kind of bunker shot. That
I think
roll.
that's what he was trying to do actually, because of the way he swung at it. But I think he might have ended up getting probably a little bit too much of a bounce on that ball, because it does release a little bit downhill past that flag location. He was also stuck on the left side of the fairway, so probably one of his best case scenarios was to either leave it on the front side of the green or maybe leave it in the bunker.
I would think that it would be better off to be outside that bunker because a long bunker shot to this flag is definitely quite a treacherous one because there's no space. If you leave it short, you'll have a very long putt, and if you try to go for it, you'll overrun the green like he has in
For
this
sure.
case.
For sure. Anshul Mishra.
I think Anshul is here in too. Obviously, the juniors playing some fantastic golf today. This seems like 100-foot putt.
I'm just
What a
looking.
beautiful putt by him. Brilliant by the junior. That's phenomenal. And that's why they always say when you putt, try and putt like a child.
It's great to see that junior golfers are having this opportunity. I really wish that, back in the day also we had these kind of opportunities where juniors would get to play with professionals in their main events, and would be such a great experience to just, sort of understand what is it that was required to reach those kind of levels of golf.
And most obviously understand the importance of etiquette and so on and so forth, and which this junior is definitely learning today.
Definitely. Divyanshu Bajaj, local lad from Calcutta, playing on his home course this week. Running that putt a little too far by, very aggressive with that approach of his. Gaurav Pratap Singh from the back of the green, I'm sure, is looking to chip this one in. And looking at his chipping prowess, I think it's very, very possible for him.
But that's a very tricky chip shot, to be honest with you. If you are too aggressive with it, you could actually roll down that tier, and then again be looking at a 20-footer. So it could be an endless nightmare. So I think it would be best to just take his medicine and try to get the ball somewhere close to the hole. If it goes in, that's great. Otherwise, just take your bogey and sort of just accept that, move on. Let's see, it's not that easy. He's again stuck in that against grass. The ball tends to either stay short from here or release in a very aggressive fashion.
I think knowing Gaurav, he's definitely not going to take the safe route out of here. He's definitely going to be trying to make this chip.
Looks like a very tight lie. He was aggressive, and that's he's run it 5 to 6 feet by, and that's what can happen here because it's very slick.
He's also doing pretty well with the quick deep squat there, just to try to stop the ball. It's gone about 5 feet past the hole. That'll be his attempt to save a bogey.
So that's the problem in golf. In the blink of an eye, you can actually be staring at double bogey. So you don't make much of an error. You just hit your tee shot a little to the left, and then you're a little bit out of position. But that's how golf is, I guess.
But I guess there's no other way than to try to save the day by trying to make that chip. And of course, there will be a little bit of aggression involved. But as long as the player is confident that they will come back and make a putt for the save that they will have to make, I think it's very well worth it to take that shot at it.
Absolutely, Sensei.
Divyanshu Bajaj rolled himself about 9 to 10 feet past the hole. Should be looking to make this putt to save his par on the 18th. Divyanshu not having the best of his outings. He's generally plays much better golf. He's at 3 over par today and a total of 3 over par for the tournament. As you can tell when the camera actually pans downward, and you can tell how steep that slope is past the hole. Actually, if you can see that right now as well while he's sitting down. That slope actually can take that golf ball way past. In fact, Divyanshu's ball probably lucky to have stopped over there. Could have rolled way past. Very peculiar thing that I notice on Divyanshu's putter, he's actually put up some lead tape of weight closer to the bend on that putter shaft, probably to add a little bit more weight and make it more balanced.
Now I see that a lot of players are actually using that weight on the putter, and depending on the speed of the greens, they tend to alter the weight of the putter. There's a lot of fitting that these players actually go through. They see that some of the players actually have two putters as well, one with a different loft, a higher loft or a lower loft, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, it's a lot of things that are going on with club fitting at this point in time. But that would not be on Gaurav Pratap's mind. The only thing that would be on his mind is to get this ball in the hole. Should break a little from his left, I think, or maybe from his right. Actually, from his right. My apologies. Maybe right center firm should do it. Yes, easy does it, and he makes his five. That's all
That's
right.
exactly why he likes to be aggressive, because he knows that he will come back and make those putts.
I think then he should continue playing that way. Let's see if our junior can end in style.
Good inspiration for Anshul Mishra also to be aggressive through his shots through the rest of his golfing career. That'll be a great learning for him via Gaurav Pratap Singh. And of course, a good contrast of players. Gaurav Pratap Singh with a super solid shot game, very aggressive nature. Divyanshu Bajaj, a very, very steady player, keeps the ball in play, hits very crisp shots of irons. So good mix-up of guys that Anshul Mishra has been able to, rub shoulders with today.
I see a lot of focus and determination in the young man's eyes. Maybe he could be the next big Indian star. Who knows? The possibility of youth are endless. Brilliant. Well done. Good little putt there, and what a lovely moment.
While we head backwards now. Back onto the 17th green. We have the group of M. Dharma, Manu Gandas, and Hiranmoy Gon, who is representing Vijay Power Putts and Vansh Jutex LLP.
Manu Gandas there on hole number 17. You can see him in our foreground. Let's also have a look at the scores at this point in time. We have the top of the leaderboard that remains unchanged. Kshitij at 13 under par, Ankur at 10 under par, Angad Chima at 10 under par, and the rest of the chasing pack sort of falling by the wayside. Om Prakash Chauhan, Yuvraj Sandhu, and Sunit tied at 5 under par. Abhijit Singh Chadda cutting a lonely figure at 4 under par, and Shamim Khan at 3 under par, tied alongside Chirag Kumar. So I think it's safe to say that the tournament is going to be decided between the trio of Kshitij now with Kaul, Ankur Chadda, Angrit Chima. And if we go lower down the leaderboard, we can see who else has had a good day. Karan Pratap Singh catapulting himself to the 16th position, up from the overnight 25th by shooting a 1 under par. We have Anurag Rohana, the Sri Lankan legend, shooting 2 under par today and moving up from 41st to 30th position at a total of 4 over par. Trishul having a good day, 1 under par. And we have Tappy Guy, who has finished 1 under par for a tie of 22nd. And we have Digraj Singh Gill as well as Shankar Das, both tied at 5 over for the tournament and 1 under for the day. So there are a lot of people who are making a move up just by shooting one or two under par, and we're not seeing any other scores that are actually that low, which is testament to how this golf course is playing today. So I think pars are definitely something that players are vying for, and we can have a look at Manu Gandas, always focused and in the zone, makes that. So Manu would remain at one under par and level par for the tournament as we have a look at the 18th hole, and you can see the updated leaderboard here as well. Turning out to be quite an interesting tournament this time. We've seen that on the PGTI, each tournament has been very closely contested, apart from the last one, where Yuvraj Singh Sandhu was able to run away with the tournament and separate himself from the field. And that's something that Kshitij would try to do this week, because obviously, when you have a 3 or 4 shot hole on the final hole, you know for certain that you have won. You can just relax and enjoy the ambiance and sort of revel in the moment, and sort of enshrine it in your memory. And that's not something that you can do if you are in the midst of battle with two other players who are sort of clutching at bits to beat you. So it's important that the leader is able to maintain his focus for the entirety of the tournament. As we look at hole number 18, we have Shamim Khan here with his trusty caddy Gulu. Shamim is, if not one of the best, definitely one of the best putters over the years that has ever been seen in India. I mean, that's not something that I say lightly. You could, if there were archives and reporting, you'd see that Shamim has been the best putter over the years in India. His putting is just exemplary. He's been known to hold 30, 40, 50 footers and rarely ever three putts, and very good with judging the speed and the line and obviously executing it. So he has every facet of the short game really locked on point, and you can see that he's surveying the green at this point in time. I think the other players are in some form of trouble, so he's taking his time. Shamim playing alongside Mari Muthu R and the amateur Jagdish Jangid, who is here visible on our screen at this point in time. Another thing about golf is that etiquette demands that when there's a golfer and he's sort of reading his line or lined up for his putt, you're not to step on his line. So, other players are very cognizant of that and do ensure that they circumvent that by going around the ball or where they're walking, so as to not create any marks or inundations on the player's line. And there we have Shamim Khan. He's left that short, so we'll still have some work left for his four. And the amateur, Mr. Jangid. A little bit of a miscue from our amateur, but that's all right. The team championship is all that matters. Om Prakash Chauhan just missing that by a whisker. I'm sorry, Mari Muthu R. Missing that putt. Looks like he will be making a bogey, what seems like. I'm not too sure, but we'll have a confirmation soon. Mr. Jangid here, Just going to finish up his round and make this putt. And he does well, cleans that up. So all in a good day's work for him. Really enjoyable experience for the amateurs. And obviously, when the main tournament is decided, after that we'll also know the fate of the Pro Am Championship. The amateurs would really cover this trophy, and that's why you can see that the amateurs are as serious as the professionals in this tournament. They don't want to give an inch to anyone else. And now, yeah, Shamim Khan, this putt is a little tricky, maybe breaking just a hair from his left to the right, but it's not that easy a read because you've seen a lot of players miss that on the underside. What a brilliant putter. He's always able to dive the putts in, and that's what has made him the number one earner of all time on PGTI. So that just shows you his consistency over the years. He's won 15 tournaments on the PGTI over the last 13 years, averaging a little more than a tournament a year, but just shows you that he's been consistently on top of his game. He's always been there, made the most number of cuts, always finishing up in the top 10, top 15, and still going strong. So Shamim would finish the week at 3 under par, and that would be good enough at this point in time for a tie for eighth position. As we have the group behind M. Dharma, Manu Gandas, and the amateur Hiran Moegon, who is from the team VJ Power Putts Vansh Jutex LLP. M. Dharma taking aim. He is coming in from a very good angle. I think can actually attack the flag from there. A nice high draw should do it for him. And that's well within his repertoire. So look for him to go flag hunting here. Dharma not having the best of days, 2 over, 1 over for the tournament. So I think he would want to vent some of that frustration by attacking this flag stick. Look at that golf shot. What a brilliant shot by him. All of 8 feet as we had predicted. He had the ability, the angle, and the line, and now Manu as well, sitting in prime position to attack that flag. Maybe nothing more than a 9 iron or maybe even a pitching wedge. What I really like about Manu's game is the calm and composed nature of his demeanor, which actually translates also into his golf swing. Not one to wear his heart on his sleeve or exhibit much emotion. So if you are going toe to toe against him in a tournament, you would not really know how he's feeling. So that's one advantage for sure in the heat of battle, that the opponent would not know what his enemy is thinking. Another brilliant shot by Manu. So, a long tee shot to the right of the fairway has actually allowed them to be able to go for that flag, which is practically inaccessible for the shorter hitters and especially players who miss the fairway on the left hand side. Because in order for you to be able to hit that flag, you need a short enough club that you can hit it above the tree and then stop it as well as soon as it falls. On an enjoyable walk for Dharma as we have a look at the leaderboard. And here, live on the 18th hole, we have OP Om Prakash hitting his customary fade from the left hand side. My apologies, that is Sachin Besoya on the 18th, not Om Prakash. Paired alongside him is MD Zamal Hussain Molla and Mr. Himanshu Jatia from Sai Sulfonates Private Limited. And he's going to be contesting for the Pro Am competition as we have a look at MD Zamal, who's having a good day again at 1 under and 2 under for the tournament. Catching a rich vein of form at the right time. An aggressive swing. Now we have a look at the amateur, Mr. Himanshu. Let's see what he can do. The southpaw. I think this hole really favors a left-handed hitter. He can hit his draw from the left to the right. So sort of hit a strong draw, then have a very short club back to the green. Seems to have hit a high one. Yeah, should work. So at the top of the leaderboard, we have Kshitij Navit Kaul at 13 under par. So things remain unchanged with Ankur and Angad still at 10 under par each. And the leader group has finished 11 holes. So they only have 7 holes left. And the chasing pack even less. So they have 6 holes to make up all the shots with Kshitij Navit Kaul. So I think his closest other pursuer is Om Prakash Chauhan, who is outside the top three. And apart from the top three, this group of players, they're 8 shots away, and I think they're realistically out of it. So they're all fighting for those elusive world ranking points. So nobody's going to let up on any stroke just yet. And ladies and gentlemen, so you should stay tuned with us because things are going to get very interesting at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021, powered by Urbana. Both of the players stalking their putts, trying to understand which way it's going to break. This is where their homework comes in handy, their books and notes, and especially playing the golf course over 4 days. You're able to traverse different lengths and breadths of the green, and you get a feel and an innate understanding how the ball will break, and that's going to be so important if they are to make birdie now. Manu Bandas now. Let's see if he can make that putt. Currently at 1 over for the day and 11 par for the tournament. Should be looking to make this putt. Breaking a little bit from his left. Seems to have got the line, and yes, has got the speed. So that's a brilliant birdie for him. So able to get the just reward for 2 brilliant shots. And he's going to be one happy camper. And that's the best way to finish your tournament, making a birdie on the last hole of the week. Brilliant. Let's see what M. Dharma is able to do here. Can he follow his co-player and make birdie? I'm sure that he is hoping to. and Dharma would also be hoping to move up the order of merit where he sits at 12th position currently. Oh, he has missed it on the lower side. Unfortunately, does not get the reward for his two good shots and will walk away with four and will finish the week at at 1 over for the week and 2 over for the day. So Dharma will finish in a tie for 21st position as the amateur Mr. Hiran Moy will clean up for his part as well.
Dharma would save a par there and stay at the tied 21st position as we see the leaderboard right now. Although there could be changes there depending on how the players do up atop the leaderboard and further down. Karan Pratap Singh has jumped up 9 positions today with his -1 on the scorecard, finishing with a total of even par for the tournament, with total score of even par with rounds of 70, 76, 71, and 71. We now have in the fairway Sachin Besoya and Mohammad Zamal Hussain Molla. Zamal Hussain Molla is right in the middle of the fairway, getting ready to take on his second shot. This pin location does suit Zamal's ball flight quite a bit. He seems to have leaked it out and bailed it slightly towards the right side, leaves himself in the center part of the green on that middle tier. Would have almost a 100-footer to make birdie. Walking alongside Sachin Besoya, his playing partner for the day, and their amateur partner, who is representing Sai Sulfonates Private Limited, Himanshu Jatia. Zamal Hussain maintaining himself at -2 as a total score, -1 for the day for him. Total score of -2 gets him to the tied 12th position. Dhruv Shoran not having the best day possible today for him. He's dropped 6 positions on that leaderboard with a +3 currently on the scorecard and a total of -2 for the tournament. Himanshu Jatia. Nice shot by Himanshu Jatia. Leaves himself an uphill effort about 20 feet. Right just under that slope. Think local knowledge serving him well over there. It's a perfect position for himself to be at. Kshitij Naved Kaul still leads the way at -12, followed closely by Ankur Chadda and Angad Chima, both at 10 under par. Like Om Prakash Chauhan, Sunil Chaurasia, both at 5 under par, but definitely this tournament looks like it is between the three gentlemen on the top, which is Kshitij, Ankur, and Angad. So still a lot of golf to be played, while Kshitij and Angad have finished 12 holes, and Ankur has finished 13. Definitely a couple of birdie holes coming up for Ankur Chadda, which is the 14th, 15th, 16th, and you never know, the 17th and the 18th also can pose up those opportunities for him. It gets more and more interesting as the day moves on. When we look at this golf course, up to the 13th, there are hardly any birdie opportunities. The 14th does give a little bit of respite, so does the 15th, the par 5. And the 16th, of course, is the reachable par 4. If not reachable for a medium hitter, definitely for the longer ones. But the medium hitter can wedge it very close to the hole and try to salvage a birdie from there. Sachin Besoya keeping his round pretty steady at 1 over par for a total of even par for the tournament so far. He has dropped one position today and is for a tied of 17th on that leaderboard. He's left himself a little bit of work to do from that position on the front side. Appears to be in the bunker.
We're
The
seeing a lot of.
intention that the caddy is looking at it with looks like they're trying to get it as close as possible, depending on the lie that he has.
I think it's so important because it's such a long shot with multiple breaks, and if you get the first one wrong, the ball could actually end up in a totally different spot. So that's why maybe the caddy is trying to understand that what is the correct spot where he must pitch the ball so as to have a decent chance of making par. I think anything if he is able to get up on the top tier within 10 feet should be really good from there. This ball will have a lot of top spin on it coming out from that rough as he judged it perfectly. He left it a little short and it'll sort of roll back now.
I think he almost had a perfect shot there. Just another 6 feet more, and that ball would have trickled very, very close to the hole. But difficult to judge it coming from that little upslope area where his ball was caught on the lip of the bunker.
That's a tough putt that he has coming up to salvage his par. As we have a look at the leaderboard, unfortunately, our leader Kshitij Navit Kaul has dropped a shot on the 12th hole, and is that going to cost him? I thought he was unfallible, but seems that he is human after all. He's dropped a shot, and now he's only 2 shots clear of Ankur and Angad, who are steadfast at 10 under par each.
I think there's still a lot of golf to be played, especially on the back nine. The final few holes can really change the game on this golf course. They are challenging in their own way, but also they do pose an opportunity for the players to gather a few shots towards the end of the round. They're not easy shots to be gathered, but they're definitely a possibility. Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola from over 100 feet away from this flagstick to attempt for his birdie. Zamal Hussain Mola playing 1 under par for the day and a total of -2 on the leaderboard.
He would have got a lot of information on that putt by looking at his co-player's chip shot, and that would really help him.
Zamal comes from Bangladesh and plays most of his golf at the main golf course in Dhaka, the Kurmitola Club, and the layout of that golf course is actually pretty similar. There we have it, Zamal Hussain Mola judging it absolutely perfectly. So that golf course also has got a lot of characters, quite similar to Royal Calcutta. I mean, definitely they have their own differences, but a lot of planning involved even on that course. And in fact, the one contrary thing that happens over there is that as you go towards the end of the round at that club, the opportunities for birdies actually continuously keep reducing. As you move into hole number 15th onwards, you're really playing such tough holes, long par threes, long par fours, tiny landing areas for drives. One of the holes is like a 570 or 590 yard par five. So extremely difficult to get it up to the green in 2 shots. And even when you're trying to lay it up, well, the layup also has to be done with a driver and a hybrid and then have a wedge shot in. So, that's a different challenge altogether. So that opposed to what we have over here, the challenge is still around, but the opportunities do arise past the 11th hole.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that both the golf courses are very well manicured as well as this one. And the greens at both the places being immaculate. And Saman obviously plies his trade in India as well. I think majorly he plays in India, a little bit on the Asian Development Tour.
Yes, you'd be spot on with that. That's what Zamal does. He plays a little bit on the development tour. He plays a few tournaments in Bangladesh every year, and of course plays the entire year on the PGTI. So this would definitely be his bread and butter area.
So that I think the PGTI is providing these players such a great opportunity, and obviously the international tours provide our Indian players such an amazing opportunity to go to different countries, and even when they go play the events in Bangladesh on the Asian Tour and even the main Bangladesh tournament. So obviously it's very good that there are strong tours in the neighborhood as well, and especially the Asian Tour, which is back this week. So that's great news for our golfers, and that'll add more motivation for this lot to try and finish well, and unfortunately, Sachin has missed his par. So we'll have to make do with bogey right now.
Few of the players who will be looking forward to some good play this week as well as next week if they would like to make it to the Tour Championship, which of course each of the player wants to do. Mohammad Sanju, who is a local RCGC candidate, has actually missed the cut this week and wouldn't be hasn't seen the weekend, but he would definitely need a good week at least in Pune to be able to make it into the final tournament of the year, including Sudhir Sharma, who is also riding up at 57th position on the order of merit. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, who has made a decent showing for himself right now at the 60th position, although Rajiv also would require another decent week, maybe in Pune, to be able to get into the Tour Championship. Thereafter, we have Anshul Patel, Mohammad Azhar, Abhishek Jha, Arjun Sharma, all requiring good finishes to be able to make it into the top 60, including Anil Bajrang Mane, Mithun Pereira, Ashbir Saini, Dipankar Kaushal, Shravan Desai, and Digraj Singh Gill. All of these players requiring good finishes in the coming week in case they would like to be a part of the Tour Championship.
So obviously a lot at stake here, and
I think Anshul Patel might have a chance. He was playing all right. In fact, his yesterday's round was a bit of a blemish uh, for this week's effort. But he would definitely require a good finish, including Abhishek Jha, who is also riding up at 63rd position. Also, not only does this a good finish in the next week give them a shot at the Tour Championship, but also, most importantly, playing rights for the coming year on the PGTI. Otherwise, these players will have to go back to the qualifying school if they do not make it within the top 60 players on the order of merit.
unfortunately, it's so competitive now that even a lot of the good players have to face the prospect of going back to Q school.
I'd say that competition is a positive aspect. Actually, it's a fortunate thing that we see in the country today. That even the players playing on the PGTI are playing in such a challenging format. They are playing to such great standards as would be seen at the Asian Tour, the European Tour, in fact, even on the PGA Tour. I think over the past couple of weeks, the kind of golf that we have seen is second to no other tour in the world. In fact, even the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the golf that we are seeing this week, the scoring is very difficult. And I'm pretty sure that if you were to host an international event over here, also you would be seeing similar kind of scoring. The challenge is absolutely there from this golf course's side. It's playing to very, very difficult standards.
Yes, I think the best our crop of golfers can be compared with the best in the world, and they're doing well. That's why I'm so excited. I'm sure so are you for them playing abroad and seeing how they actually fare against the best in the world. And seeing this week how they are playing, it's heartening to see the kind of scores. I mean, this golf course is extremely competitive, and for them to be at for the leader to still be at 12 under par, that's commendable.
I couldn't agree more. In fact, we can tell that only three players are in double-digit underpars. In fact, when we open up the scorecards of all the players, we do see there are a bunch of birdies and a bunch of bogeys. Kind of like a birdie bogey fest out there. So even if the players are trying to catch up on the golf course also is trying to catch up back at you. So making the game even more tougher than it already is. Going back to the 17th green, we are looking at the group of Harinder Gupta, who has finished up the hole and is ready to tee off on the last, with Chirag Kumar and Akshay Bajoria, the amateur, who is representing PB Aces. Chirag has a little bit of work there for cleaning up for par on the 17th hole. These gentlemen will be moving on to the 18th, which will be the final hole of the day and the tournament for them. Chirag Kumar playing to 1 over for the day for a total of 3 under par on the leaderboard. Currently making the top 10 is a score of a total of 3 under par at tied 8th position. Chirag Kumar, one of the few players who still uses a center shafted putter, very synonymous with a stroke which has got no errors in it, straight back, straight through. Not making that putt seems to have been a little bit of a misread. Ball seemed to have curved a little more than he expected it to.
Our Indian contingent has fared decently well. Shiv Kapoor, 31st this week for the Asian Tour event. And we also saw Adil Bedi finishing at 41st, as well as Ajitesh Sandhu at 51st, Viraj Madappa, Chika Rangappa at 55th, Khalin Joshi 61st, Aman Raj at 61st, and we also had our legend, Mr. Jeev Milka Singh, coming back to some form and tying for 74th and making cut. So, obviously, Indian golf is in great shape. It shows you that they are there, they're making the cut. They're top 30. Veer Alawat finishing 8th. Unfortunately, I missed him. So, just look at the quality and the talent that we have on show. He was just 4 shots behind the eventual winner. So, I have no doubt that Indian golfers are going to be dominating internationally, and I think Karandeep Kochar at 23rd. So, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, our players are doing really well. So, this week, concurrently, we had a tournament which is going on in Phuket, the Blue Canyon Phuket Championship on the Asian Tour. And you can see that the Indian players who are not present here playing there have really flown our flag high. And that's a matter of pride, finishing in the top 10, top 20, top 30. And that's a very competitive field. And so that's what I was saying. Our Indian golfers are able to play anywhere and can compete with the best in the world now.
As we take a look at the next group coming on to the 18th hole, that's Alap IL playing alongside Arjun Sharma and the amateur Aditya Bajoria, who is representing Kona Expressway housing projects. Arjun Sharma seems to have found himself into that front right bunker, which is, of course, a treacherous shot going back all the way, almost a 40-yard bunker shot from that front bunker. Very difficult shot to execute. He seems to have taken out the route of giving it a little bit of release, but that wouldn't be enough to get him a shot close quarters with par. Mr. Aditya Bajoria seems to have found himself on the slope as well, but clearly has judged it very, very well, and that local knowledge seems to be helping Mr. Bajoria. While we look at the 18th hole and Alap Isle taking the walk onto the green, Kshitij Naved Kaul has dropped another shot now and is at minus 11, getting Ankur Chadda and Angad Chima closer up to him.
That's very uncanny and very unlike him to be dropping shots, but I think is the moment getting to him. He's dropped 2 consecutive bogeys, although he is a winner, so I doubt that he should be overawed, but maybe there are a couple of birdie holes coming up and there he could salvage his round again.
Alap Ayal has left himself a little bit of work to do from over the green. This is a tough spot. The ball, as you can tell, is nestled down in the grass. So he will have to be really, really accurate with this shot and judge the release pattern absolutely perfectly. He needs to get this ball out of here. It'll have a little bit of release and a little bit of jump on it. So he will have to judge this correctly if he wants to save this up and down for par. Definitely, he was a little more aggressive than was required for this flag location.
Can't decelerate. That's the last thing that a player should do on this one. He has been aggressive, and I think all in all, that's a very good effort.
I think that's a pretty good shot. Just slightly misjudged on the way that ball would have taken the slope from the left to the right. But other than that, I think he's hit a phenomenal golf shot using the bank at the back to give it a little bit of a stopper. Arjun Sharma getting ready to putt for par. He's given himself a little bit of a task and an uphill task at that, pun intended, ladies and gentlemen. About 20 feet short of the hole up the slope, and then the ball goes slightly downhill towards the hole.
Arjun Sharma is currently at 64th position on the order of merit. Really needs a good finish, and I think he's done well. Yesterday's round was fantastic, but I think that was the low round of the week. And today he's at 2 for the day and level par for the tournament, 17. So I think he's done more than enough to maybe save his card.
Actually, we will have to take a quick check on that. Arjun Sharma was on 64th position, so this might not be enough. In fact, a good finish next week is what will also be required if he really wants to safeguard that position of his on the order of merit. Clearly, just this finish isn't going to be enough for him to propel up that leaderboard, because, of course, the other guys who are also struggling to keep their cards will also be gunning for a good week. Arjun Sharma.
Tricky putt coming up. Needs to get some speed. All right, no legs.
Did a good job of reading that line, though. It's a pretty solid read by him. Need a little more speed to get into the hole. Ala Payal. That'd be a superb up and down if he makes that putt. Ala Payal also playing pretty well. Total of even par for the tournament.
Alapayal also looking to save his par. I think he'd really be happy with that par save because he was out of position after his second shot. Did decently well to chip it up to here, about 10 or 12 feet.
Ala Payal has comfortably made it into the top 60 and would stay there by the end of Pune as well to make it into the Tour Championship. He is at 36th position on the order of merit. Should in fact make it 2-3 positions up after this week. So safeguarding himself and definitely making the most of the start of his pro career.
Unfortunately, does not make that putt, so we'll drop a shot.
In fact, any of the players from the 50th position all the way up to the 70th position require good weeks to keep their cards and move into that Tour Championship as well as keeping their cards for the coming year. We have their amateur partner Aditya Bajoria after a fantastic shot from the wall of that bunker, perfectly judged with that claw grip of his. And there we have it.
Finishing in style.
There we have it. Experience wins. Going back to the 17th hole, we are looking at Abhijit Singh Chadda, Samar Trivedi, and their amateur partner Navneet Manaxia from the Manaxia Steels Limited.
Abhijit Singh Chadda currently at 4 under par for the tournament and level par for the day.
Samar Trivedi not having the best day at 5 over par for the day and is a total of 1 over par for the tournament. Definitely not having the things going according to him today. A good go for that birdie putt, but didn't really make it. Abhijit Singh Chadda, of course, got off to a much more stellar start than the score is showing as of now. He got off to a birdie start on first and third, but followed it up with bogeys on 10th and 11th. And that has taken him back to even par for the day. So he was trying to charge up towards the leaders. But as we have seen through and through, that this golf course gives it back to you as well, even if you get your birdies from it.
Now the amateur here, Mr. Navneet Manaxia. Need a little more on that.
Surprisingly, the deepest round on the golf course right now is a -2. It goes to show, I mean, tough pin position. You've got tough conditions to play on anyway. Wind seems to be picking up a little bit now. And with all of these things put down together, I think it's just added on to so much of challenge. In fact, our leaders also are in blue figures.
Even the 17th, if you look at it, the flag is towards the right. So obviously all the 4 flags that we can see are quite difficult. I'm sure there would be a few that are reachable. Now Chirag Kumar on the 18th hole with a tough angle if he has to try and get close. I'm sorry, that's not Chirag Kumar. My apology. That's the amateur Akshay Bajoria playing alongside Chirag Kumar. who we can see on our screen there in the white trousers and the red shirt.
It's interesting to see what's happening on the scoreboard over here. I see only -2 as the deepest round. That 17th hole flag location, by the way, you missed that second shot slightly to the right of it. You're going to be having that golf ball running off into the grass bunker on the right side. And that grass bunker has got enough grass almost as big as up till the ankles
To tell you
of
the
us.
truth, I personally find grass bunkers a lot more difficult than regular bunkers.
Right, absolutely, because there's no spin pattern there, right? So from the bunkers, you can really spin the ball up, and you can have sort of like a predictable pattern coming out. But when you look at the grass bunkers, the grass is extremely big. The ball is nestled down, so you're really hacking the ball and hoping that it spins up, or you have to be confident of how much it's going to release. But it's very difficult to get the correct sense of it because you need to be extremely skilled to be able to understand whether this ball is going to come out a jumper, whether it's going to be soft, or what is it going to be. Looking back at Akshay Bajoria from that left rough, trying to make it up to the green, his third shot on the 18th.
You can make out the rough is so thick. You really need a strong hit from the rough to try and to push the ball ahead. It's quite difficult this week to get more than 150, 160 yards from a bad lie in the rough. So it's definitely favoring accuracy as well as power. Now let's see what Chirag can do out of this tricky lie.
Panasonic Open champion Chirag Kumar hitting his third shot onto the 18th hole. The wind should favor him though because it's from the right to the left, so it should help him to get it close enough to the flag. But depending on what kind of lie he's got over there.
Oh, he's done really well, has Chirag. If anybody could hit it close, it would be him, but the ball doesn't seem to want to stop.
That downhill over there just completely kept taking the golf ball, but shouldn't be too bad from back here. The putt's a slightly uphill putt, and that should help him to keep it a little bit more firm. While the leaders are still lurking slowly, with Kshitij Naved call at 11 under par, and Ankur Chadda and Angad Chima following closely at 10 under par. So this is going to get interesting as we move on towards the final few holes. Ankur Chadda has finished 14 holes so far and is maintaining his position.
Chirag very proficient with this part of the game, and this is sort of a makeable putt. We saw Gaurav Pratap Singh almost holding his chip shot and going a little further ahead. This should break a little to his right, maybe about break about 4 to 5 inches from his left hand side. So, and being a quick putt, so if he's able to start it on line, I think it has a realistic chance.
Absolutely. I think this putt is going to break a little bit from the left to the right, probably about a cup or so. My apologies, but we are having some technical difficulties due to which you might not hear us clearly. That's coming up way short off the hole for Chirag Kumar. Not enough legs on that ball to make it up there. Clearly, it's the slower side of the green from over. We're going to take a look at Akshay Bajoria now, who's had the great opportunity of playing alongside an Asian Tour winner and multiple time winner in India, Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh, Chirag Kumar, of course, from Delhi. Nice attempt by Akshay Bajoria. Akshay Bajoria cleans up there for a 5 on his scorecard. Got Harinder Gupta now putting for par on the 18th hole, his final hole of this tournament. The players would be heading off now for their 4th week in a row to the Pune Golf Club. The next tournament is the Pune Open for a prize purse of 40 lakh rupees. The defending champion would be the leader for this tournament. Currently, Kshitij Navedkar. So that's Harinder Gupta cleaning up for his par on the final hole. Players head off from here on to the Pune Club in Pune, Maharashtra.
A look also at the top of our leaderboard. Things remain unchanged. After 14 holes, Kshitij Navedkar is at 11 under par with a one-shot lead over Ankur Chadda and Angad Chima. And Sunil Chaurasia is at 6 under par. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want more information, you can always head over to our website www.pgtofindia.com. I repeat that, www.pgtofindia.com, and there you can get all the statistics, the tournaments, the prize money, and of course, most importantly, the live scoring.
Looking at an 8th group of the day, which teed off at 9:10 a.m. coming into the 18th hole. The 72nd hole for them, Abhijit Singh Chadda, Samarth Dwivedi and Navneet Manaksia. Samarth has hit his golf ball into the left second cut, leaving him with a slightly difficult shot, which I feel that he is one of the most capable players to hit this shot as close as possible to the hole with that the draw that he hits very, very well. Samarth Dwivedi having a bit of a rough patch today.
Samarth Dwivedi looking to hit a big hook around the trees. He's taking on a pretty tough shot, and he's hit a decent shot, missed it out to the right, and we'll have a long chip shot unless that's rolled into the bunker. Samarth is playing alongside Abhijit Singh Chadda, who's there in the foreground. Has a very inviting angle to the flag, and obviously, given his length, would only have maybe a pitching wedge to the green.
Pitching wedge might be the front yardage that he had, but 40 paces inside for that flag today. So that would probably be a much longer club. Clearly, Chadda has ended up putting himself into that right side cross bunker in the middle of the green.
We have some visitors as well.
Those are the foxes that we were talking about earlier this morning.
They're there in each one of the ditches. So the foxes are always there to catch an errant shot and to penalize you if you are to hit it left or right. So that's an added incentive to try and hit the ball straight at Royal Calcutta Golf Club. And ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship presented by Urbana.
Our event partners this week are ICC. We have Aluk, ICICI Bank, Exide, Dynatemp, SRMB, TMT, StoneX, and of course the tour partners with their support for the PGTI are Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Electro Plus, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, and Incredible India. Looking at the leaderboard, Angad Chima and Ankur Chadda are just following Kshitij Naved Kaul at 11 under, and they are both tied at 10 under par. All of these three players have finished 14 holes, going into the 15th hole, which is a par 5, 15, 16, 17, all three holes giving opportunities for birdies to the players if they can keep it in play. Sunit Chaurasia staying at fourth position at -6. So Sunit can fight for that fourth position as of now. These three players seem to have taken charge of those top three podium finishes. Be interesting to see which one of these players actually makes a birdie or an eagle on the 15th hole, as the scoreboard tells us only scores till the 14th for these gentlemen.
Yes, I think I expect that at least two of the three players would make a birdie there. Samarth now surveying his shot. I think he has a tricky shot. Very interesting view for our viewers here. How he would try and make par from there. It's I think might have close to 50 yards to the flag. He's almost in the first fairway, it seems.
That's the thing with coming out of the rough, it's so difficult to judge what the ball is going to do. It could come off a jumper, it could come off super hot. Sometimes it can just come out with too much of a carry than you were expecting. Abhijit Singh Chadda, his effort to salvage par on the final hole has come up way short with that chip shot. Really not the kind of chip he showcased today on the ninth hole. A superb chip effort there that he made, almost chipping it in on that hole. And look at Samar Dwivedi now from a tough spot.
Unknowingly disturbed by a visitor, and that's something that can happen in tournament golf, is that somebody's walking behind, unbeknownst to the visitor, that the player can get disturbed by minute movements and sound. So let's see if he's able to recover from that. He's going for an aggressive flop shot. You can see the club face is wide open. He's going to take an aggressive swing. He's done really well. That's a brilliant shot.
Lovely shot by Samar Dwivedi, appearing to be really, really relaxed, cool and collected on the golf course. So a brilliant shot from there, giving himself a good look at birdie from just under 6 feet. My apologies for par, just under 6 feet. Seems like, generally players try and not go over the green, but seems like for this flag location, over the green is actually a much easier chip shot than from the front part of it. Even from the right side of it, it's a difficult shot.
Yes, absolutely. I think in retrospect now that obviously we have the benefit of hindsight because we have a sample size of all the players that we're seeing where they're hitting. So I think because from the right side of the green, you still have to traverse the entire breadth of the green and try to navigate those two slopes that come in the way, then try and get up to the top tier. But if you can just hit it over the green, it's a little easier from there.
Absolutely. I think that little bank at the back with the slightly against grain coming from the backside of it does make things a little bit easier for players to try and get close to that whole location.
Look at some of the other scores, and not just the leaders. We'll have look at some of the noteworthy players at the bottom of the leaderboard. We have C. Muniappa, the Indian Open champion, who finished at 11 over par for the week for a tie of 45th. We have Manav Jaini finishing at tie for 40th, alongside Vikram Rana at 9 over par, as well as Anshul Patel. We have Shankar Das, the former numero uno on the PGTI, at tie 33, total of 5 over par. MD Sayum at 4 over par, the player from Bangladesh, tied alongside Vikrant Chopra at 4 over par. And the defending champion, Mithun Pereira, the Sri Lankan, is at 3 over par total, and he shot a 1 under par today. So brilliant effort by Mithun. We didn't see much of him in the coverage, but obviously he's had a brilliant round. 1 under today is spectacular. Then going higher up, we have a look at Tappy Guy, who's at 1 under par for the day and 1 over for the tournament, finishing in a tie for 19th position. Karan Pratap Singh we have at level par for the tournament and at 16th position. Sanjeev Kumar at 1 over for the tournament in 19th position and getting closer to the leaders. We have the leader at 11 under par, Kshitij Navit Kaul, and Ankur Chadda and Anga Chima breathing down his neck at 10 under par.
Abhijit Singh Chadda trying to save par. This would help Abhijit stay at the position that he's on. Coming off shy, not enough speed on that putt for Abhijit. He would finish with a total of -3 on the scoreboard and +1 for the day. We will be updating that score very, very shortly as the scorecard gets submitted. Abhijit Chadda has stayed at tied sixth position so far. We will come to know shortly as to what he finishes at. A tough day today at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, providing a formidable challenge for all of the players. Hardly any underpass numbers on the leaderboard. Only 9 players so far under par for the day, which is very unlike the trends on the PGTI off late.
I think it's a different kind of test. Um, one that players would definitely enjoy, where somewhere where par has definitely come back into contention.
Absolutely. And in fact, like we were speaking earlier about how many players have been under par on each of the days so far. In fact, all of those players haven't actually backed it up today with another under par round. They are all over par for the day. In fact, including our leaders who've got 4 of them have got under par rounds on each of the days. But today they are all either 1 over or even par for the day. So clearly, we can tell the course conditions, the flag positions, all of this together is adding to a lot of challenge for the players.
Yes, definitely. I think the flag positions, the thickness of the rough, the speed of the greens, the wind picking up, that has definitely been an impediment for the players to try and go deep. But it's not always shooting a low red number. It's just about beating your opponent. So I think 1 or 2 under is a really good score today. It's like a 5 under on any other day.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at this complete leaderboard, I'm absolutely miffled by what is going on over here in terms of the course conditions because the players have been on song week after week. We've been seeing deep under par figures, but clearly this course is giving the players a lot more challenge and very different from what they've been experiencing so far. This great shot there by Om Prakash Chauhan from the fairway. Probably the most perfect place to leave yourself for a birdie chance on the 18th hole.
OP can impart a lot of spin with the shorter clubs because of his fade ball flight. So, if he's in the fairway, then he can hit a high fade and probably start at the flag and finish a little right. Now we have Arjun, what seems to be coming out of the rough, it looks like. We'll know in a moment by how the ball reacts when it falls on the green. I think that's a telling tale that our viewers should know that when you look at a ball pitching from the fairway, it's always pitching a little soft, and when a ball is coming out from the rough, it tends to, bound on as it falls on the green.
Sunil Chaurasia is so far the only player who has shot under par on all days
What a
and is
brilliant
under
shot
par
by
today as
Arjun.
well. Great shot by Arjun Prasad, giving himself even better look than Om Prakash Chauhan has for birdie. Sanjay Sanwal now the amateur playing alongside them representing Exide. He's also primed himself in the middle of the fairway for this hole.
The amateur, Mr. Sanjay, See what he can do on the final hole. He's hit a decent shot. He's there on the green in two. He'll have a tough two putts, but should look to make them. Now we have a look at the players walking down the 18th hole. So we only have 5 more groups to go, and now some updates. Sunit Chaurasia has just made a birdie on hole number 15, and he moves to 7 under par. So his challenge is not quite done yet. We have Ankur Chadda, who has finished the 15th hole and has not birdied that hole. So he's at 10 under par. So Sunit also creeping closer to the chasing pack. Some high quality golf shots by this group, and they will be looking to make a birdie. Arjun currently at 2 over for the tournament, and my apologies, 2 over for the day and 2 under for the tournament. And Om Prakash Chauhan at 1 over for the day and 4 under for the tournament. So both these players have had a sedate sort of an outing. And would be looking to make a birdie here to end their day on a high. Now we have a look at the 18th hole. So things are definitely getting towards the final few holes, and we have a 3-horse race in the offing at this point in time. Sunit Chaurasia has crept up to the leading pack. He's at 7 under par. So at this point in time, anything is possible. The last 3-4 holes at this golf course definitely do provide an opportunity for a lot of drama. 17th hole you can go aggressive and try and make birdie, and the 16th hole as well provides a birdie opportunity, and so does the 15th. But obviously, each of these holes is fraught with a lot of danger, so it goes both ways. And now we have a look at our amateur contestant, Mr. Sanjay Sanwal. For our viewers, you must know that the professional tournament is the main tournament, but this is a unique event where the amateur is also paired with the professionals, and the amateurs play a pro-am tournament where their scores are tabulated based on how they played on Wednesday, the day before the main tournament, as well as these 2 days, and then the winner would be a team of 2 professionals and an amateur. But that does not have any bearing on what is the main professional tournament. This is obviously an ancillary tournament that goes on, and is an opportunity for the top amateurs and honchos, corporate honchos, government officials, so on and so forth, golf aficionados, to try and compete amongst each other in the presence of the creme de la creme of Indian golf, the PGTI professionals.
Absolutely. I think it's such a great opportunity for all of these players to have the opportunity to be able to rub shoulders with some of the best players in the country, tournament winners, Asian Tour players, the junior golfers, having that superb opportunity to, actually see these players play under pressure on the final day of the tournament. And I'm pretty sure what a superb experience it's been from Anshul Mishra, that junior golfer who played along
Yes,
with Gaurav
it's a
Pratap
great
Singh.
birdie by OP.
Super birdie by Om Prakash Chauhan, which will help him take that total to -5 for the tournament, and would actually propel him further up that leaderboard. In fact, even just a few under par, 1 or 2 under par, will propel you to a lot of spots on this golf course.
Yes, he's playing so difficult today that Anything around par is a great score. As you can see, the wind is also starting to catch up a little bit. So, leader group now, we're still waiting for the scores confirmation for the 15th hole. The second leader group, Ankur Chadda and Suneet Chaurasia, have moved on to the 16th hole. So it's all interesting at this point in time and to see what happens eventually.
Absolutely. Ankur Chadda seems like he's left a birdie there on the 15th hole, par 5. Sunil Chaurasia, of course, the only player in the field right now who is under par for each of the days.
That's no mean feat. That's a phenomenal achievement by him.
Absolutely. I mean, the consistency that you require to do that on this kind of a track is phenomenal looking at the scores on the leaderboard. Arjun Prasad now trying to make his own birdie after that phenomenal second shot. Just about brushes that past. We've seen Arjun hit quite a few good shots today on the golf course, but in fact, including the first hole where he hit it very close. He's hit it very close over here, but clearly he hasn't made or converted enough birdies on the golf course. So he's actually 2 over for the day and would finish that. And at a total of -2 for the tournament, tied for 11th position, along with Abhijit Singh Chadda, who has actually finished the tournament at -2. So I was thinking that he had finished the tournament at -3, but actually, after the submission of his scorecard, he's finished at the tie for 11th position.
Now, amateur Mr. Sanwal cleaning up things and trying to end the proceedings here. So, a great day of golf for Mr. Sanwal alongside the top professionals.
Be interesting to see. Kshitij Naved Kaul has actually made a birdie on the 15th hole now, opening up a cushion of 2 shots over Ankur Chadda and Angad Chima. So clearly he has his sights set absolutely in the right direction while he moves through that par 5. And now he's left with 16th, 17th, and 18th to clean up the tournament and win the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who are just about joining us for the final few holes action, we are at Royal Calcutta Golf Club in Kolkata. The ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021 is powered by Urbana. Our event partners this week are Aluk, ICICI Bank, Exide, SRMB DMT, Dynatemp, StoneX. And of course, the tour partners which help PGTI become what it really is and help all these players have tournaments through the year and run it like an organization are Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Electro Plus, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, and Incredible India. Sudhir Sharma from the fairway on the 18th hole, taking on his second shot, playing alongside Dhruv Shoran. Pretty good effort by Sudhir Sharma, giving himself approximately 20 feet from short of the hole. Uphill putt for him. Dhruv Shoran playing alongside, and their amateur partner is Kulveen Suri, who is representing Urbana 1. Dhruv Shoran now from the right side of the fairway, appears to be in the first cut. Has leaked it out just slightly and bailed out to the right center of the green. That'll leave him with approximately 100-footer for birdie. Nonetheless, he is on the dance floor.
Very timely birdie by Kshitij Naved Kaul, moving into 12 under par.
In fact, the scoreboard has just been updated with Ankur Chadda also making a birdie on the 16th hole. And now Ankur is just within 1 shot of Kshitij. So making things even more interesting. So looking forward, because Ankur Chadda, if he can convert this would be his first victory.
I have the feeling that maybe we are heading into another playoff now.
Well, is it the commentator's curse?
Well, I don't know, more entertainment for us. Obviously, we want to see, we don't want this golf to end. It is so entertaining. The quality of golf has been spectacular, and why end something which is going on so beautifully? So maybe you have a three-way tie and a a sudden death playoff between three players, and that could be interesting in itself.
And Thangaraj just coming off birdies on 13th, 15th, and 16th to get his total back to even par for the day and move back on the leaderboard up onto the position tied fifth at -5. He had actually tumbled down at the beginning of the round, and he has got these shots later on in the day. As we move on, Sudhir Sharma and Dhruv Shoran making their way onto the 72nd hole of the tournament for them. Kulveen Suri showing the way to the professionals.
That's a good shot by him. Walking up briskly.
Kulveen Suri, also an old timer of the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, been playing there for many years now. Dhruv Shoran now getting ready to attempt that birdie putt. He's almost about 90 or 100 feet away from the flagstick, pin perched up on the third tier of the screen, while Dhruv is just about on the second tier, closer up actually to yesterday's flag location.
I think he'll be happy to walk away with a par from here. Oh, he has his work cut out for a par, and
So
I can show you actually what happens towards the fag end of a tournament is that you tend to lose focus. You get drained. You're a little exhausted from focusing, and when you lose your focus for even a minute moment, this is what tends to happen because especially in putting, there's so many different variables that you have to sort of keep in mind, and the same thing can go for commentating as well. We've been on for longer than the players. In fact, almost 7.5 hours, but we're enjoying it. The players, and all of us are allowed a little bit of a slip up here and there. Unfortunately, the players are penalized more than we are.
I think you're used to playing 7.5 hour rounds, aren't you?
That's why I'm feeling at home. For me, it's just a regular day.
Going back, absolutely, players can tend to lose a little bit of focus. Definitely, Dhruv Shoran not having the best of his days today. Is 3 over par for the day through 15 holes, a total of -2, which is kind of unlike the form that he has been managing to find off late. But that putt definitely was a bit of a miscue.
Similarly, for Sudhir, I think it is the fatigue that is catching up with the players of a long, difficult week, a tough golf course, having to focus on each shot, long, treacherous holes, not much space around the greens. If you miss the green, you have to work way up and down. There's really no respite for the players, no gimme holes, no gimme birdies. Obviously, the players, you know, they have really keep a thought for the players who are physically and mentally exhausted by this time. Because when you are playing a professional tournament, you're actually so focused on each shot. But these guys are professionals, so I'm sure that Dhruv will not let himself fall for that excuse, even if he misses his putt.
I think Sudhir might have taken a little bit too much of course knowledge from Dhruv's putt over there and left it way short. He probably felt like that ball. Oh, wow,
Look
what
at
a
that,
putt by Dhruv Shuran to save par on the final hole. Superb effort.
That deserves applause. And
Absolutely.
he was able to recollect himself, and as I said, that's not an excuse that he would allow himself, and that's fantastic.
That is more like the play that Dhruv Shuran has been showing off late, the kind of form that he's been showing. I think that is more like him. Kulveen Suri now.
And Dhruv's putt reminded me of a great saying by Gary Player. Once he was asked, he traveled all over the world, and obviously he's known for his fitness and his regimen and his attitude and his positive attitude about life. He was asked, "Are you tired after such a long flight and you have to play tomorrow?" He said, "Tired is not an excuse that I'm willing to deal with." So I think that's the attitude that Dhruv has exhibited, and kudos to him. Let's see if his playing partner Sudhir can follow suit.
Sudhir Sharma also cleaning up for par on the final hole. Good effort by Sudhir Sharma as well over that.
So both of the players were able to recuperate and get their energy and make par. Very good, very well done by both of them. And the amateur, Mr. Kalvin Suri, is very happy to have played and appreciative of the time that he spent with the professionals, and I'm sure so are they. Uh, it's a mutually beneficial sort of an event where players really learn from the amateurs and their life experiences, and the amateurs can learn a thing or two about golf from the professionals.
Sudhir Sharma will be finishing at a total of -3 for the tournament.
As we have a look at our leaderboard, we still have Kshitij now with Call at the top of the leaderboard at 12 under par, Ankut Chadda at 11 under par, Angad Chima at 10 under par. So things are interesting at this point in time. I think we could well be heading into a three-way playoff, and that would be the ultimate lottery for such a grand event. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live here at a Royal Calcutta Golf Club for the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021, powered by Urbana in the heart of Kolkata. The majestic Royal Calcutta Golf Club being the gracious host for this event, and the golf course is in pristine condition, and that is a testament to the work done by the greenskeeper, the staff, and the committee to get this tournament up and running again for its second edition. We were gone for a brief hiatus due to the pandemic, but now that things have improved, we are back, and we are back and bigger and better than ever with a handsome prize purse of 40 lakh, and we have some of the top talent on show this week. And on your screen, we have none other than Ankur Chadda, who seems that he's here for a birdie putt, and this is going to be very pivotal in the grand scheme of things. Is he going to make that? Not bad. He should make his par and will stay at 11 under par. And soon we'll find out what Suneet Chaurasia, if Suneet has an opportunity for birdie, but obviously he's not going to contend for the tournament. He's be fighting for the top five positions at this point in time. a very enjoyable experience, I'm sure, for everybody who's out there and viewing this on TV. It definitely is a experience for us as their playing partner, Mr. Raghav Khaitan, just cleans up. And it's so important to get the correct line when you hit a great shot. So I think he's lying for his birdie, is Suneet. And not much in terms of distance to the hole, but obviously very important to get this line. It's going to travel up and maybe a little bit to his left in the end. So I I think the putt would break a little from right to left, maybe about half a ball outside, and then coming back to the player's left is what I predict. And I've taken all of 4 to 5 seconds to read that line, whereas in my previous years that could have taken me about a minute at least. And
That's the wrong line. That's well, that putt's going to break left to right. Sure, yeah.
I think it's going to break right to left.
Let's have a look. That was a bit of a left insider.
Yeah, that's why you know why I took so much time. They say mastery takes time, and that's been my motto. I would not ask anyone else to follow that. Now let's see Ankur clean up for his par. I think that putt by Chaurasia was for par, not for birdie. Ankur now would be looking to hit a good drive on the last hole and then maybe make birdie. I think what Ankur is doing is actually he's not going to the tee. He's going to see where the pin is placed. So that's the kind of preparation that players do and try and understand where he can hit his shot because he knows that birdie is so important. So maybe that's the decision that he'll take whether to go with a 3-wood or whether to go with a driver, and that'll be basically based on the decision of where the pin is placed. So there are a lot of calculations that are happening in his head right at this point in time. He wants to win the tournament. He hasn't won a tournament yet, and I think this is the closest that he's come. He's been in constant pursuit of Kshitij Navid call for the better part of 18 holes today. And let's see what drama unfolds here. Where we have a look at the amateur, Dr. Verma, struggling a little bit on the final hole, but that's all right. He's an amateur. That is some of the privileges that he's allowed. He can make a few mistakes, but the professionals can't, especially on the 18th hole, because each mistake could really cost them literally and figuratively in terms of world ranking points, prize money. And this group here that we have on the green, we have Yuvraj Singh, who is at 5 under par in a tie for fifth. So obviously, if he stays there, then he can split the world ranking points for the fifth position with whoever gets tied for that. So it's so important for him here because he has great aspirations. A game like his obviously deserves to travel all over the world. So that's going to be really important for him to keep his head calm on this one and make par. And then we have Thangar Raja, who's also tied at 5 under par. So obviously, both of them having similar fortunes at this point in time.
Last week's winner in Dig Boy now lining up for his birdie putt on the 18th hole. We have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. He's been playing rather splendid golf of late. It's -5 for the tournament through 16 holes. It's not the best day today. It's over par.
He'll be looking to make this putt, and that's a really important putt for those all elusive world ranking points. Let's see if he can repeat the performance of last weekend. That's his tracking almost. Now he has about 3 feet, which I think he should make, and should be able to add up to his tally of world ranking points. So Yuvraj currently ranked seven 542nd in the world at this point in time, and you can understand the importance of the world ranking points that before his victory in Dig Boy he was ranked 776, so he was able to jump up 200 234 spots in the world ranking thanks to a victory in Dig Boy. So obviously, when you're lower down in the world rankings, a victory pushes you up a lot. But that just goes on to show you that I think for a player like him, the sky is the limit. I really do believe he has the game to be top 50 in the world, and nothing is there to stop him. And he has everything in an arsenal that is required for a top player to make it big internationally. Thanga Raja here. Oh, just missing out on that birdie. So he'll also end up in that trio who is tied at 5 under par. So obviously, a little cautious with that. Maybe he knows that, players always have an innate understanding of where they are, what scores are going on. And, at the end, it's not always about making birdies or pars or being flamboyant. Sometimes it's about achieving your goal. And for a lot of them who are there and thereabouts the top 5, they would want to ensure that they do not leave those points because that's what they're playing for. And not to mention the very handsome prize money of 40 lakh, ladies and gentlemen. That's a lot of money on offer this week. And the winner takes home about 15 to 16% of that. So anywhere from about 7 lakh approximately to 6.5 lakh, between 6.5 to 7 lakh for the winner. And that's a handsome prize check on offer for the winner. Let's see if Yuvraj is able to make that putt. The good thing is that he went firm with the first putt, so there's no mystery on the one coming back. You know how it's going to break, and that's one of the advantages that an aggressive putter always has. He knows that what's the one coming back, and well done by him. I think to sort of back up a solid performance after a victory really showcases. He's able to showcase his talent and that he's mature well beyond his years and is able to handle the limelight.
Yuvraj will finish at -5 for the tournament, tied for the 5th position, along with Om Prakash Chauhan and N. Thangaraja. Next group coming in now is Sunit Chaurasia, along with Ankur Chadda and the amateur golfer Raghav Khaitan. This would be the second last group, our second leader group for the final round of the ICC RCGC Open 2021. This tournament had its first edition back in 2019 as was played in a similar format for the amateurs as well.
I'm sure the amateurs really look forward to it, and so do the professionals. And Kshitij Navid Kaul has now finished the 16th hole as well, and the leaderboard looks unchanged. He still has a one-shot lead over his closest pursuer, which is Ankur Chadda at 11 under par. Let's see what Ankur can do on this final hole as we have a look at Sunit Chaurasia there. Seems to have a tricky shot over the trees. All right, that's a sensible play towards the back right of the green.
I think that's a pretty fine play from that side of the fairway, at least giving yourself a shot at birdie.
I think Sunit is sitting pretty at 7 under par. He's obviously assured of the top 5 position, and that's a good place to be in.
Absolutely. It's quite commendable that he is now the second player who is shooting 4 under par rounds for this golf course in this tournament.
That's quite an achievement indeed. I think that's alongside Ankur Chadda, who's very stable. And let's see what he does here. He's in prime position. If he is in the fifth, I think he's in the first cut of rough.
Ankur has placed his drive pretty well, but completely depends on what kind of a lie he has over there. If he can get it close enough to that flag stick or not.
Ball is barely visible, but that should not be much of an issue because the angle is good and he is able to generate a lot of height because he's a tall player and comes a little steep onto the ball. So I think he can still get it to about 15 feet right on the flag. He should probably go about 10 feet right. I think going right at the flag might be a little risky. Might risk going over the green and making bogey, but if he wants to win, then I guess he just has to take it on. He has to.
Yep, I think the way he is playing, he must take it
He
on.
must take it on and go for the flag because it's
Yep.
going to be short club.
Absolutely.
Let's see if he's able to stop the ball coming out from that rough. And so he has gone to the right, and I think that is the more sensible approach because there was no way from the rough to get close to that flag. And now, I think realistically speaking, he's going to two putt from there unless.
Well, I think
The
he should. He
gods,
will be giving it a shot for sure, and that's what he should be doing. And
I agree.
if he makes it, great. That will send down some shivers down the leader group coming in. But nonetheless, I think Ankur Chadda has been playing phenomenally well himself, and deserves to make this birdie putt and give it a bit of a chance. So be a fun putt to watch, and I'm sure, knowing Ankur a little bit, he's definitely going to try to give it a shot.
Yes, absolutely. But the thing here is that Kshitij now has a 17th hole, which is just an iron and a wedge in, so should be able to make par. And then, but the 18th is not a given par, given where the flag stick is. So, I mean, we could still, maybe there's a final twist in the tail.
Absolutely. You never know what is going to happen in the end. At the end of the day, there is only one shot that separates these three players. So you never know. It still could be any of these guys' days. So we are going to still look forward to whenever the leader group reaches the 18th green is when we can actually uh, be halfway sure what is really going to happen. But we wouldn't know until and unless that ball finds the bottom of the hole for the winner.
But a smart shot, nevertheless, by Ankur could have been a little further on the left, but as you see, the ball still rolled for about 20 feet. So I think if he had gone for the stick in the line of the flag, and he would have had to pitch it maybe just off the greens. There's no chance that he could have been close to the pin from there. What do you think, Rahul? Because he still, I saw his pitch mark and his ball where it ended up. There was a gap of about 20 feet.
So it's actually a difficult ask. The thing is that you have to pitch it slightly left of this flag stick if you wanted to get really, really close to the whole location. And no matter which angle you're coming from, the center of the green actually appears to be on the right of this flag. It does not appear to be at the flag. So the flag stick is actually quite a bit towards the left of the green. It might not seem so from the camera angle, but when the players are standing in the fairway, this flag stick actually appears to be on the left of the green and slightly hidden from that tree line, as we can tell from when sometimes the camera pans out that way, we can tell that. So it's not the easiest flag to get to, but clearly it appears to be better off to leave it up to the front part of the flag. But as we've seen, a lot of players from the back edge as well actually are able to take off a much more aggressive approach to this whole location.
Now we have Sunith. Is he going to have a grandstand finish and maybe hold this 65-footer and do a tiger fist pump? That would be exciting.
I think Sunny Chaurasia has definitely given himself the fourth spot this week.
A very brisk player. Doesn't waste too much time. And what a phenomenal. I think that's going to be it. That's the one.
Brilliantly
I
done.
called it out, ladies and gentlemen.
Brilliantly done
Your-
by
your-
Sunny Chaurasia. What a great birdie on the final hole. He has definitely secured himself for the fourth position now at 8 under par for the tournament.
What a brilliant
Brilliant
finish.
golf by Sunny Chaurasia this week, finishing up with 71, 68, 71, and a 70 on the final day.
Rahul, any comments about me and how I called this great part out? What are your thoughts on the same? I would like to know.
I think we are going to peg you to become a clairvoyant.
A brilliant putt by Sunith, but I think sometimes you just get that forebonding kind of feeling that that putt is going to go in the hole, and lo and behold,
Next time there is any sorts of tournaments happening, I'm going to call you up and check where should we place our bets.
absolutely. I think that's one thing that we're going to do now. Let's see if Ankur can follow suit because Ankur would have got a brilliant read of Sunith.
Actually, he's coming off the completely different angle than where Sunith was coming from. Because Sunith is coming in from the right side of the green. Ankur is pretty much towards the center of the green. So his putt is definitely not going to break the way Sunith's putt broke.
Maybe get an idea about the
Speed, definitely. And most importantly, the fact that it is a possibility. And I think if Ankur can follow suit, that is exactly what is the need of the hour. Ankur Chadda showcasing some phenomenal golf of late. Needs this birdie to tie Kshitij Navedkar for the lead.
I have a feeling that maybe he's going to follow suit. You could cut the silence with a knife right now.
Has he?
And almost, and runs it by a little bit, and that's going to be.
It's going to be a bit of work
He's
coming
gonna
back
feel
to keep himself at 11 under par.
I guarantee he's going to feel a little gingerly on that putt now. 2.5 feet coming back, downhill left to right, but should be easy for him. A player of his caliber gave it a good run. I think that's all you can do in life and in this game. You give it a good shot, and then you can hold your head up high and say that, yes, I gave it my shot.
It's nice to see that Ankur Chadda, for all the hard work that he puts in behind his game, is actually coming to show its colors and its fruits nicely in his performances.
Amateur has a very beautiful ball, Mr. Ketan. The golf ball designed like a football.
So I was looking up Twitter the other day, and one of the people who sort of write a lot about golf, and he wrote down a question on his Twitter timeline saying, "What is the worst golf innovation that you have seen in the past 10 years?" And he said, "Printed golf balls." But, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of cool also to have those golf balls, but it was hilarious when you see all this on social media going on.
I think he might be a football fan. With Manchester United today going to play a game, the all-important game with Chelsea. So for all the football fans, I know that after this you'll probably be tuning into that, and so will I guarantee you. And now let's have a look at this. Is this going to be a goal?
Very confident putt
Absolutely.
by Ankur Chadda to stay at 11 under par for the tournament. Phenomenal playing by this gentleman. He and Sunny Chaurasia are the only two players in the field so far who have shot under par on each of the 4 days of the tournament. Superb playing by these gentlemen.
That's brilliant. I have once, on many occasions, shot over par on all 4 days. So, I don't know why was I not lauded for my achievements, but yeah, such is life. So great achievement by them. There's a
I think I would have lauded that if every other player was shooting under par on all the days.
I
Then
think
you would
it-
have been the
I
only
think
lone
it-
one out.
I think it's possible if I try and play on the PGTI. Everybody shoots under par every day. It's a very daunting experience now to try and play golf with these. I would not even say young lads. Everybody, even the young, old, everybody's playing fantastic golf. As you see some of the patrons and members and visitors enjoying their day in the sun and following these top golfers as the tension builds up. It is going to be quite the finish here. We have Kshitij on the 17th hole.
November, December, and January really are three of the best months to be in Calcutta, with the weather being absolutely pleasant. The days are very nice and pleasant with a little bit of sun during the day, and the evenings are nice and nippy. So perfect weather conditions to be in Calcutta. And of course, the golf course not only providing a challenge, but also some great course conditions for the players to showcase their skills at. Kshitij Navedkar, our leader, at 12 under par now on the 17th hole.
Should be able to make this, and doesn't seem like a long. Is that we don't quite know if that's a birdie or a par putt.
I think lots of kids will be trying to emulate Kshitij Navedkar over the next couple of days with his putting action and his unorthodox swing action. That is Anshul Mishra, the junior amateur, who was playing along with Gaurav Pratap Singh earlier today, walking alongside the leaders.
Kshitij now.
Kshitij makes that putt.
Seems like it was for a par. Otherwise, there would have been some exchange of fist bumps or something. So I think he just needs a par. maybe just at the center of the fairway and make a par and take a paycheck, and then on your plane to the next tournament. As you saw, the amateur picked up the ball. That's the difference. The professional can't quite do that. Obviously, their tournament is a little different. A professional has to hold out no matter what the score. So that's what something that we were telling you is that there are two tournaments going on. There's an amateur event, the amateur pro-am, as well as the professionals playing their own event. So it's a lot more serious for the professionals. Even if you're playing bad, you still have to hold out, and you'll never really see a professional taking it lightly after they make the cut. Because even if you're finished dead last after making the cut, you want to maybe catch up one position, and that could be the difference in a few thousand or maybe even 10,000 rupees. So that's very very important to them, and those ranking points, because the prize money is what determines your order of merit.
Nice to see a lot of patrons coming out to walk alongside the players and show them the support and the love. So great for the game of golf. And of course, Calcutta, with its golfing culture, one of the most befitting places for the exhibition of golf that Kshitij Naved-Kaul, Ankur Chadda, and Angad Chima have showcased, including Sunil Chaurasia, who's finished with a total of -8, with a total of 280 to stay at fourth position. Our leader, Kshitij Naved-Kaul, now hitting his tee shot, final tee shot on the 18th hole, following his routine.
This is going to be a very, very important tee shot. Going with the driver. That very peculiar pre-shot routine. What is important that the player maintain their routine and not change anything. You can see the gallery there on the 18th hole. What a beautiful sight.
Kshitij has perfectly placed himself in the fairway after this tee shot, so leaving no trouble for himself on that second shot. We have Angad Chima now, his playing partner, ready to take on.
Angad Chima also looking to hit a draw. He's come here right to the left side of the tee. Maybe he also has another vision. Maybe he wants to make a two on this hole.
Absolutely. I mean, Angad has been playing very, very well of late. It's unfortunate to see that he's actually not been able to convert it so far, but he's been knocking on the door for many weeks now.
It's a very good rounded swing. Rotatory motion generates a lot of power as Angad. Again, one of the players with long levers, a tall player generating a wide arc. And you could see at the top of the swing, the shaft bent a little more. That means the torque that he's creating. So a lot of swing speed.
Playing alongside the amateur Ronak Mehta, who is representing Lumiere golfers this tournament.
So Mr. Ronak also enjoying the grandstand finish. I think these are moments to really remember. I mean, you would, I don't think in your life an amateur would ever imagine that there'll be so many players who are actually players and gallery watching him. So it can be a little unnerving as well. But
I couldn't agree more with you, Shaurya, on that.
it's, so I don't think many amateurs would have had, many club amateurs would have had an event like this, a moment like this in their lives. Obviously, they can, get the moments from this telecast and keep it saved in their home and frame it.
Absolutely. Ronak Mehta getting pole position today, playing in the leader group with Angad Chima and Kshitij Naved-Kaul. Kshitij has done very well, in fact, today to keep his lead. He made a bogey on the third hole, followed it up with two birdies on fourth and fifth. Then two bogeys came in for him at 12th and 13th. And then he came back with a birdie on the 15th hole to get his score back to even par for the tournament, to maintain a one-shot lead over Ankur Chadda, who is the leader in the clubhouse at 11 under par with a total score of 277. Angad Chima, of course, striding down the fairway alongside Kshitij Naved-Kaul. Angad is at a total of -10 for the tournament, a score of 1 over for the day.
What I like is that the players are so relaxed under such a tense situation, and that's a different change that we're seeing from years past. People would feel the jitters, feel a little nervous in this condition, but I think these players have conditioned, apart from their physical game, even their mental game and how they perceive and react to these kind of challenges. They're not really changing their routine, and they're very confident and relaxed.
Former professional golfer Rafiq Ali Mola, whom we just saw walking in the red trousers on the fairway. He also takes care of a few aspects at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club now. Going back to your point, Kshitij Navedkol appears to be striding down that fairway with a flamboyance in that walk of his and a little bit of a spring in the step. Clearly, he is feeling quite comfortable in the situation that he is in.
I think you can gauge a lot from body language in these situations. He's almost like he's strolling in a park, and there's a lot of work that I'm sure he would have done behind the curtains to actually work on the mental aspect, and that's definitely bearing fruit. I mean, you need the physical game, make no mistake. I mean, there's no getting on in professional golf without the abilities and a strong foundation, but then to separate yourself from such a strong pack of golfers, I think the people who are mentally stronger, and that's something that, I mean, I used to personally feel that I used to think that mental strength is innate, and but I think I've been proven wrong by a lot of golfing gurus who say that you can actually work and improve upon it by doing a lot of different drills and things to work on.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. In fact, I don't think that anyone has a kind of Iron Man sort of a headstrong approach towards anything in life. And you, with experience and with working on a few aspects, just like you would work on your body, just like you work on your golf swing, you also have to work on your mental strength to be able to compete at on a regular basis and at such higher stages of the game. The pressure is quite immense from inside and outside, from self and from other people. And that or to keep that into perspective and keep your golf steady and to be able to give the best of your performances, I think it's very, very important to exercise the mind as well, as important as it might be to exercise your own body.
Kshitij does hit a long ball. I feel that his swing doesn't really extract all the energy, the power that he has. So it doesn't. It's more of an accuracy swing. I feel like Bryson. It's more of an accuracy based swing. If he,
Bryson's not an accuracy-based swing, though.
I mean, but if you look at it, he's worked a lot to try and hit that ball straight. So
Yep.
I mean, he could generate a lot more speed by straightening the arms out. You're actually cutting the levers out a little bit, and so you're removing the hinge, which actually can add more speed. Obviously, it's a bigger muscle-oriented swing. But what do you feel? I mean, you feel somebody like Kshitij can actually generate more speed with a more conventional costume?
I think so. I think a person like Kshitij can actually get more power, more compression on the ball with a more conventional golf swing. Having said that, he has hit it a far way and he's playing phenomenally well. So I'm no one to actually comment on his golf swing, but I do feel that he could exude a lot more power into the ball going a little more conventional.
So maybe this system suits him more because he's a powerful player. So he's actually throttling back a little bit, and that is providing him the accuracy. And when your swing is based on the bigger muscles, then your errors are sort of not that magnified. They're smaller errors because you don't need that much timing. So that system maybe suits him really well. He's a very
Sure,
consistent
sure.
player, and maybe that's a system for the similar body type and somebody who wants to have a more precision game can actually follow somebody like Kshitij.
Possibly, he's a big guy, and I think more conventional would actually help him gain way more speed into the ball. Having said that, he's hit it a far way on this 18th hole,
Exactly, that's what I've
and
seen.
definitely might be a little bit adrenaline rushed as well to get that, but definitely has also got tons of control in that golf swing. So it's not just what a great shot by Angad Chima, giving himself an opportunity at birdie to tie for the second position along with Ankur Chadda.
Brilliant shot by Angad. Has just shown the importance of being in the fairway, that you can actually go for that flag and be able to stop it. Angad also hits the ball a long way. I'm just wondering where I would be 30, 40 yards behind him.
I'm sure Angad was trying to actually probably thinking of holding that shot. Nice encouragement by Ronak Mehta. So clearly they've all had enough of fun as well today. Good camaraderie among the pros and the amateurs.
Now let's look at that. Is he in the first cut or is he in the fairway?
I think he appears to be in the first cut, but the ball is, you can see the ball above the surface, so shouldn't be a problem for him to generate a little bit of spin from there.
But I think he'll be aiming where Ankur was. I think maybe 15 to 20 feet, right?
I think that would be the wisest thing for him to do. He just needs to put it up onto the center of the green and make a two-putt, grab hold of the trophy, say thank you to everyone.
Because I think the last thing you want is a jumper, and no matter what, if you go for the flag, there's very little space. And I think obviously he's an experienced campaigner, winner.
I think the way he's playing, he would already know whether this ball's going to jump out of there or not. But let's see how good he controls that. Looks like he's given it a nice, easy swing with a lot of control. Looking at it quite intently.
Oh,
That'll do.
That'll do. But I think the aggressive approach. I don't quite necessarily agree with that on this shot. He's lucky just to be there, an inch here or there, and maybe if he had pitched it a yard ahead, could have been on the stick. But either way, he knows best.
That'll do
And
absolutely fine.
yeah,
That'll
that
give him
should
an
be an
almost
easy.
straight putt up the hill. So that should do very well for him. In fact, he seems that might have pulled it a tad bit. I'm sure he wasn't aiming right at the flag. Might have just pulled it a tad bit, but clearly his yardage was good enough to fly the bunker and be on the dance floor.
Maybe he's just trying to make it interesting for our viewers.
Well, that's what we call him, a showman then.
Yeah, absolutely. The quiet showman. As we wait with bated breath, we'll give you an update. We are here at the final day at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021, powered by Urbana, being played at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, situated at Kolkata, in the heart of Kolkata. And this golf course has obviously seen a lot of historic battles go down, and this is another one which will be added to the annals of history of this golf club. And is there a last twist in this tale? I would not hope so. I think Kshitij should just take his putter out and make two putt and just tip his hat and say, "Thank you very much. May I collect the paycheck?" And off I am.
You had a pretty good field here this week. Of course, the top guys are very well visible atop the leaderboard. But along with them, we also had international challengers in Mithun Pereira, Anura Rohana, and Thangaraja. And Thangaraja, of course, has been the best international finish this week at -4 and a tie for 7th position. Zamal Hussain Mola has finished at -3 and a tie for 9th position. Alongside, we've also had other international names like Badal Hussain. We also had Mohammad Sayyum, Mohammad Akbar Hussain, and K. Prabhakaran in the field. And of course, Om Prakash Chauhan, Akshay Sharma, M. Dharma, Kshitij Naved Kaul, Mukesh Kumar, and Shamim Khan, all top players from India playing the tournament. A quick mention to the event partners this week, Aluk. We also had ICICI Bank, Exide, SRMB TMT, Dynatemp, StoneX, and also the tour partners of the PGTI, Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Electroplus, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, and Incredible India. ICC, of course, is the main sponsor for this tournament. The Indian Chambers of Commerce, a catalyst for economic growth. We have the amateur Ronak Mehta playing alongside the leaders Kshitij Naved Kaul and Angad Chima, going for his putt first. Ronak Mehta enjoying being amidst top guys. Also seeing the galleries at the back of the green.
He's all smiles. He's definitely enjoying the occasion. Now we have a look. This is a key moment. He's actually going with a chipping club, maybe a sand wedge or a pitching wedge from here.
Kshitij Naved Kaul has actually chosen to chip this ball.
I was
Quite
thinking
surprising.
I was thinking he'd probably putt it.
It's quite surprising. He's just off the green, maybe just by half a yard or so.
Look at the focus. I really like that. How focused he is. There's no emotion. Maybe the lie. You can see that there's a little bit of a tuft in front of the ball. So obviously, hence going with a sandwich.
What a shot by Kshitij Naved Kaul, almost bowling that.
Shot, but it's a little tricky.
Slight bit of
Three-footer.
work to be done. 3 feet out. But what a great shot he hit from
brilliant
there.
shot.
Lovely low checking ball and releasing that up to the hole.
2.5 feet to glory. Nothing comes easy in this game. You have to earn everything, and the golfing gods are putting that point to home. That boy, you have to make this putt. But he's played brilliantly. I think this should be nothing for him. What I really like is how composed he was on that shot, and he took it on. That's what these players are doing. They don't, they don't alter the way they are playing. I really like that. They're able to back themselves. They have the ability. They believe in it, and they don't change their strategy. He could have maybe played a little bit to the right, but that's how they play. That's how what I saw from Rashid Khan as well. They don't back down only when the tournament ends, because they know next week will be another event. So
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think playing smart yet aggressive is the call of the day. for any pro tournament. You will have to shoot up good under par numbers. You will have to take on flags, and if you don't take on the flags, then you'll have to be aggressive with your shot game. But you definitely have to rake up, on an average about 4 under par a round to be able to be close. Unless and until, of course, you've got a challenging golf course like the Royal Calcutta, where 12 under seems to be able to win the tournament. That also, ladies and gentlemen, is an average of 3 under par a day.
And look at the stern look on Angad's face. He knows he wants to make this putt, because making that putt, he will be in a tie for second position. So it's really important in terms of prize money and the world ranking points. So he wants to make this putt. You can make out now he's just aligning his ball. That line is where he intends the putt to go. So that's very important, how the players actually align, and the caddy and the player sort of engaged in a very deep discussion about the line. Now he gets the line. I think he would have also gotten a read of Kshitij chip.
Staring that putt down, Angad Chima looking to make that putt to tie Ankur Chadda for second position.
Breaking a little left-right, and in the end turning a little bit from right to left, a sort of a semi-double breaker.
And maybe give himself a chance, an outside chance.
Now it should turn, unfortunately turned back right to left, as I said, but brilliant effort by him. Great challenge.
That ball
And
does turn right to left. If you've noticed, all the putts that come up the slope actually catch up speed at the hole.
It's a very tough read, actually. It's sort of a double breaker, but he's done well. Brilliant lead by him, finishing third. Now Kshitij now will call. The amateur Ronak Mehta is about to finish now. All of them would be looking on patiently. What will really determine is how he goes about this putt. If he just sticks to his routine, should be a straightforward straight putt, I think, because you saw Angad's putt actually turn the other way around. So
Should
maybe
be like a straightish or maybe a left center putt at max.
it'll be tough to hit it on the left, because it looks a little deceptive. But yes, the caddy has given the line, which seems to be left center. So obviously the caddy has done his homework, and the line is correct. And I think that is 99% of the work done. Now let's see. He should just not flinch, go on about his routine, and then bang it in the center of the cup. That's what we're expecting right now. That's where the nervousness creeps in. He's gone back again. This is what it does to you. The tournament winning putt can make anyone nervous.
I think that's just Kshitij's routine. He always does that. He takes a few strokes and then he goes back and
Then
looks
maybe
at the
I'm
putt
the one
again.
who's nervous. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our champion, Kshitij. Now it's a brilliant work by him, by the young man. What a show.
Just Kshitij Naved Kaul, ladies and gentlemen, is the winner of the 2021 ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. Finishing at second position, just behind him by one shot is Ankur Chadda, and one shot behind Ankur would be Angad Chima at 10 under par, finishing third for the tournament.
And ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us as we head over for the prize ceremony and a brief word by our sponsors, tour commissioner, as well as the entire team and dignitaries present. So you can really enjoy and hear from our champion. So just please stay tuned and stay with us for a little while more. You've been patient with us the entire day, and we hope that you've enjoyed our commentary and bringing this event to you. We've definitely enjoyed your presence, your comments on social media, and your love and praise for the golfers here who've put on their heart on the line and given you this great tournament. So thank you to the sponsors once again for this wonderful event, and we'll see you at the prize ceremony in a little while.
Thank you to all of you who have actually stayed up and watched the entire tournament, and even if tuned in for a few holes. If you stay back for the prize presentation, it'll make the day for all of the players who will be taking the podium finish. It's great to have support from all of you all during this whole time. So thank you so much. A quick mention to all of the event partners: Aluk, ICICI Bank, Exide, SRMB, TMT, Dynatemp, and StoneX, event partners of the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship, which has been presented by Urbana. And of course, the tour partners of the PGTI, Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Electro Plus, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, and Incredible India. Stay tuned while the prize presentation will be beginning in another few minutes, a few moments actually.
occasion is to brief you about ICC, RCGC and PGTI Golf Cup.
This is the second edition of our ICC RCGC golf tournament. ICC took the initiative because golf is a sport which is becoming very, very popular with the youngsters, and especially in Calcutta. It's difficult to find a time to play golf nowadays in RCGC with the youngsters taking this as a profession. ICC decided to promote golf from the business angle into Calcutta.
It's great to be back in Kolkata. These are trying times. The last year and a half has been really bad for us all, I guess. Things have gotten better now. Last year we started our tour as soon as COVID was getting out in November, and we managed to stage 4 events between November and December. We actually had to use 2 golf courses to do 1 event.
Calcutta used to be the hub for golf maybe 2 decades back, especially for the professional tournaments. And when 2 years back, 2019, ICC decided to partner with RCGC and PGTI to restart a professional tournament. We are seeing a great enthusiasm. We are seeing enthusiasm not only from the golfers, we are seeing enthusiasm from the corporate world. The tournament is powered by Urbana. We would have Kapil Paji, Kapil Dev coming in also. We have the Council Generals, we have the Sports Minister who's going to come on Sunday to give away prizes. So the enthusiasm behind this tournament is across the board. So I think it is a great way to promote golf. I think that's a different experience to play with 2 professionals and see how they are competing and keeping their minds cool, the body cool, and playing absolutely fabulous golf and getting a few tips from them in that whole round of golf. The ICC RCGC tournament makes it even a little more different. So there is a team of amateurs of 4. So 2 people are playing today with 1 professional. 1 person will play on a Saturday with 2 professionals, and the last team member will play on a Sunday with 2 professionals. So this makes it a very, very interesting format. And the cumulative score, the team will announce the first runner-up, second runner-up, and the winner for the amateur teams.
Well, a Pro-Am experience is always welcome, and especially for us amateurs. We keep on watching the pros all day, on TVs and on YouTubes and all of that. It's a great experience to be playing along with them and to get some tips out of them, and it helps improving your game, and then it's like playing with your own legend. Yeah.
We are extremely proud and privileged to have this event back on the PGTI Tour. After 18 months of no golf, no professional golf, it's a great feeling, and I'm sure the members of the club are also going to enjoy this experience. This Pro-Am is in a unique format, so it will give them an experience of the high voltage game and the emotions that the pros go through. It's an extremely unique event and all the amateurs are very, very excited to be a part of it.
I'm really glad and I'm really grateful to ICC and RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition. I just want to keep my head down, want to keep doing what I've done last week, just keep repeating the same process on and off the golf course, and yeah, I want to finish up on the order of merit.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memories since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC. I believe it's very suit to my game, even when I won even when amateur time and then the pro time, and because of the keys here to play, I think you have to play more regulation, more fairways and more regulation. So I think it's both things I have, so that's why even I won last time.
In the last 3-4 weeks I've been playing well. I finished 5th in Delhi Golf Club, 9th in Panchkulas, Jaipur 2nd in Assam. I'll be playing good. Let's see this week, but this golf course is like ball striking golf course. You have to hit very well here, and greens are very tight here. If you miss the green, chip and putt is very tough.
Two rides, drive very good today. Second shots much better. But putting today, putt so well today. I'm good putt and eagle in fourth hole. My weakness is on putting. I keep on working putting like a 4-5 hours. Now much better.
I was just steady throughout the rounds basically. I did not miss too many shots. I hit a lot of greens, I hit a lot of fairways. And I think that's the key to this golf course, that you have to just keep it in play and give yourself as many opportunities. Good finishes, get your confidence up, you start building more faith in your game, and that's pretty much all you need to actually start consistently putting scores together.
I want to wish everybody all the luck. Whatever I see last year into the golf is really emerging, coming up very strongly. And we do need a support from the media, because without media support, I don't think so in our country sports can survive. So it is very, very important. All the media people should help other sport apart from cricket.
ICC have put so much effort to, bring this tournament. Being a member of PGTI, it's wonderful to be here, and I think after that rough time we had, all the sports people last couple of years, they didn't get a chance to play. So come and support them and try to help them to have the same motivation is the reason. And I must say, this is the golf course which, when I start playing cricket or stop playing cricket, I come to golf, I come to know that this is the second oldest golf course in the world. So you are fascinated, and they maintained so well. I think Calcutta is one city where they love the sports so much, unbelievable. The passion what they have, the spectator, is huge. So I think every part of India can offer you something, and Calcutta definitely very close to my heart.
I made 9 birdies today. That was the main highlight of the day. I hit the ball well, putted well. I could have saved 2 more strokes. I didn't try to do anything different, just whatever I was doing all day. I worked a bit on my yardage control, I worked a bit on my approach shots. So that's really helped, and that was definitely a huge confidence booster. I think it is it's an all-round course. You have to hit the ball well, you have to putt well. The greens are not as easy to read. The greens are also tough to read.
and you have to remain in the fairway, hit fairways and greens. I think that is the most important part. You can't get away with a bad shot, really. I haven't played all the tournaments this year. I've been working more on my game.
I started with birdie birdie, so that was a good start. Didn't make a lot of putts on the way through, all the way through to 13th actually, where I gave myself a lot of opportunities and I made a bad error on 11. Apart from that, I played really well. I made birdies on 14, 15, 17 to finish up, so that was very good.
I played very disciplined and I stuck to my game plan. I made a very good par on the 7th. My ball was stuck on the bunker slope and I hit a very awkward pitch to 5 feet and made the putt. A very good par on the last. Vicky has he carried for me in the second half of 2019 and for the last 4 events. So he's definitely very good. Our thinking is very similar. We both are very aggressive.
I wasn't hitting it close, so I didn't really give myself too many opportunities to actually make birdies. But the good part was I've made all pars and I kept myself in it, and I just hit a good shot on 10, which I ended up converting from 10 feet. That gave me the momentum, and also the back nine, if you give yourself good opportunities, you can make birdies.
Good evening to everyone. We are here for the prize presentation ceremony of the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021 powered by Urbana. To begin, I'd like to congratulate all the players for giving us an exciting week and some amazing golf this week. We once again witnessed some great golf this week with some brilliant performances by Kshitij Naveed Kaul, Ankur Chadda and Angad Chima. We finally had the most deserving winner. To begin the prize presentation, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, Mr. Prashant Jalan, Committee Member ICC, Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra, Chief Marketing, Industrial Products and Projects, Flat Products, Mr. Mehul Mohanka, Senior Vice President ICC, Mr. Rohan Ghosh, Captain RCGC, His Excellency Mr. Nakamura Yutaka, Consul General of Japan, and His Excellency Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner. To start, I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly say a few words.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you all. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for the delay. It does take time in tabulating the scores, especially when there are 5 professionals and 4 amateurs involved. So I do apologize. It's been a great week. We've seen some great golf. I'd like to congratulate Kshitij for a splendid job done. A great victory. A second one for him. Some great playing by Angad. Well, I guess there's a narrow miss on the last, but many, many more weeks to go. So wish you the very best for the future. I'd like to firstly thank ICC for their partnership with the PGTI. Mr. Pradeep Sureka unfortunately couldn't be here with us as well, but this was his brainchild when we did start talking a couple of years back. There are a number of people who I'd like to thank, but before which I know I need to mention this. The last year and a half has been very, very tough with this pandemic, and I know how difficult it is to raise money. So kudos to them, to Mr. Sureka as well, and the Indian Chamber of Commerce for raising the funds and having this event, without whom, of course, we wouldn't have been here today. I'd like to thank Mr. Arvind Singh, who's been involved, Mr. Mukherjee, and your team, I know, for tying up all the small details. A special mention of Prashant, Jaideep, sorry for bothering you with all the numerous Zoom calls that we've been having. But that's all part of the game, I guess. Royal Calcutta Golf Club has been a great support system. They've been a great partner to the ICC and the PGTI. I'd like to thank the captain, Mr. Rohan Ghosh. Thank you very much for your support. I'd like to thank the committee, which has actually played a huge role with regard to everything, be it F&B, be it the technical part, the golf course. Talking about the golf course, special mention of Nikhil Sanyal, who is actually the course superintendent, for giving us such a beautiful golf course to play on. I guess the players has made a mention of that they haven't played on greens like this. So well done for giving us this exciting golf course to play on. I'd like to mention again about the course where I believe before us the RPGL has already started, for keeping the members of the golf course, shutting the course off for them for a week. I know it's a huge task. So I'd like to thank every member of this golf club for their patience and understanding, which actually helps professional golf, and for them to come out today and watch these young professionals play is huge. Before I sign off, I'd like to thank the media, electronic, print, for the coverage that they've given us. I guess to elevate the sport is always in your hands, so thank you very much for doing justice and making this event more successful. We do look forward to seeing you all very, very soon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Prashant Jalan to kindly say a few words.
Thank you. We've been already running late, so just like to thank especially Rohan Ghosh, you and the entire team of RCGC. I think without your support, we couldn't have done this tournament the way it's come out. I personally have not had better food in the last 4 days. You know, it's RCGC really. The course has been playing outstanding, and everyone who's been witnessing the championship here has said the same thing to say. Thank you, Rohan, and thank you everyone else for supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra from Tata Steel to kindly say a few words.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Heartiest congratulations, Chitish, to you. Well done. All the players who participated, hearty congratulations. There's always a better luck next time. I must compliment and kudos to ICC and RCGC. I've also got the opportunity to play. The course is playing wonderfully well. Thank you so much for everything and all the arrangements. We at Tatas have been supporting all the sports. We are very happy to partner with PGTI. PGTI has been doing a great job, and we look forward for the upcoming tournaments. Wishing all the best, all the participants, and all the players in the future. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Mehul Mohanka, Senior Vice President, ICC, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. In Indian Chamber of Commerce, you would find the largest national chamber to be headquartered out of the Eastern region. And for us, it's been an absolute pleasure to partner with RCGC and the PGTI to bring this tournament to you. For ICC, this has been an earnest endeavor to promote not only professional golf in the Eastern region, but also to promote youth in the sport. So we hope to continue to do so in time to come. And thank you so much for being here and making it a wonderful week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for all your support. I'd now like to request Mr. Rohan Ghosh, Captain RCGC, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the RCGC. I would like to thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for joining hands with RCGC and making this tournament a great success for the second successive season. I would also like to, my heartfelt thanks to Tata Steel, PGTI, for the wholehearted support and cooperation to make this unique event so enjoyable for both professionals and amateurs. I would also like to thank the sponsors of this event, namely Urbana, Aluk Group, SRMB, Exide, StoneX India, ICICI Bank, Dyna Group for supporting the prestigious tournament. The tournament has witnessed 123 professionals along with 110 amateurs vying for the coveted trophy for the last 5 days. We at RCGC have been extremely happy to witness top-class golf being played after a long time in Kolkata. We were also happy that the cricket legend Mr. Kapil Dev visited us during one of these days and spent time from his busy schedule encouraging all the participants. My special thank goes out to the two Consul Generals of United Kingdom and Japan, namely His Excellency Mr. Nick Lowe, His Excellency Mr. Nakamura, for kindly consenting to be the chief guest during today's prize distribution ceremony. My special thank goes out to Mr. Pradeep Sureka, President ICC, for his continuous guidance and being the main driving force behind this event. My thanks to the entire ICC team as well. We are sure ICC support will come back. We will get this tournament back next year at the Royal. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request His Excellency Mr. Nakamura Yutaka, Consul General of Japan, to kindly share his thoughts.
Thank you very much. As a member of RCGC, I enjoyed watching the professional highest level of players, and I really wanted to play here as many times as possible. But I forgot today entirely to wear properly. I came as a spectator, so I forgot completely to present. But anyway, I enjoyed it very much, and the tournament was perfectly arranged, and the food was wonderful, and I enjoyed all the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request His Excellency Mr. Nick Lowe, the British Deputy High Commissioner, to kindly share his thoughts.
Namaskar, namaste, assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon to all of you. What a pleasure this has been. We've heard a lot of thanks given, and they're all deserved. And I'm going to inflict a few more on you. For the players and the caddies, wow. I mean, what a tribute to the growing strength and depth in Indian golf. You have the world at your feet. You're a credit to your sport in India, and it's been really impressive to see you play. Look forward to coming back next year. As someone who has just embarked on the journey to get sponsorship for our own Queen's birthday party in February, a huge thanks to the sponsors, because frankly, without you, things like this don't happen. So big thanks to the sponsor. ICC, Indian Chamber of Commerce, you have been at our side over the last year in the run-up to the Glasgow Climate Summit. Glasgow, despite what you might have read in the newspapers, exceeded our expectations. If you'd have offered us the Glasgow Climate Pact before COP26 started, we would have bitten your hand off. Could it have been better? Yeah, well, perfection's difficult. But ICC, you have played your role in making that happen, and I'm very grateful. Thank you. Royal Kolkata Turf Club, sorry, that's where we're doing the Queen's birthday party. Royal Kolkata Golf Club, I always know what I'm going to get. This is coming home. You are the oldest golf club outside the United Kingdom. This is the embodiment of what the Honourable Prime Minister called the living bridge between our two countries. So the warmth and the generosity, the professionalism of the hosting didn't surprise me at all, but it doesn't mean that I'm not very grateful indeed for it. And as for the food, what a masterstroke that was, this marvelous Bengali food for lunch, which we hugely appreciated. Thank you very much. As Mr. Mahanka said, it's easy for people like him and for me to turn up and get thanks. There are going to be scores of people out there who've made this happen, who've worked really hard for a week. So to all of you, the groundkeepers, those doing security in the car park, whatever it is, many thanks. Perfect down to the last detail, including the weather. And that really does impress me. I don't know how you organise that, but I'd like to know the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now begin with the prize presentation, and first we have the prize for the hole-in-one. There was a prize of rupees 1 lakh announced by ICC for Manav Jaini, who made a hole-in-one on the second hole during round 2. Manav, if you can please step up and collect your check of rupees 1 lakh. He receives the check from Mr. Mehul Mohanka, Senior Vice President, ICC. Manav, kindly stay back. You have another check to collect. That is rupees 20,000 from PGTI for your hole-in-one. Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, hands over the check of rupees 20,000 to Manav Jaini. We now come to the runner-up, and I'd request Mr. Rohan Ghosh, Captain RCGC, to kindly do the honors by giving away the prize. And the runner-up was Ankur Chadda with a career best second place finish for him. Scores of 68, 69, 69 and 71, a total of 11 under 277. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 4,46,600. It's now time for the grand prize, and I'd request Mr. Mehul Mohanka, Senior Vice President ICC, to kindly do the honors by presenting the trophy and the winner's check worth rupees 6,46,600 to the champion, winning his second title, Kshitij Naveed Kaul, scores of 69, 65, 70 and 72 for a total of 12 under 276. Congratulations to the winner once again. It's time for the customary winner's speech.
Hello. Okay. First of all, I'd like to dedicate this win to my grandparents. It's their love and blessings that always is there with me. So this one's for them. I'd like to thank all the sponsors of the event. Thank you, ICC. Thank you, Tata Steel. Then I'd like to start by also thanking the course. The RCGC was in great condition this week, as always. And I mean, I feel this is the best course that we've played so far. And so great job to all the greenskeeping staff and the course maintenance people. Then also a huge thank you to all the members for giving us the course for the week. I know it's hard not to play, and so thank you to all the members. Thank you to all the spectators who came out and watched today. So thank you so much. Huge thank you to PGTI for providing stepping stone to higher tours and a great competitive environment. And a huge thank you to all the PGTI staff, JP sir, Gagan, Sampath sir, all the referees for helping me lose some weight this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Kshitij. Well played and well spoken. We now move on to the prizes for the Pro-Am Team Championship, the much-awaited Pro-Am Team Championship prizes. And we have the second runner-up team. It was Team Salasar. I'd request Mr. Prashant Jalan, Executive Committee Member, ICC, to kindly do the honors by giving away the prizes. And the professionals and the amateurs on the team, Divyanshu Bajaj, Arvind Khaitan, Anant Bajoria, Anura Rohana, Ranjit Singh, Amrish Khaitan, Sunit Chaurasia, and Ankur Chadda.
So no one from the team is here, right?
Is there anyone from the team here?
amateurs of the team can... We'll have to send it.
We'll have the prizes sent to the team members of Team Salasar. We move on to the first runner-up team, and it was RSH, and they had a total of 25 points. The team members comprised of professional Shamim Khan, Ajay Besoya, Mohammad Zamal Hussain Molla, and the amateurs Vicky Kapoor, Arjun Kapoor, Yogesh Gupta, Jagdish Jangid. Also Mari Muthu and Shamim Khan, the professionals. The prize to be given away by Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra, the trophy to be given away by Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra, and the check to be given away by Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi. The professionals share amongst them rupees 75,000. Finally, we move to the winning team of the Pro-Am Team Championship, and I'd request His Excellency Mr. Nakamura Yutaka and His Excellency Mr. Nick Lowe to kindly jointly give away the prizes to the winning team, which was Aluk Building System Private Limited. With 25 points, they won on account back. And the professionals on the team, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, Arjun Sharma, Sanjeev Kumar, Karan Pratap Singh. The amateurs, Garv Lakhmani, Brijraj Singh, Jai Kishan Lakhmani, and Abhikanksh Basu. The professionals share 1,25,000 amongst themselves.
So much.
Congratulations to the winners once again. We are now at the end of our prize presentation, and before we wrap up, we'd like to thank title partner ICC, event partners RCGC, StoneX, Aluk, Exide, SRMB, Dyna, ICICI Bank, host venue RCGC, powered by partner Urbana, associate partner Incredible India, umbrella partner Tata Steel, and our tour partners Rolex, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. I'd now hand the mic to Mr. Bodhisattva Mukherjee.
Thank you, Nikhil, and once again, a very good afternoon, evening to all present here. May I request Senior Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Mehul Mohanka, to hand over a small token of appreciation to the chief guests for today's afternoon, Mr. Niklo, the Deputy High Commissioner of UK in Kolkata. Thank you very much for sparing your time with us. To the Consul General of Japan in Kolkata, Mr. Nakamura. Thank you very much for your gracious presence, Excellency. And I would like you to hand over a small token of appreciation to Captain RCGC, Mr. Rohan Ghosh, for all his support, cooperation to make this tournament a success. I think with this, we come to the end of the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021. See you everyone next year, maybe around the same time. Thank you very much.